What is up, y'all? That's right, misfits. We are back for an episode of Skeptic and Ranting. 5 good reasons to believe God exists. Israel, exactly. I wanted to make a Five Guys joke, and then I Googled the range of Five Guys, and almost no one knows that's a completely very small northeastern thing, but it's amazing.
We have them down here.
Do you? There you go.
I mean, if you want a decent burger for like $11, it's your place to go. Fries? No fries. The fries are like $6 on top of that.
Yeah, that
is me and my son, and he was like 8 years old at the time, and it was like $27.
He still is working there now for that burger.
What the hell?
Yeah, it is a little pricey. But James, once again, when you have 5 guys working with their hands to make you a burger.
I think the fries are like hooked in lard or
I know their fries are good. They also get you hooked in. I have no idea why, but they offer you peanuts while you're waiting for your order. So you eat peanuts, and then only in America, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, all right. Say hi. Coming up this week.
Hi, Gizmo. But yes, tonight we are watching a video from the channel Kingscliff Church. It could have been a Cliff Bar for a second, but it's a church. Tastes like church. Called 5 Good Reasons to Believe God Exists. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for a good time with 5 helpings of Gawd. That is right. I want to thank everyone out there for joining us out there on the inner tubes, including all of our supporters, like those super chats or channel memberships linked in the description below. You can also find our Patreon at patreon.com/AB Newman, including those who make awesome, fantastic content. We still do that. We're trying to hit that 200. Like Oz from the Atheist Network group. Woo!
Thanks,
as well as Diana Smith.
Thank you, Diana.
Thank you, Diana Smith. As well as a grumpy old Cuss. Thank you, Grumpy. Thank you so very much, Pat Lowinger, reminding us that, he kind of does actual research, unlike the creationists. Dale Pastel, reminding us that, we actually are looking for a little bit of empirical evidence. We're not just looking to be in the heart. Yeah.
Party
James,
pooper.
why are we even doing this to be...
Party pooper. Yeah.
Why even do a channel like this? Oh, we're sending love out to all of our theist brothers.
Why come back the next day? Didn't you guys just do this yesterday?
I know. James, it is like you are a bunch of evangelical atheists just trying to get rid of religion. Wait. Okay, a little bit. But,
I mean, you think everybody's just going to wake up tomorrow and throw religion away? No, it's not going to happen.
James, if people believe in astrology today, they're always going. I feel like the vast majority will always believe in astrology, and we're always going to teach astrology. Do you understand? You feel like it's never going to change. It's always going to be that way.
Driving by one of those places that says psychic outside. I think that's a good investment, a good way to spend your money.
I know. Aren't you the one? I think you're the one who said those places. I can't tell if it was Rachel or you who said those places should be like there's a fraud. Which I have a hard. I go back and forth on. Yeah, it is.
Because I mean, if I had access to the future, if I could tell the future, I would be working in a rinky-dink plaza with a sign out there saying psychic, telling people whether their boyfriend or girlfriend is cheating on them or going to dump them or not for like $40 a session. Of course, that's exactly
makes me want to poll like how many psychics play the lottery. Like, is there some sort of combination that we could get going on? If not, I feel like I don't know. Maybe both a chance.
Kimball calls them with the Fred soundboard, and they're giving him readings, even though the guy who did the recording is dead. He's not alive anymore.
I am getting. It seems.
God bless you, sir.
You are a Sagittarius who is about to find your true love. That's right. In fact, the person
aggravated sexual assault with a child under the age of 14. And they're like, God bless you, sir.
I was going to say Stalin, but that too.
Khalil, yeah.
Oh, da-da-da-da-da-da.
Hey, Khalil, if you're watching, we love you.
Sending love to, well, I was going to say, because we have kind of gone over a very smoky and a very, I was going to say Khalil-y accusations, and then they don't seem to come on. But I feel bad because, I want to go on Dawaist channels. I want to go on apologist channels. We need to go on like the praises, and aren't you going on we need to go on the debate. Standing for Proofs and the, I guess, it's been a while since I've been on Hasma's Den, and
we need to get you on those other.
I know. Indeed. I need to stand for truth, James.
Afraid of a little girl deck on Standing for Truth? I mean, come on. What's wrong?
Exactly. We need to all fly on the girl deck. What were we talking about? Sending love to Dave Garr and Dale Pastel and Scott Duke. Reminding
Dave Garr out there before.
Woo! That's right. Saw Dave Garr provides easy answers to difficult questions. Number one. Number two, you can be a biblical scholar by cherry-picking dogma, which is easy. Number three, free crappy grape juice and wafer? I'll have to tune in for the last two. I always just imagine there has to be some either priest, pastor, or like dude who's just sitting there with communion, got some wine and some wafers, whether it's blasphemy to one or not, it has to be a good snack, right? I'm having Jesus.
Well, the Catholic Church, the priest has to drink all the wine because, I mean, it's the blood of Jesus. They can't just dump it down the drain. So
I know, right? You can't just put it back on the shelf. Dump it down the drain.
They do like 3 masses. Some of them do a bunch in the morning. He might end up getting a little tipsy by the end of that last match.
Got a lot of masses to get to. Sending love.
Drunk on the blood.
Drunk on Jesus. Let Jesus take the cheesy wheel.
Don't take the wheel.
That's true. Let Jesus take your keys away. Sending love to Scott Duke, who reminds us that the fact that we're animals triggers them. Evolution, proxy war. It's like they're Vietnam. Regos, sending love out there. Regos, we just did a Skeptic Bible study. We are knee-deep in Joshua, if you get what I mean.
Balls deep.
Balls deep, baby, on the girl deck. Speaking of going the girl deck or right into what I would never. What? Sending love to Regos, sending love to Rachel Holland. Sending the fabulous, the amazing and sexy Rachel Holland. Yeah, just sending so much love because she's sending love to us and sending love to, reminding us also that, slavery in the Bible, what? They would never do that. In the Old Testament, confirmed in the New Testament, and then in the Quran as well.
Speaking of that, if anyone doesn't know, I have a debate coming up January the 11th on Standing for Truth on the morality of biblical slavery. It's going to be fun. Hopefully, Pat will be able to catch a little bit of it. I know that's something that he has some feelings about.
I always like it when they try to... It's like Calendar Guy trying to debate Pat on his field. No. Definitely. Because we say AD and BC, that definitely confirms Jesus. Because, I also like that we don't even, it's like Thursdays for, it's for Thor for Thursday. And yet...
Saturday.
Yeah, and yet...
Sunday for the sun.
I guess just gloss over all that, I guess. He celebrates Christmas with his, his decorated tree because that's exactly what the Bible says, I imagine, probably. Probably somewhere. It's in the 3rd edition, the limited edition. We don't have it, yeah. Hand signed.
We haven't got to that part yet.
Exactly. Sending love to Rachel, sending love to Senator Cato, reminding us the separation of church and state because these autocrats, these theocrats, want to gain control of a government near you. And so we must always be fighting for a secular government. Boom, boom, boom. As well as the lovely, the fantastic James Wolfe. We see him all out there for all of the skeptic and ranting communities, the atheist communities. Mwah, mwah, mwah. As well as Disciple Day, a skeptic theist out there sending so much love. He was sending us love the other day. We are sending it love as well. And last, but certainly not least, I was going to have my science class. Right now, we're just going to have an apple. We're going to have the knowledge apple. Oh. Who I'm trying to remember which flat earther was like, it's not religion. It's just that all of knowledge comes from the snake story. You're like, the snake story, huh? That's where it comes from?
That's been a couple of them. Yeah, who was that? That was a few streams back.
Is that the scientific term?
Yeah, all science is knowledge, and that's the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So that
makes sense.
The tree of science, basically. In a roundabout sort of way. Yeah.
So thank you so very much, Ian Davenport, who has been going all over with the atheist circles and giving us some love and reminding us that I'm pretty sure this isn't biology. No? They always look at me when I talk about
where else
anything.
Do you think women came from?
Well, they always look at me when I talk about biology and mental anything, and they're like, "Oh, ironic. Who are you to talk?" And I'm like, "You think this is science?" Like anyone who doesn't believe in this is one to talk. Anyone, literally anyone.
You don't believe in biology anyway.
I know. I don't believe in biology because I basically, what happens is you put on a skirt and then, James, your entire chromosomes, they just change on the molecular level. That is exactly what I think they're saying. But, however, that would never be a straw man. However, I mean, they don't actually believe that the original woman came from a man's rib, right? That'd be silly, right?
No. It is. That's where it came from. Which is how like confident they are
Be
when
teaching
they,
that
when
in
they spit that
science.
out. You know, it's like
No, exactly. Well, all of the language and lingo that they use to describe us, I hate to say, is projection, but is projection. The fables, the fairy tale. We're not even allowed to say that as atheists because other atheists, they'll be like, don't say that. Don't be mean to the theists. I mean, it's true, but don't be mean to them. Don't say that. Don't call. Clearly, it is a fable. It is a fairy tale.
But don't use that language.
But don't say that.
Mr. Amy Newman, don't be
She is
so.
freaking out.
Mr. Amy Newman, the old geezer, 40-year-old geezer, Mr. Amy Newman, with her penis, wearing a skirt, Mr. Newman.
She was freaking out. Her latest thing is that she very upset that you were there during the debate. And I was like, you understand there was like 18 billion people.
It was an open room.
And 17 billion of those people were there for you, and you talked over them. And she's like, okay, but Bahamut transgender, you must understand. Where's my...
Send her to me. Tell her to message me. She won't get very far with it.
First of all, hot.
She won't get very far with it.
Well, I said we tried to get her on here, but they were like, you know, and I love Benny, who's the moderator on there, and I love all of my interlocutors, but they're like, they'll never let us say whatever we want, and then we didn't edit a gosh darn thing. And exactly, we want all of that value. And no, it just
morality.
It is like MythBusters. They just don't. We have learned is that you could showcase any kooky idea as long as you're showcasing how kooky it is.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Pat is a sinner. That's right, Jena.
Ooh, I like to, if you're going to be a sinner, I feel like you got to get your money's worth. Jesus wore a dress. That's right. First of all, I just want to point out 12 roommates or apostles or whatever, and he just walked around just, washing people's feet on his knees, hanging around, but whatever. Also,
don't stop worrying about Jesus, old geezer.
Loved a good meal. I guess who doesn't love a good meal? But I'm just saying, once again, long flowing hair.
The Old Testament.
He
was quite the designer, if you remember.
And I'm already cheating. I told James, I was like, I'm going to withhold. I'm going to hold to the last. So Ian Davenport sending so much love to Ian. Thank you so very much. And last but so much not least, Matty.
Thanks, Matt.
Reminding us that we actually have, and they hate that word. Who is we? Scientists. Scientists actually, and the people who rely on scientists use theories. That word I know is very triggering, but that framework of fracks, those models actually explain the phenomena, unlike God done it.
Well, I mean that's an explanation. Yes.
I know, James. Why need anything else?
What more do you need to know than that?
Well, and if you press that any hard, they're basically like, that's cheating. But then they want to know very minute, very technical documents on genetics papers, abiogenesis papers.
Tell me exactly how it happened. Biogenesis. And of course, the Otangelo Bible Trinity College biology department is God did it all.
I have
That's
to
all
get
you
my
need to know.
coat on.
If you want to know any more than that, you go to hell. That's it.
You go to hell. You go to hell, and
Go
you
to
die.
hell. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
One class only takes a minute or less. That's it.
This
all you need to
irreducible
know.
complexity and this watchmaker and this, I don't know, this type of, because there's a few different branches. There's the, I'm just going to just deny all of science. I'm just going to attack science, and I'm just going to attack you as a human being. There's like the three branches of apologetics. But thank you, Matt Deig. You are amazing. Thank you to all of our supporters, all of our Patreons at patreon.com/Amy Newman, all of our channel members by hitting that button and also seeing yourself in the viewer description, as well as our Patreons can be found like right down there. And of course, super chatters. Super chatters are a great way to get yours read up on screen and to help us out. But also, don't think we have forgotten. We love you. We're just trying to think of ways to make us go quicker, actually. What are we at? Are we at 22? There we go. That's kind of quick for us. Thank you. If you enjoyed the show, please don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe, because then you gain access to that bell icon, which when set to all will send you reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams. Like,
Gizmo
what is up? Yes, what's up, Gizmo? Like, what is up? God equals the square root of -1 and Mega Santana. And what is up, Jena? And what is up, Doorknob Heb? And what is up, Peebo? And what is up, Pat? And what is up, everybody? It's a Rubik's Monkey for Banana. What's up, Marshall? Marshall has been in the Discord with me where it's just been batting. What I love is that all of these channels that these creationists get, that in their mind I think are honeypots for atheists, they get completely saturated and then eventually overrun. And so I love all of my theists. I mean, the internet is, in my opinion, atheist majority, and so that's going to be a losing battle. What is up, student Dr. Ben? Long time no see. I've seen you doing amazing content out there, so I'm sending all the love right back at you.
Well, the thing about the internet is their claims can be instantaneously checked and verified, and they don't hold up so well when you can Alt-tab and Google and find out, oh, that's not true. Or that paper is from 1977. There have been some advances in the field since then. So
or they can actually
know 50 years ago, we might have a little bit more.
Or they can actually look up the paper, and because of that, yeah,
see what it actually says rather than how they're trying to spin it. Rubik's on multiple platforms. Thank you.
Woohoo! If we missed anyone, we are sending love to you. I see Winston's mom, James Wolfe, and Dave Gar. Everybody out there, we are about to get into the video. It is a long one. That's why we're really trying to squish this. We are about to go into 5 good reasons to believe that God exists.
Let you guys judge the merits of the reasons.
And all right, give me 1 second.
It would only need one good reason. Yeah, we would, but we'll see if we'll get even one good reason.
But we'll see if all 5 of them knock us off our socks, because we are now going to the opposing view, or rather, a video.
Dennis opened the Densobian. That's a new one.
Dennis Hoven. I dig it. Welcome on board, everybody. We are about to listen to a channel from Kingscliff Church. 5 Good Reasons to Believe God Exists. We're watching it on 1.25 if you think it sounds a little bit off. However, for most biblical content I have found, apologetics, dawa, or otherwise, I have found this has been the good speed. But if it sounds weird, you tell us, and let's find out. We're having fun.
It's usually
As
okay,
always, that's right. Tag us in chat at James W. or Amy Newman so we can help see your comment on screen. Just notice. Give me one. Oh, that was coming through on mine. Let's try that one more time. I repeat, 5 good reasons to believe God exists without an echo. Let's begin.
I don't hear anything now.
Okay. Ha 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 ha. You hear that?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. 5 good reasons to believe God
take it,
exists. Let's begin. We'll do it live. They were rock on both sides. Yeah.
The genesis for this series actually comes from a well-known passage found in the Old Testament book of Isaiah. Right in the opening chapter of the book of Isaiah, this is found in the Old Testament of the Bible, Isaiah chapter 1, verse 18, God gives this fascinating invitation. He says, come now, let...
Okay, I'm sorry. What are we doing? And right. And let us reason together. That makes more sense.
Us reason together. Now, I want you to just think about that invitation for a moment. First of all, it's not David Asscherick making that invitation. It's not a pastor making that invitation. It's not some human being or some professor making that invitation. It's God himself saying, hey, come here, have a seat, pull up a chair to the table, and let's have a conversation. Let's talk this over. Let's reason.
His name is Asscherick.
Have a conversation. And I love this idea.
God damn it.
That the God of Scripture is
a name that I assume was never made fun of in high school.
Yeah.
Inquiry. He not only tolerates questions and dialogue, he actually invites it and loves it. Come now, sit down. Let's have a conversation. Let's discuss this. Let's reason together. It was not only God's invitation anciently to Isaiah, it is God's invitation to us today and every day. Come, sit down at the table, pull up a chair, and let's think this through. Let's see if there are good reasons for believing in God, for believing in the Bible, for not being afraid of death, whatever the various things that we're going to be talking about.
Oh my goddess. I love how he name checks.
Gave up the goat.
One of the it's just that very position. Oh, I didn't even do my opening. Holy shit. My opening's so short that I'm just gonna go.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop and do it because it is so short that I'm just gonna do it. So, because he said that. So 5 good reasons to believe God exists, and then we're going to go right back to it because he name checked it. I'm just going to go like this. We're going to go boom, 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 boom. All right. Well, I can't do that, but how about 5 good reasons to believe a God does not exist? There is currently no good evidence put forward by theists. An all-powerful God having trouble communicating is a contradiction. An all-powerful God allowing evil to exist is a contradiction. An all-knowing God could cheat at Jeopardy. Wait. Okay, no, not that one. Well, I guess, actually. But I just meant gets rid of free will. And number 5, a mind needs a brain, body, or some sort of physical substrate. But 5 good reasons to believe God exists? Indoctrination, false positives, superstitious thinking, prejudice, tribalism, and fear of death being alleviated.
Argument
There you go.
ignorance, out of the gaps.
Yeah.
Is he on coke? I don't think so. We're just got it on 1.
No. Yeah, we do have him on 1.25. And all right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, speaking of having him come with us, back to the action. 5 good reasons to believe God exists. Did everyone hear Amy evoke her deity? It's a total proof that she believes. I did not. What would be my deity? My joke
Muhammad?
is only Muhammad. Oh, yes. Isn't he so cute, though? Little Bommy.
He is very, very cute. You can't deny that.
Exactly.
If there's a God worthy of worship, it's got to be him.
I know. If someone was going to own your eternal soul, I feel like right there.
He could have it. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah. I'm waiting for that. My other joke is there's only one person you should worship, maybe 2 if you're lucky, but that's your partner. Woke science. I feel like it's just another word. I hate to say even take back, because all of the terms that like they use, I'm starting to realize that they're not bad. They're not actually bad. Woke. Staying woke just means being politically active. Now, should you cancel people just because they have a different opinion than you? No, shouldn't do that either. Should be a nice and decent person. But, yeah.
Talking about in this
5 good reasons to believe God exists. He's also got a decent setup. Can't hate on the setup here going on. It's got a...
What do you think the money goes in the collection plate for?
Oh, I betcha, right?
Hey.
Oh, hello, Chris.
series. Let's see if there are not 5 good reasons. In some cases, I had to really shrink it down. I had about 10 good reasons. I shrunk it down.
Oh, really?
It's a great series, and I hope you are as enthusiastic to
He
listen.
shrunk it down. It could have been more, Amy. Did you hear that?
And honestly, I don't know why you would shrink it down, James, when it could have been infinite in size.
Well, I mean, he just wanted to. He didn't want to keep them there all day. They've got other things to do, right?
Exactly.
Talk about the creator of the universe, right?
Material. And so the invitation for all of us is to come reason
Reason. He always gets me so excited. Okay, fine. Reason together.
and let's see if we can't make a case, a rational case, a defensible case, a sequential case as to why we believe the things that we believe, or why I believe the things that I believe. And hopefully, by the end of the series, if you don't already, you will come to believe many of these things as well. I guess the simple way to say this is, if I could have heard this series at the age of 20, 21, 25, or maybe even 30 years old, I think it would have been absolutely
life-changing,
transformational in my own journey.
Crucial.
In my own walk now. Looking back retrospectively, I wish I would have had some of the answers that I'm going to try to provide for you in the course of this series. Now, just one more word about this series.
Okay. Well,
insofar as it's possible, I realize I'll be speaking, and so it will be largely a monologue. Insofar as it's possible, I want the spirit of these meetings to be conversational. Now, I don't mean that you're having conversations with the person that you're sitting next to, but just the idea that I want you to be, at least in your own mind, if not verbally, engaging with the ideas that I'm presenting, right? Have a conversation with me. Not only conversational, it's going to be hugely informational. We're going to begin, we're going to launch off with what might seem like a really good place. At least to me, it seems like a really good place to start. 5 good reasons to believe that God exists. There are, of course, out in the world, very intelligent people, very educated people, very erudite people who regard the idea of belief in God, an invisible, benevolent, omnipotent deity as absurd. They regard it as a fairy tale. They regard it as medieval. They regard it as entirely obsolete in this modern age. I recognize that. And this will not be a wits, or I will show myself to be the intellectual superior of those who deny God and his existence. That's not going to happen. because there are very intelligent people that absolutely, unequivocally affirm the existence of God and their own personal experience with him. And then there are, on the other side of the table, people who say the idea of
It's like a
God
timeshare.
is absurd and has been scientifically
I mean,
right?
and
Now,
this is like what Aaron Ra always says. Stop it. Just like Aaron Ra always says, like, I don't care what you believe. What I care is why you believe it. Like, for you to just sit there and, okay, tell me that these really smart people believe in God. Wonderful. Okay, why do they believe in God? Because smart people can believe things for dumb reasons. Just because somebody that's smart believes something doesn't mean it's a justifiable good belief. It's people are irrational and illogical. They do things that don't make sense. We all do it. None of us are immune to it. Tell us why they believe. Don't just tell us that what they believe.
And also, I do think this person's trolling, but I think it's funny, so I do have to go. So Amy will come on. Am I right? And then, James, the W in James is for Welcome on Wilkesworth.
If only they knew, right? Yeah.
I know.
Very persuasive. And again, there will be a significant informational component, right? So a great place to start, I suppose, if we're going to be talking about the Bible and we're going to be talking about Jesus and a lot of these kinds of things, would be, is there really any good reason to believe that God exists at all?
Reason.
I mean, David, by your own admission, he's largely
I need a
invisible.
Jesus
There are
doll.
instances of people in Scripture who claim to have seen God, right? There are even some people alive today
at
who
least on the bus
claim to have seen. I've never seen a supernatural entity, but people say they've seen angels or they've seen God in some way. I don't disbelieve these people, but clearly this is the minority. Most people have not seen a supernatural being or seen God or any other such thing. And so we freely admit that God is invisible. He is not detectable in the normal ways that we detect.
Okay. All right.
Or this podium or
okay.
Yeah. So he doesn't exist.
Or the people that are in front of me now. So how can we be sure, or is there any good reason to believe that there is a God out there who is good and who is, in fact, described in this book, which really is going to be the textbook? Probably won't have you turn to it quite a lot because many.
Sorry, that was a menu for pizza. Sorry, different.
If you don't have your Bibles with you, though you do have your phone, probably, and a phone can function as a Bible. But I'll be using many passages from the Bible, like the one we just used a moment ago, Isaiah chapter 1, verse 18. Come, let us reason together. And so this book will be our textbook. And is there any reason to believe?
He's going to keep trolling you with that statement, Amy.
I also just like the notion, like at a certain point, because I like books. I like hardcover books. But like the thought of like, this is a holy text that cannot be edited. By the grace of God, we will take care of it. Also, you can get it in e-text. I don't know. There's just something about like having it on an app located not too far away from like your porn and Farmville that just kind of like
you accidentally click on Grindr or and
who knows? Or you might get a passage from Bible Gateway. Which one, James?
Described in this book actually exists. That he's out there. Is there a reason? I'm going to give you tonight
he's
5
out there.
Good reasons to believe God exists. And I'm going to summarize
it's out there
in 5 single-syllable words, right? So it's going to be very easy to remember. Now, not every meeting will have 5 single-syllable words that summarize the 5 reasons that we're giving that night. But tonight, it's really nice and easy. And those words are time, life, mind, ought, love.
All right, let's analyze that for just a second. Time, life, mind, ought, love. What do you think, James? You sold, at least from the get-go, on any of that?
Well, it seems like he's focusing on things that are immaterial, and he's going to try and use that, try and establish non-physical things, and try to shoehorn his God into reality through that. But let's see.
So, fantastic magazine, fantastic cereal. I can tell you what is on it right now. I want you to know that we ought to live, life, love. Live, laugh, love. There we go. Yes. But let's find out.
Are time, life, mind, ought, love. Time,
Great
life,
minds.
mind, ought,
Great minds.
love. We're going to go through each one of these because each one of these words encapsulates an idea, encapsulates a reason, encapsulates a kind of argument for the reasonability.
What kind of car does Jesus typically drive? A Chrysler. That makes sense. I was going to say a Honda, but no reason. Just, but that works. Yeah, that makes sense too.
Of believing in
What's up,
God's
Big Bad Mama?
existence.
I was going to say like a
now
88 Chevy Cavalier or maybe like a 92 Caprice, maybe.
Like a priest. It's true though. Atheists do not believe actually in time. So the moment that you deconvert from a theist, you actually become eternal. We now move basically backwards and forwards, and I don't know if you know this about atheists, but we exist at all times at once.
Right. So the
crazy,
true nature
but
of time, there's a lot we don't get about it. There's a lot of paradoxes and things that we don't fully understand about it, but we're learning, and still not a reason to believe in God.
yeah, and space-time, so far as we could tell, are connected, and you can't have either without one or the other. You can't have a time without a space. You can't have a space without a time. And so everything back at the Big Bang was in one little spot.
Ford, yeah.
No spot for Jesus.
That acronym.
Jesus drives a Ford found on road dead. Dun, dun, dun. Look, don't let Jesus take the wheel. Who set the clock, silly atheist? Santa Claus.
Not just God's existence, but we're going to have a meeting titled 5 Good Reasons to Believe That God is Good. Not just that he exists, but that he's good. That's a different meeting, and we'll get to that
He's good.
in the future. So let's talk, first of all, about the idea.
Now, a lot of children have leukemia, but, ignore that.
Idea that is encapsulated.
It's part of his plan. It's a complex plan.
Master plan,
exactly. This idea
exactly.
of time. And so reason number 1, very simple, very succinct, right? I'm going to try to keep this as simple as is possible.
Yeah, okay, sure, whatever. Though I do like that he's going out of his way. I don't know if he knows this or not, but he's like, I want to keep something that I've designed as simple as possible. I don't want to make anything complicated. That'd be terrible. Jesus drives a Ford Pinto with a Firestone 500 tires. Yo, Jesus apparently has a garage, ladies and gentlemen. I am telling you. He is like
Jay Leno.
Yeah, like Jay Leno, like Jerry Seinfeld. He's got it all.
Is the universe and time itself had a, what's that word?
Dun, dun, dun. Here we go.
Cookie dough.
He's been waiting for
beginning. What is up, godless girl? We are eventually going to have an open mic, but these shows are just for getting through the video, the opposing side from us, but then we eventually open it up. And we're on 1.25, so hopefully we're marching through. But sending love to you and your streams. I always find them entertaining and a lot of fun. The universe and time itself had a beginning. This is their nonsense kind of ontology, cosmological type of nonsense that we're beginning with.
Had a beginning. The universe and time itself had a beginning. That's why we use the word time to summarize. We're going to talk about the nature of time. Do you have any time to talk about the nature of time? Right, do you have just a moment? Let's talk about the
Why? Yes, we do.
Where's Nick when we
universe
need him?
time itself
I know. Are we in time? On
The
time?
Bible opens with this very
Out of
idea.
time?
The Bible opens with this arresting idea that is absolutely transformational in the human psyche and in all of human literature. This idea that in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. All right, the Bible opens with this idea that the heavens and the earth, aka the universe, the cosmos, that all of it had a beginning. And I'm suggesting here, and we're gonna begin to marshal our.
Well, we actually got the order out of order, and so
Did he now?
yes, and so they create the heavens and the earth, and then they create light, and
Evidence that it's not just things that are extended in space, like planets and stars and suns and all of these sort of cosmic things that have a beginning. Time itself had a beginning along with the universe. So let's talk about that.
Funny enough, though, Krish, we were not created, but McDonald's definitely created. Now, whether it puts us on the toilet seat after, that's a completely different question.
Quotations tonight from well-known, world-renowned.
Tastes good going in, though.
Start by telling you about a man.
That's
by the name
right.
of
I'm
Arnold
very good
Allen.
on my knees
Arnold
anyway.
Allen Penzias is a theoretical physicist and astronomer, and he is most famous for having discovered what's called cosmic microwave background radiation. Now, if you're sitting here today and you don't know what cosmic microwave background radiation is, that's okay. But basically what Penzias discovered...
We're going to give you a physics lesson in
there was
church.
evidentiary basis that there's some reason to believe
Go
that
to
there
church
was
to learn your cosmology.
a Big Bang.
Pat's like, I should have gone into theology. All show, no go, selling an invisible product that has no evidence for its existence. The idea of an eternal soul sells itself. No need for research
there you
or
go, Pat.
publication. And I will say that
Right? That there was a
yes.
beginning. That term, Big Bang, was actually a term that was coined as a pejorative, as a way of making the idea seem absurd and ridiculous. But it caught on. It's got a nice alliteration to it.
A lot of these cosmological arguments were also made when they thought it was a steady state.
Presented that the universe had a beginning at some big explosive event.
And though I will say, and so I'll say what I was going to say. We do have a few open mics, which are going to be our Bible studies tend to be at the end. This tends to be as soon as the video. Sometimes it's a shorter video. This just tends to be a long one. And then the midnight rantings tend to be. But, however, I will say that you can bait James and I into talking about anything. And so if you tag us at James W. or Amy Newman, we will talk about anything and bring it up on screen.
That was called, again, mockingly and pejoratively, the Big Bang. Most physicists said, that's crazy. That's absurd. The universe has always been, will always be. The universe is eternal. Not only is it eternal, it's
it
infinite.
may be in some sense.
It's infinite. And yet there were some scientists in the 40s and 50s and 60s that began to say, you know what, we think, in fact, the universe is not eternal. It's not infinite. It's actually expanding. Well, that raises all kinds of questions, philosophical questions. How can something that's already eternal and infinite be expanding? The question would be raised, into what is it expanding? How can something that's already infinite and eternal grow into something else? What exactly is it growing into? And so when this idea was begun to be put forth, that the universe was finite in time, that it had a definitive beginning, many physicists regarded it as absurd and absolutely unwarranted. The belief was unwarranted by the evidence. But Penzias discovered this cosmic microwave background radiation, which in short form is the residual energy left over from the cosmic beginning, the primordial
Krish,
beginning.
now you're trying to bait me.
I don't expect you to instantly understand cosmology or astrophysics, but what I want you to hear is something that Penzias said in 1978.
We're not getting into politics.
Year that he won the Nobel Prize in physics for his discovery of the cosmic microwave background radiation. This is what he said. My argument is that the best data we have are exactly what I would have predicted. Had I nothing to go on but the 5 books of Moses, the Psalms, and the Bible as a whole.
Oh, I bet.
In the beginning, God created
That's
the heavens
why.
and the earth. Panzia says the scientific
That's why
data that we
people
have,
in the
much of
Bible were
the data that we have,
predicting
what I
all
would have
these things
expected
before
if
we
all I had
counted with
was
science.
books of
right?
Moses and the Psalms and basically the Old Testament. Now, in 1978, the New York Times interviewed Penzias and did an article on his discovery of the cosmic microwave background radiation. Part of that was a confession or a conversion of Sir Frederick Hoyle. Now, Hoyle was himself an astrophysicist and was the one who had actually coined the term Big Bang as a term of mockery and, it was dismissive of the Big Bang. And notice what the article says here. New York Times, March 12, 1978. Sir Fred Hoyle, the cosmologist who proposed...
What I like about creationists is they like to bring the latest information and articles to the table.
A steady state universe, a universe that always has been and is, no changes, no fluxes, no expansion, right? Was with neither beginning nor end, was compelled by the observations of Dr. Penzias to abandon his theory. Penzias continues, the thing I am most interested in now, Dr. Penzias said in an interview, is whether the universe is open or closed. What do you mean by that, Dr. Penzias, whether the universe is open or closed? If it is open, that is expanding forever from a single great explosion of Genesis. Notice what he says here. And the data seems to indicate that it is open. This is precisely the universe that organized religion predicts. Now, this is not scripture. This is not a pastor. This is not a preacher. This is a Nobel Prize-winning physicist saying the best scientific data that we have is consistent with what we have in scripture. If all we had was Moses and the Psalms and the Old Testament, this is what we would have expected.
It's a long video. If we start bringing them on, then we'll
yeah, no, I know. We need a lot of... In fact, I'll keep on saying it. Because now... But I keep on feeling bad because I know these people. I actually like... I know a lot. I know she gets a lot of flack. And yet, I guess, I don't know, maybe it's the Jerry Springer inside of me. I like Godless Girl. And so if she is out there, I am sending love to her and sending love to her streams. I think her Dark Dockets content is funny as for whatever it is, for who he is, and I see Alexandra out there. I wish you could. We used to be very un-FUCUS. Just couldn't fuckest. But what I can tell you is tag us. Tag at James W. at AB Newman. And we will read your comment and talk about whatever you are.
Universe and time.
While we're reading,
but the faster we get through the video,
the faster we get to the open mic. Exactly. So 5 good reasons to believe God exists. We are going to talk through while we're doing that, though.
Self to proceed forth from that ultimate beginning. Now think about it this way. If I ask you to count to 10, you could do that. No problem, right? You could say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If I ask you to count to 100,
1, 2, 4, 8. Oh, God damn it!
You could do that. If I ask you to count to 10,000, you could do that. Even if I ask you to count to 1,000,000, you could count to 1,000,000 if you had enough time to do it, right? In fact, you could count to any finite number if you had enough time to do it.
Here we go.
Right? But if I asked you to count to infinity, could you do that? No, you can't. You can't count to infinity because when you had counted forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever, and it seemed like you were just about ready to arrive, there would be an infinity yet beyond. Right? Now think about that for just a moment. Notice what I put up here on the screen. There could not have been an infinite number of days before today, or we could have never arrived at today.
Therefore, God?
Now just think that through. I don't know exactly how many days, and we can divide time up into any kind of nomenclature that we want here. We can say days, we can say years, we can say moments, we can say seconds, we can say hours, we can say decades. It doesn't matter. We're going to use days because it's easy. I don't know how many days there were before today. I don't know how many days it is back to the Big Bang. But the point is this. It sure seems like it couldn't have been an infinite number of days, because if there had been an infinite number of days or of minutes or of seconds or of moments before today, how could we have ever gotten to today? If an actual infinity cannot be traversed, how could we have arrived at today if there was an infinite number of days before today?
Yeah, what is that?
We very likely couldn't have. There seems to be no mathematical way that we could have traversed an actual infinity to have arrived at today. Lo and behold,
paradox.
Here we are.
You're talking about paradoxes that we get that are, but yet it doesn't stop us from doing things.
This also sounds very Zeno's paradox-ish.
Right. Zeno's paradox.
We know and how far back at least we can go right now. And so 14
Xenu's
billion
paradox.
years.
And
If
so what we
people
have
are
is a
familiar with
sequence,
that,
right?
it's
Today is whatever the
time
day
and
is.
motion
Say the
paradox.
20th, and then the day before that would be the 19th, and then the 18th, and then the 17th. And if we just keep working back, there always would have been a yesterday. There always would have been a yesterday until you got to the first ever day.
What's that breeze?
And we could have had an infinite number of days before that first ever day, or we could have never gotten to this day.
Yeah, we could have.
Really quite fascinating. So not only is
Another great YouTube content creator out there you should all be checking out. Bree.
really good scientific reason to think that the universe had a beginning, there's really good philosophical, mathematical reason to understand that the universe, in fact, had a beginning. This man here is a mathematician himself. He's a professor. His name is David Berlinski, one of my favorite secular writers. And he wrote in a really great book called The Devil's Delusion these words. He says, the universe has not proceeded from everlasting to the everlasting. The cosmological beginning, all the way back to that thing that is we call the Big Bang. He says the cosmological beginning may be obscure, but it is finite in time. What he means by obscure is we're not quite sure. Even physicists and cosmologists, they don't know if they're describing a theoretical concept. They don't know if they're describing an actual thing in which all of the mass of the universe was shrunk down to something that's, fractionally the size of the head of a pin. Did this actually happen, or is it just a theoretical construct? And so what Berlinski is saying here is we don't know exactly what it was, but what we do know is that there was some event, some what he calls cosmological beginning. He continues. This is something that until the 20th century,
there was an event.
People like Penzias and
we
others
don't know what was before.
Corroborated the finitude of the universe. So, man, this is something that was not known until the 20th century. When it became known, it astonished the community of physicists and everyone else. People were like, what? What do you mean the universe had a beginning? And then Berlinski concludes with this awesome line, simple line, amazing line. He says, the hypothesis of God's existence and the facts of contemporary cosmology are consistent.
Because a God who can do anything is consistent with,
anything.
Anything.
Right.
There is a consistency there. There is not a hostility. They do not stand in contradiction. This ancient Mosaic idea that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, some 3,000 years later, after Moses wrote those words, is actually being held up and buttressed and confirmed by the findings of scientists who need all kinds of computers and gadgetry to arrive at these conclusions.
Details.
Berlinski says, you know what? Nobody knew. But what we now know is that the facts of cosmology and the idea of a beginning of the universe in terms of God or the Bible or religion, he says there's a consistency there. Not a contradiction.
Yeah, but it's kind of a flaky consistency. I'm sorry, what?
It's the beginning of this iteration of the universe since this Big Bang. There could have been universes before this, but it's agreed upon that the energy that constituted the singularity was almost certainly eternal. It never came from anywhere. It just is because it just is.
Well, they always act like the singularity is a nothing. They're like, atheists believe in a nothing, right? Right? No.
Energy, infinite energy. Do we know where? We have no idea. No idea. Just like you have no idea where your God came from, but we know that at least energy is real. So an infinite singularity of energy sounds a lot more plausible than a...
And at least we have models for everything after the Big Bang. They don't have models for literally anything. Like, even their kinds are just poofed.
Yeah, just a celestial dude who just exists because he just exists.
Krish, so I'd like to answer this. The answer is no. Hell does not exist. Like, you could make up metaphorical hells. Not to go completely Godwin's law, but like, and I wanted to bring this example up yesterday, but if you were to go on the Auschwitz walls smeared in blood, is if a God exists, he can beg for my forgiveness. That sounds like a hell. However, I don't think that it would actually have. And so how do I know that a hell exists? And so it contradicts with, first of all, a all-knowing, all-good God existing. Because if first of all, a God allows allows evil into this world and then is going to torture people, it seems like the guy that actually would need to go in there is that God. So it's either one of two things. One, that hell doesn't exist because I don't see any good evidence for it. It's highly unmotivated. Or two, the concept would be so evil, as far as I could tell, that the only person deserving to be there would be people like that God. I don't know. Anything else, James? You want to? But we love you, Theus. Keep on sticking around. It's being recorded.
This is Robert Jastrow. He is a late scientist. He's passed away, I think, in 2008. Scientist at NASA, also an astronomer. And this is one of my favorite quotations to this effect. And I think you'll really like it.
Okay, let's see it then.
The scientist who has lived his life by faith in the power of reason, the story ends like a bad dream. The scientist has scaled the mountains of ignorance, and he
loves this quote,
the
by the
highest
way.
peak.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Final rock. He is greeted by a band of theologians who have been sitting there for centuries.
Get it? The scientists work so hard, and after all this hard turmoil, they climb to the top, and all they see are religious theologians.
Now this would be something if the Christians had been saying for centuries, did you know that the universe is expanding and it's infinite? Did you know that? Did you know that the universe is, because the Bible says that the universe is expanding. God stretched out the heavens, so therefore we live in an infinite universe that's expanding, and there are parts of the universe that are so far away from us. No,
that's just your mother.
So fast that we'll never be able to see the light from them because they're so far away. No, the Christians thought we were in a fucking glass dome, a flat earth with a dome on top, and God poured the floodwaters in through holes in the dome. That's what they thought. That's where the theologians were. We just had to teach them everything else by science. And then, of course, they try and retcon it once we tell them what's actually happening. And then they go back through their scriptures and try to say, how can we make this fit with the scriptures? And, how can we make this fit? Oh, okay. Oh, expanding universe. Oh, the Bible says God stretched out the heavens. That sounds like an expanding universe to me. We got it.
And I mean, I'll take it, Krish. I think it's shitty to burn people for not believing, because they would also believe the moment that they were in heaven or hell, and so it'd be a shitty bar.
But
I don't believe in hell. I don't think James does either, but we'll take it. You're getting closer in our book.
I don't think that the worst person ever to live would deserve an infinite hell.
No, there's no one. Humans, like the theists, talk all day long about how we cannot understand infinity, and then they're like, BT dubs, we're then going to burn someone forever.
For finite crimes.
Yeah. And they try, think of the worst, terrible, and they try. You can think of so just Google what is the Gilbert Gottfried frickin' Jesus Christ, the not masquerades, the someone in chat, please help me. Tell me what the joke is. It's one of the longest, most raunchiest jokes. It is amazing because every comedian can have the Aristocrats. Go Google the Aristocrats, and not even anyone in an Aristocrats jokes deserves that.
I mean, I couldn't imagine, and it says God gets joy out of this. I couldn't imagine getting joy out of watching anybody burning for. I mean, after a few seconds, wouldn't you want to just put them out of their misery? Like, what enjoyment do you get out of their suffering? Maybe that's just me, but
unless you're a sadist. Have we fact-checked all of his citations? Yeah, I think his citations are the apologist and creationist websites, maybe the Heritage Foundation. I know. I fucking love the aristocrat. I love. He does it the best. I did it the best.
Just as we're about ready to come to a scientific awareness of the nature of the universe and the origin of the universe, he's like, man, there's already a bunch of people there and they're holding Bibles. There's a bunch of theologians on the top of that mountain. So the idea of time, that the universe and time itself had a beginning, is one very persuasive. It's one piece of the puzzle. It's not all of it, but it's one piece of the puzzle that strongly suggests that the idea that there is a God is not a fairy tale idea. It's not a ridiculous idea. It's not an idea that has no sensibility or reasonability. In fact, consistent, in the words of Berlinski, with the facts of contemporary cosmology. Let's go now to our second word. From time, we move to the word life. Life. Right? Let's talk about the nature of life. And here's reason number 2. Life comes from life, comes from life, comes from life, comes from life. You get the idea. Living things come from living things. Right?
What did God make us out of?
Would God constitute life? I don't think they would even say God would constitute
and I'm pretty sure God created, at least biblically, it was dirt, right? It was clay and dirt.
Yeah. A rock.
Favorite things. We don't say this in America. I'm from America, as you know, probably can detect by my accent. One of my favorite things that you Australians say is you will say that somebody fell pregnant. We don't say that in America. We say you got pregnant, right? I got pregnant or whatever. But I love it. I remember the first time I heard it. I fell pregnant.
What's up, Captive Desk?
Fell pregnant? What does falling have to do with this, right? Unless it's falling on a bed, right? It's like, I fell pregnant. I fell up.
I mean, maybe you just fell into someone and then you got her pregnant. It happens, as long as you got consent.
Fall on a dick.
Hey, Mom, can you get me McDonald's? I love McDonald's, unfortunately, for better or for worse. Or I love fast food, I would say, because McDonald's is more Rachel's. I kind of am a Burger King gal, but Wendy's.
Wendy's, yeah. You said you would have been fine at the Donald Trump fast food banquet.
Oh, I 100% would have been. Like you could fill me with fried chicken and burgers, and I would be a happy, happy lady. That's another story. Anyway, sending love. What's up, Beamsy?
I fell over and I woke up and I was no. Okay, listen. The idea of falling pregnant is something that we all it's just so routine. It's so obvious that it hardly requires stating. Babies come from moms, right? Life comes from living things. Right?
Women don't come from ribs.
Storks are also alive, right? So it's this idea that babies come from living things, or living things come from living things. I'm getting my analogies mixed up here. So John chapter 1, the first book of the New Testament, Genesis chapter 1, to now one of the Gospels, one of the first 4 books of the New Testament. We go from the Old Testament to the New Testament. The first 4 books of the New Testament are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. We find ourselves in the Gospel of John. We find these words, which are absolutely reminiscent. They echo what we were just reading moments ago in Genesis chapter 1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Notice this, John chapter 1, verses 1 and 3. In the beginning was the Word. The Greek word here is the word logos. We'll come back to that in just a second. In the beginning was the Word.
There was cheesecake.
And through him, which is fascinating, attributing personality to a word. In the beginning was the Word, the logos, and all things were made by him.
Is the Word?
The Word is a him. The Word is a he. The Word is a person. Now that word logos is an important word. It's the same root. It's the root that we get words like biology from. So biology is 2 words: bios, which is life, and logos, the word about life. Or geology, geo, which is earth, and logos, which is the word. So geology is the word about the earth. Anthropology, the word about the study of mankind. Paleontology, the word about fossils. Right? And so the word logos is fascinating because here in John chapter 1, it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word...
He's not going to trigger Pat by saying archaeology.
The Word was a person. A living person. Life comes from life. The man on the screen that you see there is a man by the name of Antony Flew. Antony Flew was arguably the world's foremost academic atheist until 2007. He died not many years after that in 2010. But he was a published and vociferous and absolutely adamant academic atheist, taught at many of the most premier universities in England, right? Antony Flew. And a fascinating thing happened. There was a scandal that took place in the philosophical community of England.
They love talking about Antony Flew, even though he didn't become a Christian. He didn't become an Abrahamic religious follower. If he was a YouTuber right now, he may be doing videos about why Christianity sucks. And yet they like to use him as like this great victory.
England in 2005.
What, did he become a deist?
When Flew actually changed his mind.
Okay.
He came out and he said, you know what? I've been looking at the evidence. I've been reconsidering my former position. And I mentioned a moment ago that academics don't like to change their perspective. When they've stated something and they put it in writing and it's been peer reviewed and they're on record, they only very reluctantly yield to the evidence. Like all of us, by the way. Academics are no different from us in that regard, right?
I'm sorry. Can we play that again? Because I never... Not only do I not understand this point, I think it's the exact opposite.
I've been looking at the evidence. I've been reconsidering my former position. And I mentioned a moment ago that academics don't like to change their perspective.
I mean, if they're shown sufficient evidence, I think they will. Doesn't it? Would look kind of silly to hold to your position against the weight of the evidence from an academic standpoint for emotional reasons. Not that it ever happens, but
also, what is up? What? And if you're Mormon, you can get your own planet.
When they've stated something and they put it in writing and it's been peer reviewed and they're on record, they only very reluctantly yield to the evidence. Like all of us, by the way. Academics are no different from us in that regard, right? If we've really put our foot down, we don't like to back off. We don't like to be wrong. It's not easy to say I was wrong. And it's really not easy to say if you've dedicated your academic life and career to the promulgation of the idea, in part, that there is no God. Most of Flew's studies were in the philosophy of religion. And he regarded the belief in the existence of God as a kind of absurdity. And he
will they ever admit that they were wrong
the Richard Dawkins
about the
of his
belief
day,
in God? No.
The foremost popular atheists of the day. And yet,
no matter what we present to them, no, nothing ever.
God, how the world's most...
First of all, Anthony Flew was before at least my time. So I have to just learn them by them like using him as a trophy. But like I said, he would be like a Skylar Fiction. He would be like someone who is actually more batting away religion. Be like even Beamsy. And just trying to think of more basically when you're more science-minded, it really, just because you believe some of these deistic arguments, that does not mean that you think that a man came back from the dead. Or and also setting love out there, Krish. If you're leaning towards Judaism, that means like we're getting you further back. That's right. Come on now. Just if you see paganism or deism back here, these are those two buckets. If we can get you there, there's just like one more line, and you're over that line. Yeah. Well, and Islam always tries. I think the problem is that Islam tries to make the sell that like, here's how it goes. Well, there has to be a God because of a first cause, right? Okay, we got that first cause. All right, so let's talk about why the Trinity is so stupid. Okay, the Trinity is so stupid. All right, so we've thrown Christianity out. So that means that Judaism and Islam are the only two religions that we can pick from. All right, well, why is Judaism so silly? Okay, well, Judaism's thrown out. So what's left, James? It has to just be Islam. And that's their, their Dawaistic thing. But yes, I guess if you maybe go back to Judaism, please, it's a good faith. But Krish, first of all, I'm sending love. I was damn lucky. You have no idea how lucky I was because my parents, I wouldn't say they're upper class, but they're upper middle class. And I was given a really amazing childhood that I need to like heavily give back for the rest of my life. Part of why I'm right here right now, if I'm being honest with you. Because, which I know we were joking, early on, because some people rib us about why we're here. We actually love them. We actually do it for the Skeptic and Ranting community, both for atheists and theists. We want theists to be open with us. We do want you. We can't help it. We do want you to get over that either get to the deist line or over it. But, like, if you never cross that line, we're still going to love you. It's still going to always be good. We hope everyone becomes a skeptic. That, 100%. But yeah, no, you would have to convince me why to not eat bacon, and it would have to be from a vegan perspective, not a Muslim perspective, because I think that pigs are amazing, smart, intelligent, emotional animals, just like us. And so, like, I've already been trying to eat as much bacon as possible to make up for all the bacon. I just kid because I make that joke, but yeah, it's really my ancestors, because it's not like my mom wasn't making me French toast and bacon. So, Judaism is the most merciful religion. No, Jews right now are very merciful. Their book is not. Like, the best part about Judaism right now is that so many Jewish people ignore their book. And there's like not a hint of sarcasm in my voice. Like, that is 100% why I love it. My joke is that you can go to a rabbi and they'll be like, you can go, Rabbi, I don't know if I believe in God. And they'll go, who believes in God? Apparently all rabbis are Larry David. But, anyway, 5 good reasons to believe God exists. We're getting back into it. We're moving through it. We're about halfway through. We're going to hit that mark soon.
Notorious atheist changed his mind. Which raises the question,
notorious
how did an intellectual,
atheist,
academic, committed atheist to change his mind from a position that he has held for decades to a new position? Well, let's
have him slowly losing his mind as he is dying.
The book is fascinating, by the way. Let me just give you what's in the book. Flew said this: what I think the DNA, right? DNA, the deoxyribonucleic acid molecule.
Play this for a second.
What I think the DNA material has done is shown that, watch this now, that intelligence must have been involved in getting all these extraordinarily diverse elements together. The enormous complexity by which the results were achieved look to me like the work of, what's that word? Intelligence. It's fascinating. He says something about DNA. Now, I'm sure that, I don't know how long it was that you were in a class where you had to...
I had to have my codons ready. All right, everyone. Yeah. There we go. We got the genetic code. A completely new argument. James, have you ever heard this before?
Oh, I mean, it's got to be designed, right? It's like a code.
It's like a code.
Like a code. A literal code, so we're told.
Yeah, I forgot.
To study DNA and the nucleotides and RNA and all of this. I don't know how long ago that was for you, but you almost certainly remember that the thing that most of us recall about DNA is that it's kind of this like spiral staircase, right? It's like a spiral staircase with these nucleotide stairs that go across between 2 strands. The fascinating thing about DNA, though, is not its chassis. It's not its structure. What made DNA so amazing, and what Flew was saying here, is it wasn't the double helix structure that caused me to reconsider my perspective. It was that structure contained a code. Contained a what word did I say, everyone?
All right, we got it.
There was a language in there. There was data in there.
Trying to find my little genetics buddy, but did everyone catch that? You had the people in the audience. Code! Yeah! Code! I'm helping! Sure, okay, whatever.
It's data there, Amy. It's data. Well,
data what I hate, what kills me on the inside is he goes, there's data there, there's information there, and he says that as if they're the exact same thing.
Data could be anything.
Could be anything. Could be your heart's... Yeah. Honestly, they are just using incredulity, the fact that their crowd doesn't know anything about these subjects.
You can have data about stars in the sky, and there's data from those stars. They're not alive. There's nothing going on there. It's not physical, chemical reactions. But it produces data.
Really? From Star Trek?
Yeah, if you ask Captain Picard.
Information in there. Now watch this. Francis Crick, who was one of the co-discussers.
And I pulled a nickel from behind your ear. Oh, I think you're talking about
the pose he's got right there. Look at that. Yeah, he's like got it busted in a move right there.
He's rocking it. guys, would you worship Mesopotamian gods? That depends on how sexy they are. And are they into threesomes? Doesn't just have to be, okay, how about thruples? Open relationships?
Of the DNA molecule, right, with James Watson in like 1962. One of the co-discoverers of the DNA molecule. Notice what he himself said. I mean, after this discovery was
Does
found,
have a sexy
because
voice.
people knew, right? People knew well before 1962 that they say, "Oh, you're a chip off the old block. You look just like your mother. You look just like your father. Oh, you look just like your granddad as a baby." People understood what's called heritability. They knew that you could look like your mom, or you could look like your dad, or you could look like your granddad. But the mechanism of heritability was not known. Everybody knew information was being passed on, but how is that information being passed on? Where does the information come from?
Sorry. Hold on. Did you see that, though?
His little hop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just go back. Yeah. Let's see it again.
Let's see it again.
No, I can't hear him.
Oh, no, I muted it. You want to hear it with the sound? I was just making him hop.
Everybody knew information was being passed on, but how is that information being passed on, and where does the information come from? Right? And the discovery of DNA was, hey, this is the chassis. This is the black box that holds the code, holds the language. And so notice what Crick says. Crick, who, again, was one of the co-discoverers, he received the Nobel Prize in 1962 for this discovery. Notice what he says. An honest man.
He says, I love God, signed a scientist. Oh, no, it doesn't say that. It says something a little bit different.
Man or woman, armed with all of the knowledge available to us, could only state that in some sense, the origin of life appears at the moment to be almost a, what's that word? It's a miracle.
First of all, this man, head of the human genome. Yeah, I know. I was going to say that qualifier there. Almost a miracle. So it's a rare event. Okay. So it's not a miracle. And this is the guy who fell to his knees. And I understand that sounds like where a good story would begin, but in front of three waterfalls. And because the waterfall was split into three parts, he decided, well, he's going to come to Jesus. No, really. That makes complete sense. Fantastic.
He's like an honest person. Looking at the data that we now have, would have to say it looks basically miraculous. He continues. So many are the conditions which would have had to have been satisfied to get it going. To get what going? To get life going. To get this whole thing, babies coming from mothers, to get that whole process going, right? In its, very early unicellular state. But you just fast forward. You fast forward the tape. And we say, well, where do babies come from? Babies come from moms. Okay, true enough, and it's something that is so obvious that it scarcely needs stating. But the point is that where did this get started? Where did the information come from? Where did the data come from? And Crick's like, look, straight up, an honest guy who, by the way, himself was an atheist, not a believer, not a follower of God, not somebody that was a Bible believer of any stripe. He later would actually propose a fascinating theory that came to be called directed panspermia. Directed panspermia.
And okay, that is actually where you rub really hard, and at the last second, it just ends up on her tits. I don't know if anyone knew that or not, but okay. No, okay, let's get to aliens.
Now that sounds really fancy. It sounds really kind of almost persuasive when you say it that way. Directed. Well, directed means that it was purposeful, that it was done with intentionality. Directed panspermia, root word sperm, from the word seed.
I love that he is saying this to a lay audience. I understand that I have the maturity of the adolescent that the presuppositionalists think I am. However, it is a funny moment.
Focus.
And basically, it's the idea. I know it's going to sound crazy, but the idea is that the DNA molecule was placed on spaceships by aliens long ways away, a long time ago, and they launched these spaceships.
I mean, it makes way more sense than God. I just think this is funny that he's saying this in a church.
Into the universe, and luckily for us, one of those spaceships with the DNA molecule landed on our planet. I'm telling you.
Well,
And
because
you
if
have
you
to
didn't,
actually
we wouldn't be
admire
here,
the
right?
intellectual honesty
So-
here.
Yeah, and not only that, but like even if panspermia was true, I don't think that panspermia is the leading hypothesis. Even if panspermia was true, that would mean there would be an original planet in which abiogenesis would have had to have arisen naturally. So, one way or another, it's gonna rise naturally.
Because if you were walking through the woods and you saw an iPhone, right? If you saw an iPhone, you would immediately intuit, even if you were back in the 1800s, the 1900s, you would look and you would say, this is the work of intelligence. So that you would understand that you were.
No, actually, chances are, if you were to go back 1,000 to a few thousand years ago, they would think it's the work of a demon or a devil. Oh my God, she's a witch. Well, I'm going to be birding, but I do have to say I freaking loves playing Scrabble anywhere. Oh, no. It makes sense.
Something that
Right.
contains
Total
information and that required intelligence to make, right? And so when Flew and when Crick and when other molecular biologists and scientists saw DNA, they scratched their head and they said, some intelligent...
No, hold on. When Flew got convinced by one of his friends when he was sick and on his deathbed, you convinced him of this. And then when Crick was at a trip, he converted to Christianity, and it had nothing to do with the Human Genome Project at all. But sure.
Created this.
What did it have to do with DMT?
Flew said, I think it's a designer.
Maybe.
Some sort of a deity, some sort of a god. Crick said, I think it's some sort of...
You have to be doing drugs, right? I mean, look, I love me a waterfall, okay? Nobody is going to hear me saying Amy Newman hates a waterfall. But what? You just see 3 different beams of water and Jesus, that's it?
Jesus, yeah. I mean,
The Holy Spirit,
we live in our
God,
Judeo-Christian society, of course.
Jesus.
It's got to be the religion that corresponds with the culture you find yourself in, right? Lucky you.
Exactly.
Right?
So if it was 2 waterfalls or 4 waterfalls, he would be an atheist right now?
Been because Christianity is true, so it had to be 3.
Had to be 3. Yeah. I also like how just at the very beginning, it wasn't a spaceship. Complex organic molecules are found on meteors. I also love at the very beginning of this, he's just like, I'm going to try and keep this simple. Because you want to keep things simple for things.
As outlandish as possible, so yeah.
You heard it here first. Amy Newman hates waterfalls. Spread the word. Mwahahaha. That's right. It's not only that, but rainbows too.
Intelligence. But the point is, I mean, there could be no greater alien intelligence than God himself, right? God is alien to the world. Of course, he became one of us. We'll talk about that later. But the idea that it was some extraterrestrial, which just means not from this earth intelligence, is actually totally consistent with what Scripture says.
We're made in God's image, so...
I just want to, if you went home with a lot less context and you're like, what you learn in church today? Aliens. Okay.
In the beginning was the Word, and through him all things were made. There was an intelligent source, a super intelligent source, not from this planet, that caused DNA to come here and to replicate. I agree.
Still makes more sense than God, though.
Now, the fascinating
thing
would
is be natural.
Flew and Crick talk about conditions. The conditions being just right for the promulgation of DNA in the biological realm. The problem is it's not just about conditions, it's about information.
Conditioner?
It's about what word, everyone? Information is crucial, and listen to me very carefully.
Now I can't unsee it. That is not a fair name.
You didn't notice?
God damn it! No.
I tried to tell you before.
I mean, it's not even fair. It's such a low-hanging fruit But sometimes so are the balls, and sometimes so is the ass.
Ass
here.
cherry.
The only known source of information is intelligence. Information comes from intelligent sources.
No.
Right? Go back to the iPhone or to a computer. We just mentioned this a moment
Not
ago.
always.
An iPhone is really made up of two parts. It has its chassis, or its outside.
It's chassis.
The screen and the metal.
Oh, okay. And I know what's on the inside. Hot.
Metal and the silicon. That's what it's made of, right? But an iPhone without computer programming, without an operating system is basically useless. Without a computer without an operating system is essentially useless. In fact, there's actually a term for this in the computer programming.
A computer and a mind, it kind of you kind of need those things. Or a computer and a mind. A brain and a mind, you kind of need those things.
World, and it's GIGO. Any you ever heard that term before?
G.I. Joe?
It stands for garbage in, garbage out. And what it means is, if you're a garbage programmer and you put garbage programs or garbage apps, and then you write a bad program with bad code and you put it into the chassis, whether it's an iPad or an iPhone or a computer, you're not going to get a really great usable interface out. If you have bad programming in, you'll have bad user experience on the way out. Because we understand that in order to get information out of that chassis, you have to have an intelligent source that put it in. And
but there's a difference
discover DNA
between DNA that is actually working with everything that it has cobbled together in a program that is so fickle that it needs to work exactly correct or it's going to break. It's actually highly different.
They're like, man, there's language there, there's information there.
Oh,
Just
snap.
the word cow. Now, you and I, English-speaking people, English-reading people, we look up at that, and that transaction happens so quickly in your mind. You go from seeing a series of symbols, in this case, 3 symbols, in sequence. You go from seeing that, you instantaneously get the picture in your head. It happens in nanoseconds, right? In fact, it happens so easily and so seamlessly that it's not even possible for you to look at that word and not read it.
Not only that, but that transaction was for a trans, so it happens sometimes.
Once you have the ability to read, you can't not read, right? It's very difficult to read. Now, if I put this word up, you can read it, you can sound it out, but you don't.
My God, this guy's like a DPD machine.
Don't know probably what that word is. Well, that is the same word that we just had a moment ago, but in Indonesian, right? So you have the word cow, and that C, that O, that W are symbols that point to an actual beast, an animal that lives in, the pasture and moose. Right, but of course that word there, sapi, the Indonesian word, that's not a cow itself. It's a symbol. But you and I understand that we have put information, we have put data into those symbols. You were told as a little boy, that's a cow. Cows go moo. You were told as a little girl, that's a horse.
You know what else does moo?
Were you?
Your mama last night with me.
Cows go moo.
Yes, cows go moo.
Horses whinny.
I feel like we're at the pinnacle of this scientific argument right now. Cows go moo. I have no idea. Trying to follow his 5-step plan to Jesus. Robert, you actually have to have a fork and a knife ready. You can pick your dressing, but it is a very dense word salad.
That's a dog.
Asterisk.
I'm sorry. Once again, we're just
salad. Yeah.
I can't tell if he is like on acid, if he's trying to talk to kindergartners. The cow goes moo. What are you people not understanding?
Yeah, that symbol, and then you later learned k and d and ah and g. You learned these sounds, and now you just so easily, so seamlessly transition from symbols to reality. It's easy breezy. Right?
Easy, beautiful.
Probably for many of you in this room.
Excuse me, easy, breezy, beautiful cover girl.
He really gets into this, like with the body language and the gesturing, acting things out.
Hey, James. And I hurt my foot. I'm gonna have to do this on my heel.
Oh, God.
But James, do you know how to? Oh, really? Oh, I love that. But I'll handle that only after I tell you. Did you know how I got to Jesus? I don't know if. Yeah, that was my jump to Jesus.
Tell us all about it, Newman. The hop to Jesus.
Oh my goddess! I randomly hurt my foot last night.
on our stream.
Yeah, one of the times in between, and I can use that word. I tripped over myself. I tripped over my own feet. I have no one to blame but myself. That's right.
Feet.
Though I do have to admit that I can not be a acrobatist like the mental gymnasts that apologists go through. The mental gymnastics.
That's a treble clef. That's an eighth note, and that's an A. Right? But some of
He's
you
got the good
can't read
screen
this.
on there changing.
You know that it means something. You can tell it was put there with intentionality and with purpose, but you
bow,
don't read the code.
Cat.
You don't
meow,
read the
meow. Therefore, Jesus.
Was like this.
Therefore, Jesus.
Like sapi, or like the word smell, or how about this one? Not just music, but this.
The Jesus goes moo.
Now, this means something.
Bullshit.
It might not mean something to anyone in this room. Can anyone in here read this? This is the Chinese character.
No, but I'm on Molly, and I'll try anyway.
Life.
What?
John chapter 1, verse 4 says, "In him was life." Now watch this. Several references here. John chapter 14,
I am
the
life.
way, the truth, and the life. Jesus speaking to a woman named Martha just before the resurrection of her brother Lazarus said, "I am the resurrection and the life. He who believes in me, though he may die, yet he shall live. I am the life. I contain the life."
Okay, so you're not going to die. Yeah,
the
we
word,
get
the
it.
data, information, the code. Anthony Flew said, "Man, there's data in DNA," and he changed his mind. After decades of committed intellectual academic atheism, he said, "Somebody has put a fly in the ointment. Somebody has put some data into this thing. We found a biological iPhone with an operating system that works really, really well. It didn't just happen," said Flew. In fact, credit to Flew. He was a true evidentialist. He was somebody that said, "I will follow the conclusion wherever the evidence leads." A lot of people are not evidentialists, they're idealists. And they are not just idealists, they're so committed to their ideology that they don't care what the evidence says, they'll remain committed to their ideology. So credit to Flew, who even after
You mean like a religious?
I think this is a kindergarten. Yo, for like a good 5 minutes, I thought this was a kindergarten class. I was trying to learn why the cow goes moo.
Oh, well, when the boy cow gets on top of the girl cow, she goes moo.
There is information there. The Bible says that information.
Oh, listen to this. Because he's conflating that. He would not
He's
do...
like prancing around, though.
It's like Peter Pan. But in a computer science class, he would get scolded for the
strongly
sense.
Suggests that there is data there. There is information there. The Bible says that information...
They're not the same thing. Data is just symbols. Information is the ability to translate those symbols into into something useful.
Information came from God himself, from the Word, from the Logos. In the beginning was the Word. Through him, all things were made. And so not only did the universe and time itself had a beginning, but life had a beginning. And that beginning was alive. Because God is eternally existent. He is eternally alive. So living things come from living things, come from living things, come from living things.
Now, I don't know that they would classify God as life.
Probably my personal favorite.
Biological.
It's a life, l'chaim.
Reason number 3, the best explanation of minds is a mind.
What does this sentence mean? Like,
best
this is psychology.
Mind is a brain.
The best explanation of mind is a mind. No, that actually means nothing. In fact, just capitalizing it does not change anything. Sending so much love. This makes me want to get a little cow stuffy from Doorknob Head for cow tipping later. Woo! Or should I say, Thank you so much, Doorknob Head. I love cows. They're so cute. But I would totally go cow hugging later. Yeah. Also, randomly, I've just been going through all of the episodes of Impractical Jokers, and one of the punishments I have. I'm trying to go through. It's great to fall asleep to. And so one of the punishments was that one of the guys had to deliver a cow. And so that was an interesting endeavor. Watch a baby cow come into the world. And we are thanking so much for Doorknob Head. We are going out to the farm and sending that love right back to you.
I'm sure Ken Hovind's got quite a few at Dinosaur Adventureland. He's got a whole farm there, so he can sit there and watch the animals have sex.
Oh my!
Hours out of the day.
Honestly, I don't think that it's truly a fulfilling day unless he has a better understanding about another animal's genitals. You know what I mean?
It was one of the guys at work, because I was telling him about the channel, and I guess I'm an atheist. We have an atheist channel, and he looked at the Ken Hovind debate, and he's like, "Man, that guy talks a lot about whale penises, like whale penises." I was like, "Yeah."
That's not true. He talks just enough about whale penises. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. He sure does talk about whale dicks a lot.
But thank you so very much, Doorknob Head, for $10 one more time. 4 cow tipping later, and we are sending that love right back. And it looks like we got the 3, 4, and 5. Makes so much sense.
Almost 40 minutes through, so we're
getting through
about 2/3 of the way through.
And in between 3 or 4, I'm gonna run backwards for just 1 second. Run backwards. Run, Cherry, run. Okay, the best explanation of a mind is a mind. I love the capitalization. They love to play with words
Semantics,
that are, that also they consistently change out consciousness, sentience, mind. They abuse the word consciousness all the in time.
Best explanation of a mind is a brain.
Yes, 100%.
Not a mind.
To me, the analogy, and it's just an analogy. Most analogies break down, but your brain is the physical computer. Your mind is the operating system, the software. And so, like, what are you run the mind on? Like, a mind is responsible for a mind. That's just okay. Fantastic.
They're the ones who say, like, no, there's this other thing that is independent of the brain that is the real you. Yeah.
It is a deepity. Like, some of the stuff he was just explaining, like, this guy has mixed in some okay science, as in, like, he was explaining some of the origins of the Big Bang, some deepities, some things that sound like they are amazingly insightful, but on top of investigation, they're either trivial or actually wrong, which leads us to number 3, a lot of stuff that's just wrong. What a mix. What a mix.
Capital M mind, the mind of God.
Capital M.
Now let's just talk here briefly about what the brain is, because we know that the brain and the mind are interconnected in such a wonderful and mysterious way. No one denies that the mind and the brain are interrelated and interconnected. They are not. They don't appear to be.
And I imagine this is where it ends.
They are related. And so let's just talk briefly about the complexity of the brain. The human brain is made up of approximately 100 to 200 billion neurons. Every one of those neurons has an average of 7,000 connections, neuronal or dendritic connections. That means that there are then more potential neuronal pathways and connections than there are electrons in the universe. Let me just say that again. There are more potential pathways in your brain than there are electrons in the universe. We're told that the number of electrons...
Also, Krish, I hate to break it to you, Jews do not believe in a heaven. Not like the heaven, like the Christians or the Muslims, I will say. They believe in a Sheol. They're waiting for, like, the Messiah. But they're really not clear on a lot of that stuff. at all.
There's different viewpoints on it, different ideas, and
yeah.
Electrons in the universe, astrophysicists tell us that there are approximately 10 to the 81st power. That's a 10 with 81 zeros behind it. That's the number of electrons in the universe. The number of potential connections in the average human brain is 10 to the 125th power, which is a number that is magnificently larger, exponentially larger than 10 to the 81. It's astonishing.
Okay.
In fact, human brain is by far the most complex thing that we know of in the universe. Nothing else even comes close. The human brain is just astronomically, literally astronomically.
I don't know if that is true.
I don't know either.
Nonetheless, regardless of how complex our brain is, complexity, as far as I can tell, is just a hallmark of time. You know, whatever you're doing, it tends to get more complex. When you are working with a system, oftentimes you need it to get more complex, but really you want things to be simple. And so it's not. Like, one of the hallmarks of design are really straight edges, 90-degree corners. That doesn't tend to happen in nature. Is that a superpower? Not really. Like, it's not that, like, to think a ruler is mind-bending, I don't know. Just doesn't seem that high and mighty. What do you bring to the Avenger group? Well, I fly. Oh, yeah? Well, what do you do? I shoot beams out of my eyes. Oh, yeah? Well, what's this guy do? Well, if I have a pencil or a pen that's, well, not quite out of ink, I can make 90-degree angles. Holy shit. Why are the first two guys even on this team?
Well, I mean, the thing, like, so consciousness is in some ways a mystery to us. I mean, it kind of makes sense that the brain itself is such a complicated organ that we still don't understand everything that's going on.
Let me be my pedantic self. There are many things about consciousness we don't understand still. Because I wouldn't say we completely don't understand consciousness, but I would 100% agree that there's many things about consciousness that we don't understand.
That we don't understand.
Because they use that word as just a sledgehammer, I swear, against lay people who have no expertise in these subjects. They just say the C word, consciousness, and people fall over, just like oftentimes abiogenesis, or, you know, the pre-sup word, very similar to consciousness, intelligibility. Like, that question, when it's asked, I feel like it blows everyone away. Like, James, what makes the universe intelligible? It's a weird sentence, isn't it? Because of how it's phrased, peanut butter. But really, what they're asking, if you unjargon it, is they're saying, James, why can we comprehend anything? Well, all of a sudden, that becomes a very brain-mind-oriented question. And so when you ask it that first way, it sounds like, whoa, I don't even know what does make everything intelligible. And then it's like, well, is it a rabbi, a first-century rabbi coming back from the dead? Probably not.
It would be Darth and Mr. Batman would
exactly.
Say. But what I was going to say, like, if what they're saying, like, their view of this is that the mind is separate from the body, and that the mind, like, what makes you is actually something separate and just interacts with the body through the brain, then the brain wouldn't even need. Why would the brain even need to be all that complex? It's just receiving commands and interfacing with this soul that is this thing that is immaterial and separate from the body. But the brain is so complicated because it's actually generating this consciousness, and how exactly that happens and generates from the neurons, we don't exactly know. But everything that we can tell us that's where it's being generated at. And
and we know this factually. We know that consciousness is being generated from the brain. Like,
right.
At least medically, when people have it, I'll give you an example. If people are having issues, neurological issues, they often don't start looking in the calf. They often aren't like, well, to use my example, they're having seizures. Well, should we start checking in the liver? Should we waste a lot of time and money checking in the colon? What do you think, James? I wouldn't.
So
I don't know if
what they're saying is that the brain, the brain is this conduit that is being interacted with. So yeah, if the brain is damaged, then it's going to, then this external mind is not going to be able to properly interact with the body because the brain conduit is damaged. But what doesn't make sense to me about that is, like, people have, so the brain is just this conduit to interact with the body from the mind, which is part of the soul, which is separate from the body, according to religion. But then it seems kind of weird that brain injuries and stuff could affect, like, your desires, your wants, your personality. It seems like it's not just a conduit to interact with something.
And when your brain gets damaged, it seems to knock out that consciousness and that.
Right. It seems to be more than just a conduit. It seems that that's where it's all. That's the whole shebang. It's all happening right then and there.
I'm waiting to find out where the ghost in the machine happens. But I am just. I'm going to let James talk over him, and I'm just going to be right back. But we're almost coming into the end of the video, and then we'll go into the open mic.
It's coming up, folks. Get ready.
Coming up as we go back in for 5 good reasons to believe God exists.
But it's not just that the brain is complex. It's that the brain, in some weird, wonderful, woolly way, gives rise to what we call the mind. And the mind is your identity, it's your personhood, it's your character, it's your desires, it's your volition, it's who you perceive yourself to be. You don't perceive yourself to be a brain located in your skull. You perceive yourself to be a person with dreams and hopes and fears and ambitions and all of that. Einstein famously said, regarding the nature of the universe and of the human mind's ability to apprehend the universe nature, he famously said, look, the most incomprehensible thing about the universe is that it is comprehensible. He had several quotes to this effect. Here's another one. The eternal mystery of the world is its comprehensibility. The fact that it is comprehensible is, notice this word shows up here again, it's a miracle. No. What does Einstein mean that the most incomprehensible thing about the universe is its comprehensibility?
I don't know how comprehensible it is.
It's not just that the universe is amazing. It's not just that DNA, whether we go macro and we look at the astrophysical side or we go micro and we look at the DNA side. It's not just that the external world is amazing and fine-tuned and wonderful and symmetrical and awesome. It's not just that. What Einstein is saying, it's not just that the world is amazing, it's that we know it's amazing. Well, how do we know it's amazing? Because we have an organ in our bodies that is sufficiently complex to apprehend that the universe is amazing. Think of it this way. If the highest form of evolved life on Earth was an earthworm, the universe would still be as amazing as it is, Earth would still be as amazing as it is, sunsets would still be as beautiful as they are, waterfalls would still be as awesome as they are, and DNA would still contain all of the language that we just talked about a moment ago, and earthworms would be none the wiser.
And nobody would care.
Even if you were more advanced, and we'll talk about
nobody
this
would care.
in a few nights, even if you were as advanced as, say, a horse.
Nature doesn't care
It's
about
considerably
us,
more
so.
advanced biologically and neurologically than an earthworm.
A
But
horse?
we're not aware of the tremendous glory and beauty that we see. No offense to
And
horse.
it is amazing that we are aware, and it is amazing that we can contemplate these things. But I mean, I guess, well, like they always say, oh, you think just dumb luck made it. Well, I guess in a way that is luck of the draw, that evolution decided that these traits and having this ability to cognate and to perceive things the way that we do was advantageous for our survival. But it's because of that we're even able to do it. if we weren't able to, and then we wouldn't be able to. Oh well,
Indeed.
No, evolution doesn't care. Reality doesn't care. It just be's what it is. But as amazing as like the things that we look at and see and interact with on the Earth, you got to realize there's a whole universe out there of other planets and things that are much more beautiful and amazing that we'll never be able to see because we just exist on this one planet. As amazing as it is, you really think that there's that this is the most amazing thing? Like there are mountains, I'm sure, on planets all around the universe that would make Mount Everest look like nothing, just dwarf it in scale that we'll never be able to see because, well, they're so far away and we're stuck here.
Absolutely. There's basically the amount of amazing, beautiful, wonderful things probably
We'll never see.
And yet we should just be lucky we can see what we have. And the other thing that you were talking about, that chance, it is a mix. So you could say it's just by chance, yes, that the right conditions are on Earth and that we live in the habitable zone. But the fact that the conditions are good, are prime for life, is why life arose here. It wasn't just random. It wasn't like we are in a freezing cold environment and life arose here with no energy sources. That would be actually way, I hate to say cooler, but more surprising. But the fact that we are within the middle band where things are not freezing or burning, the fact that we are carbon-based life forms with lots of energy being poured in from the sun, that actually makes a lot of sense.
We wouldn't find ourselves somewhere where we couldn't be.
Indeed.
It's not just that the universe is amazing, it's that we know it's amazing, which means we must have the tools to apprehend the universe and its amazingness and its fundamental nature. The most incomprehensible thing about the universe is its comprehensibility.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Einstein wasn't the only theoretical physicist to note this. This man here, Dr. Eugene Wigner, who won the Nobel Prize, who's a theoretical physicist who I believe won a Nobel Prize as well. He, sometime in the 1960s in physics, notice what he said in a very popular essay titled On the Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics. Wigner writes, "The enormous usefulness of mathematics is something bordering on the mysterious. There is no rational explanation for it. The nature of math and the fact that the language that we formulate captures the laws of physics and allows us to build iPhones, build bridges, put people on the moon, and to build international television."
So we should just expect everything to be random and just no rhyme or reason to anything, just random stuff happening with no ability to, track it or to, make predictions about anything because everything is just random. That doesn't even make sense. Why would you expect it to be that way?
James, algebra, as amazing as it is, finite mathematics, calculus, it's a
hard
miracle.
Hard science like math, yeah.
See, now I'm in the direct cans of the maybe because I feel, but I just don't think that it's a miracle. Just like biology, doesn't matter. No matter what camp it is, biology or sociology, neither subject is a miracle.
But when you say that the universe is comprehensible, I mean, there's a lot of things about it though that we don't comprehend, that we're not even able to approach comprehension. Like, what was before the singularity, or what the multiverse? What would happen if you could take yourself out of this universe and look at the multiverse? What if you took yourself out of that? What would you see? What would it all look like? Why is there something rather than nothing fundamentally? These are things that we just have no ability to even begin to grasp. These
and yet
concepts.
just because we don't know something doesn't mean we should just fill it in with whatever we want.
Right. It's that these questions, like these answers, like these ultimate whys, like the answers would probably be so beyond our ability to even comprehend that it wouldn't even make sense to us, because that's probably how reality is at the grand scale.
Ability to apprehend linguistically math and physics. He's like, man, it's a mystery. There is no rational explanation for it. But look at what he says here next. The miracle of the appropriateness of the language of mathematics for the formulation of the laws of physics is a wonderful gift which we neither understand nor deserve. He's making Einstein's point.
Okay.
It's not just that the universe is amazing. It's that we know it's amazing. That we have the tools, the intellectual tools, the physical tools, the mathematical tools to assess the universe around us. He says, man, it is absolutely a miracle. Not just that we have a brain, but that we have a mind. Dr. Owen Gingerich, who is himself also he's not an astrophysicist, he's an astronomer. He was senior astronomer emeritus at Harvard University.
He's my dad.
Observatory. But the guy, he wrote an amazing book called God's Universe. It's amazing. These are very intelligent people, right? So again, it's not an intellectual.
Look, it actually is cute. Like, I'm not going to say his passion. I mean, who am I to make fun of someone who mimes? But it's funny coming from a pastor.
Oh, like what if he whipped out a props?
Oh my.
Like if he went prop comedy? Yeah. Got something for you, Yee. You want to talk about them highways now?
I was gonna say he can he can find some gold to dig around here.
You know that guy, that German guy with the mustache. You know, he didn't kick every dog he walked by, so therefore he wasn't like that bad. Look, he walked by a dog. He didn't kick the dog. Therefore,
well, that's the joke is like basically. Did you know that the guy loud mustache man owned a dog, therefore he must have been a decent human being. Oh yeah, ignore all the people that he is burning right behind you.
But he did love animals. I mean,
yes, exactly.
Is there a statement that you can find something nice about anybody? Sure, but does that mean that redeems a person's actions?
I mean, in storytelling, script writing, game design, and movies, they tell you that you want to make your villain have some sort of redeeming qualities, because if he's just kicking puppies over all the time, it's hard to, even watch the screen. However, that being said, that generally doesn't make the villain the good guy. It just bothers me how badly he was dressed like a supervillain. Like they look at me and they go, "I'm LARPing," and then they look, and then like the fringe radicals look at that and they're like, "Healthy, mental health."
You had to, like, for once, I get why you say you got to feel for Alex Jones, because he.
Oh, I know. Did you watch it?
Oh yeah. He looked about as comfortable.
No, that's true. But on the Saving Private, the Saving Private Ryan, we're the good guys, right? Right, Erie? Well, actually, about that. Yeah,
maybe not.
About
maybe,
that. Anyway, as far as sanity has to go, I actually have a leader to come and speak with us today. It is Net and Yahoo. I should have a Yahoo. Is a Yahoo bottle? No, definitely. Also, once again, this is what happens. It's like when pastors, and he became whatever with the gospel. When you do that, they want to be comedians, but it always just comes off being cheesy, just like the Hovens and the. I mean, this guy, I can't tell if it's almost endearing, but humans. All right, let's get back and finish this. Enough about crazy anti-Semitic Christians. Let's get back to crazy non-anti-Semitic Christians.
Standoff. Who is the smarter person and what do they believe? It's simply the idea that there are very good reasons to believe that there is, in fact, a God, invisible though he be. Look at what Gingrich says. I am.
Just point that out.
There is good reason to believe that a God, invisible as that may be. No, come on.
Oh, come on, look. Here's people who believe in God, and they're not total dumbasses, so therefore...
I know. Do you know how
idiots.
not stupid theists are? There are theists all over the world that aren't stupid.
Like, here's Bob. Bob, you're a Christian? Bob, you're... How old are you? You're 30. Oh, are you out of your parents? Oh, Bob is out of his parents' house. Bob has his own place. Oh, do you have a job, Bob? Bob has a job. Look at that. Bob is a Christian. Bob can hold a job. Are you able to dress yourself in the morning without help, Bob? Oh, yes, Bob can dress himself. Yay. Look, we found it. We found an actual smart Christian.
Exactly. It's like passing the cognitive test. All right, I am personally persuaded that a super intelligent creator exists beyond and within the cosmos. That's
I'm personally
nice.
persuaded that a super intelligent creator.
Wonderful. Don't tell us what you believe. Tell us why you believe it.
They always get upset at us when we link articles and they're like argument from authority. These are arguments from authority. This is just believe it because cool people. Yeah, cool and smart people believe it. That's nice.
Don't tell us what they believe. Tell us why they believe it. Why do they think that a super intelligent creator exists within the cosmos? Because I don't see a reason for it.
Oh, I just have to bring that up. Exactly. I like that. That you can generally at least sympathize with what their original cause was, even though, or their intention, even though a lot of what they're doing ends up being horrible. In a good villain.
I think it's important to realize that even people who are villains, I think, view themselves not as villains. Like, I don't think
100%.
Like, I think Joseph Stalin, like, I think he thought he was doing the right thing, and that the people he was persecuting and the reprisal, all the stuff that he did was for the greater good.
James, I couldn't agree more. Everyone thinks to the here. Can I tell you? Everyone thinks they're a centrist politically. I get that all the time. I get people who are the farthest farther, and they're like, "Well, I'm far this, but also I'm." Everyone thinks they are above intelligence. They are.
People have the ability to rationalize crazy things in their own mind.
Yes, but I guess everyone thinks they are the every man, the every woman, and a lot of us, we're all this smorgasbord. But it is just interesting
until you've had your partial ego death, because we know you didn't take a heroic dose, so you didn't have a true.
Can I tell you that is
like a partial ego death?
I love that type of attack because it is the most egotistical. Of course. How could I fit exactly? It is the most egotistical attack you could do is to criticize someone's ego death. Like you wasn't
true
deathy enough.
Your ego didn't die. It's just it got injured a little bit, but it didn't die.
Yeah, it just got injured. It was in an accident. Yeah. You got claimers.
Maybe broken arm or something.
Exactly. James Wolfe says, surely the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants were self-aware of their villainy. Wah, ha, 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 ha. That's true. The Sisterhood of Traveling Mutants was already taken, and so they're like, we need to go more evil.
Well, Chris, you were born probably 200 years too early. Unfortunately.
I know. Well, you're coming closer, though, Chris. You're like, I can see each one of us that gives up religion. The joke is the reason we're not on Mars is, you just look at that cross and look at the yarmulkes and hijabs, and that's basically
call the prayers. People going on their knees 5 times a day.
Just look at the Middle East. Look at Habab and Shabab attacking each other because their exact same God promised them land. And you're like, oh, no, that makes 100% sense. You guys look completely different, and definitely it was your God who promised you the land, and definitely not like your great granddad. Sure. Anyway, we'll get on Mars eventually.
Your great granddad was a rock. So
I know, atheist. This is what you think you come from. Didn't you know?
While we're at it, just fuck biology because we don't believe in that either.
Yeah. Actually, can I give you my spiciest thing of the night?
Yeah.
I am I am an anti-fascist. And can I tell you why? Because I used to not give a shit. But the latest term, and I know this will be triggering, but I get, is anti-fascism is fascism. When I hear that statement, all I can think of is war is peace, because it's saying A is not A. Now, I understand that you're saying, people
using the anti-fascist label.
Well, it gets, I think they try and use that to maybe rioters or stuff like that. The problem is that even the original anti-fascists, they were fighting. I mean, it was made during World War II. They were fighting Nazis.
Anti-fascists were the communists, primarily, the original anti-fascists.
I believe it was I hate to say it was to separate hairs and say it was the communists and the socialists, and there was different. But yes, it was people, it was groups, because fighting in the streets, fighting. But I guess
the communists, I guess you could say, versus the fascists primarily.
And yes, James, I am. When someone says anti-fascism is fascism, it just reminds me as war is peace, because it's A is not A. It's just. I don't know. I want to fight for freedom. I'm at this weird place where I think I do sound very SJWE. I guess I'm trying to retake all those terms. I'm not. I haven't lost my opinion that I am still pro free speech. I am still, in fact, if anything, I think being woke and a social justice warrior and an anti-fascist, I think those terms actually are what defend freedom. It is, I guess, just this standing up, I guess, a more stiffer backbone liberalism. It's not just about gender reveal parties, which I love. It is about actually standing up for kindness and empathy and fairness, those moral metrics that we were talking about the other day. Disagree with you on anti-fuck cause line death destruction, but I still love. Oh my goddess! Please tell me. You can always, first of all, disagree. When I first, when I was in my graduate school, I had to take a Homeland Security class for IT, and my teacher, we had to pick a terrorist group that we were interested in. And when I walked up to my teacher, he looked exhausted and just looked me in the face and was like, you can't do Antifa. No more Antifa. And so I guess there's a lot of conservatives out there that consider them fascists. They're picking them over and over. Well, my joke is always, or not a joke. I mean, I get this from people way older than myself, but I was trying to explain this to someone earlier that one group's terrorists is another group man's freedom fighters, and so it all depends on the lens. And so what I see is Antifa. The Antifa that I think you hate are a bunch of kids that just rioted for a night. And so, like, there is that version of, like, being a drunk adolescent and just being like, yeah, I am in freshman year of college. There's that. But then there's also what I would think of as, like, actually being against fascism. Like, it is like, I hate to say the M4 version, the militant pacifist version of it. It's not the trying to get you canceled on Twitter, trying to block you. It's the exact opposite. It's trying to get you to be able to have a platform to speak, so that if I disagree with you, we can have that conversation. It's trying to give you the availability and have the sunlight, because it is only when we have these conversations that I have found that people actually break bread. And there's my long mantra on that. Okay, let's finish up. Sending so much love right back to you. What? We are talking 5 good reasons to believe God exists. And I don't know, James. I feel like this better be a kick-ass, like, last reason or so, or else we might not become Christian tonight. May not happen
that way, right?
It'll be sad.
Exists beyond and within the cosmos. And that the rich context of congeniality shown by our universe, permitting and encouraging the existence of self-conscious life, that's the key, is a part of the Creator's design and purpose. He said, it's not just that the universe is amazing, it's that this is the kind of universe that gives rise to life that then becomes aware that this is an amazing universe. Einstein says, what? That's amazing. Wigner says it's a gift.
That's amazing.
And Gingrich goes that one step further, and he says, like Anthony Flew did when he looked at the biological realm, when he looked at DNA, Gingrich looks at the stars and says, you know what I think it is? I think it's a super intelligent creator. Again, senior professor emeritus at Harvard and of the Astronomical Observatory at the Smithsonian.
Hey, I'll give you the good, bad news. I think we are going to colonize Antarctica, and that's going to be because global warming is going to heat up the Earth so much that it's going to be viable territory. For better or for worse. We'll see. I just think that humans fill up every space. That's I say humans. It's what life does. We always joke that we're like a virus, but truth be told, life is a little bit like a virus. I love life, though. Mwah.
Somebody who says, I think it's God. I think God's out there. I think God wired the universe, both in the macro and in the micro, for us to find his fingerprints and his footprints if we would but look for them.
Oh, come on, Chris. You're hurting me. First of all, you hurt my soul, right? But it's two things. It's like global warming doesn't exist and PragerU debunks this. It's like, come on, Chris.
You didn't get your degree from PragerU?
But I mean, I'm PragerU. I still love you, though. I still love you. Really. I'm sending so much love. But we should talk about it.
Well,
because
I guess all those
it doesn't have to be
around the world, just what are they even doing? PragerU debunked them all.
Okay. Total joke. Oh my God. My soul, my metaphorical soul.
Likely? It's that we know it's astonishing, beautiful, and highly unlikely. The psalmist tapped into this long before the Hubble telescope was invented. Long before we knew the things that Wigner and Einstein and Gingrich knew. The psalmist wrote in Psalm 8, verses 3 and 4, when I consider when I think...
Yo, did anyone see that? Because I want to put Linkin Park music to it. Oh my god, it's James. Can you just talk for like a second?
Yeah, I'm sure I could talk for a second. Yeah, PragerU is right. I wouldn't go that far, Krish. Once in a rare while, they say something that's not completely stupid, but a lot of the time, yeah, they're most of what they put out is not very enlightening content for most people, to say the least. But obviously, there are people who like it, but it doesn't seem like they're having much of an impact. So.
It doesn't even matter how hard you try.
You're on mute. You're muted.
I probably could have aligned it even better, but I don't know. There was just something. His jumping just
Reminded you of Linkin Park.
Yeah. They are against the LGBTQ. Oh yeah. No, well, all of the fundies seem to be against the LGBTQ. Yes, they are Islamophobes, and they do lie about climate change, and they're against the LGBT. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. And all right, let's get back into it.
The starry skies, the work of your fingers, the moon and the stars, which you have set in place. All I can think is, what is mankind that you are mindful of him, and human beings that you care for them?
Well, because he does such a great job letting us know how much he cares for.
The universe is just beautiful, it's vast, it's exceedingly unlikely, and yet here we are, aware that the universe is vast.
Yet here we are.
Our fourth reason to believe that there is a God is ought. And ought is very much like the word should. It implies there's a moral weight, there's a moral thrust, there's a you ought to, you ought not. And so reason number 4, there are actual universal oughts and ought nots, shoulds and should nots. Nope. You should do this and you should not do this.
Negative.
Fyodor Dostoevsky, in his well-known famous novel, regarded by many as the greatest novel ever written, The Brothers Karamazov, said in that novel, if God does not exist, everything is permitted.
Well, that's his opinion.
Yeah, it's just his opinion. As far as legal systems go, that's not true. And I don't do anything because of the legality. I do things because whether they are right or wrong. And so if something is wrong, I try not to do it. If something is right, I try to do it. Really is that simple. Religious people overcomplicate really everything. What is up, Clovis? I just arrived. I just arrived.
You ought not own another human being as property. Bible didn't seem to get that on, but
yeah, they seem to get that wrong for thousands of years. We even had a very, very civil war about it, and they were on the wrong side of that war.
You mean people on both sides holding up Bibles and saying that their side is the real, that their side is the true interpretation of the Bible?
The real God strikes again?
So if their God is that like terrible of a communicator that he can send messages and people on both sides can hold up his message and say, no, he's on our side. And the other, no, you guys are wrong. He's on our side. And he's a fucking terrible communicator. If you're trying to communicate, you should at least make it so that your audience can understand what the fuck you're trying to tell them. I mean, that's kind of important.
You would think that an all-powerful God would at least be able to communicate better than like a book thousands of years ago.
If there is no God, if there is no transcendent anchor for morality, then you can do whatever you want. And who is to suggest otherwise? Who's to tell you that you're wrong? And yet here comes Scripture. And Scripture says very plainly, very powerfully, that the invitation to holiness has a reason. The invitation to righteousness has a reason.
And what is that reason?
Has a reason. And what is that reason?
Because God says so.
Verse 45. God says, therefore be holy. Why? Because I am holy.
Wow. Wow, the tautologies tonight. Like, they feel like this is deep. They are saying absolutely nothing. It hurts me.
And this is another thing. This goes back to free will. This is deep, but it's like, so God just designed morality arbitrarily around whatever his parameters happen to be, and he made it so that we could have other parameters. You're still on mute.
No, I'm
Oh,
good on mute. I was just agreeing with you, going, yeah.
Yeah, he made it so that we could have other things, but then he tells us, yeah, you can have other desires and wants and things that are not consistent with me, but you better not fucking do it, or otherwise I'm gonna kill you. I'll do really mean shit to you. So yeah, thanks God, thanks. Be just like me, even though, when God be's who he is, it's not an effort for him. He just is what he is. But for us, no, we have to work hard at that shit because we're not the same like him. It's good to be the God, I guess.
Good to be the God.
Leviticus chapter 11, verse 45. God says, therefore be holy. Why? Because I am holy.
Boom.
There is the moral impetus. There is the moral gravitas. Also in Leviticus 11, love your neighbor as yourself because I said so.
Oh, and we all know how well that logic worked as a child. Why? Because I said so. Oh, cool. That's so motivating.
I made you that way. I created you that way. There's a moral imperative here. To put it very simply,
and that's the same book, by the way, that tells you how to beat your slave. So the same book that tells you how to beat your slave and it's okay tells you love your neighbor as yourself. So obviously those two, according to that, there's no contradiction there, because you're beating your slave. That's not loving him. You beat your slave because you love him, because you want him to be a better slave. So the beating of the slave is an act of love. Don't you see that, Amy? It's all consistent.
You need to understand.
It's all for good.
He beats you because he loves you.
Because the Bible says God chastises those who he loves. And they'll tell you this, by the way, like if you're out there sinning, Amy, and nothing bad has happened to you, and you're just having fun and doing whatever you want to do, then you're not a child of God, because but if you're a Christian, if you were a Christian, Amy, and you started to live like how you live, God would start punishing you. You'd see stuff happening in your life because God would be judging you to get you to change your lifestyle. He would be punishing you. But since you reject God, he just lets you do whatever you want to do. He doesn't.
Yes.
Interfere with you.
Hold on. We're having a breakthrough. Yes, Chris. So much slavery, and yet how can a merciful God do this? In all knowing, he knew they were going to do it, and even at the time period, he could have been the one to say, no. I know everyone around is promoting slavery. I know it's of the time, but I am a timeless God, and therefore thou shalt not own another human as property. Oh,
but you know what they say is that God. What they say is that, well, I mean, people were going to do it anyway, so God he had to put rules in place to make it not as bad, because they were going to do it anyway, and even if he said not to do it, well, no, because did God say, well, I mean, I'm not down with this whole gay thing, but people are going to do it anyway, so maybe I could just tell them how to do it. I'll tell them how to have safe sex, and I'll tell them how
God, can I
do that in yeah.
Can I interrupt you to tell you the Muslim way of not getting HIV or AIDS? Are you ready? You've been waiting this your entire life, right?
Tell me.
All right. So, the correct answer is to either do not eat or have sex with a bat. There you go.
Well,
or a monkey. I'm sorry. That was COVID. That was COVID. Don't do it with a monkey or
that's
ape.
HIV.
Another ape. Yes, I was supposed to be telling you about HIV or AIDS, and I got my stream switched. But those were both of his answers for both of those things,
So
and it was like, that's how not to maybe have any of this started. I'm not sure it was having sex with Pat, but it's like that doesn't stop HIV now, right? That doesn't stop
well,
COVID.
I mean, I'm sure they're for that the Islamic countries have no problems with COVID or AIDS. Like, it's completely unheard of in those countries, right?
But how could you even exactly? There's no AIDS in any other country except for Western countries. But how could you even make that? That is a bait and switch. Like telling someone, "Hey, I can sell you the cure of how not to have HIV or AIDS," and then you're like, "All right, I'll pay $100. How?" And they're like, "Don't have sex with another animal that began," which may not even be. We don't know how. I think AIDS started, whether or it's full transmission, how it jumped, or. But it's like, yeah, thanks. Do you have a time machine that goes with that? I don't think that's how things work.
I beg to differ with you on that, Zelinki, because in the Gospels, Jesus himself says, the servant who knows his master's will and does not his master's will, he gets a severe beating. He gets beaten to within an inch of his life. Now, the servant who didn't do his master's will, but he didn't know it, well, I mean, he doesn't get off the hook just because he didn't know. He still gets a beating, but he gets a light beating. He doesn't get beaten to within an inch of his life, but he still does get a beating just because he should have known what he didn't know. Paul confirms slavery outside the Gospels. There's no point in the Gospels where it says, do not own another person. That's just not there. I get the retcon version of it that, you can take the lovey-dovey things in the Gospels and kind of retcon that into slavery is bad, but, you could just as easily make a case on the other side that slavery is okay, just like the slave owners did for a long, long time.
And I just want to read Pat's comment. There are no contradictions in a Christian worldview when your faith and devotion are fundamental to your identity. To say God's nature or his word is contradictory is heresy. And we take care of heresy here on this channel.
Well, Chris, yes, Paul does confirm slavery. Paul tells the servant to serve his master as he would serve the Lord, even if his master is mean to him and harsh master. He does admonish the masters not to be mean and harsh to their servants, but it's not an excuse for a servant not to obey.
The Torah gives rules and regulations, kind of like a how-to on slavery, and then Paul goes out in front of a podium, and during a press conference, they're like, "Hey, from the first century times, do you think that the New Testament should still support slavery? Is that what the gospel's pushing?" And Paul is like, "Well, the apostles and I have talked, and we condone slavery." And so yes, they reaffirm it. Absolutely reaffirm it.
In Romans, Paul explicitly states that the earthly powers are put in place by God. So if your government is in place and they allow slavery, well, God is in charge. God put that government in place. God is in control. So for you to rebel against that government, that would be wrong because you're rebelling against God.
Does anyone feel for the audience? Yeah, that is funny. Gotta feel for the audience. Yeah, a little bit.
They're probably eating this up. The Christian, they love this kind of stuff.
you ought not to act.
He jumped again.
Jesus was questioned about this. What is the great commandment? And he himself said in Matthew chapter 22.
Thou shalt always put bacon on cheese fries?
Love the Lord your
With all your heart, with all your soul, and with
that's
all
the
your
first.
mind. Wow, someone has their first boyfriend. This is the first and greatest commandment.
God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind. This is the first and greatest commandment. The second, he said, is very similar to it. Love your neighbor as yourself. All the law and the prophets, all the scripture hang on these two ideas, that there are oughts and there are ought nots. You ought to behave like this, and you ought not to behave like this. In fact, Scripture goes even a little further than behave. Scripture says you ought to think like this, and you ought not to think like this.
The thought police.
There's moral parameters and boundaries, even within our own private.
Unfortunately, speaking of thought police, I've heard that it may have been more of a push by the Iranian government that the morality police has been coming to an end. It may not have actually came to an end completely. Here's hoping that the morality police do get disbanded in Iran, though.
Scripture says,
What's up, Shane?
C.S. Lewis, in his book Mere Christianity, this was a book that was absolutely transformative in my intellectual journey, my journey to becoming a follower of Jesus. Reading this book in my early 20s and getting to chapter 3, where Lewis describes the idea of a moral law, of a should, of an ought. And he says this: the first thing to get clear about Christian morality is that in this department, Christ did not come to teach any brand new morality. So that's the first thing.
No, except for the whole sending people to hell thing.
You got to get in your mind. Jesus didn't come to teach some new concept or some brand new idea.
Then again, that wasn't exactly new either. They borrowed that. You know, it's kind of the cafeteria of religions. Though what religion isn't, folks?
No. The golden rule of the New Testament: do as you would be done by. Do unto others as you would have them do to yourself.
He's quoting C.S. Lewis.
Summing up of what everyone at bottom had always known to be right. What Lewis is saying here, and if time allowed, I could show you that Scripture says everyone has an intuitive, internal, incorrigible sense in which we know there is a way we ought.
That was adorable. I'm sorry. It is going to be muted, but come on. No, just right here. Oh, come on. Okay. This is perfect, though. One more time. With the
hopping master.
Just give me one more Linkin Park, and I'll do it half the volume this time.
Bye as the pendulum.
We'll have to cut that part out, you know.
I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to be will eventually be a memory of a time I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end.
You're still muted.
I was really close. Really close, okay? Does my mic seem loud? Normally, I am super low. And he's muted. I just realized that. Okay, let me go back. And I'll try and maybe turn my gain down.
Everyone has an intuitive, internal, incorrigible sense in which we know there is a way we ought to behave and a way we ought not to behave. And when we behave in ways that we ought not, we are racked, quite without somebody
telling us
that we've
done
done wrong.
A little bit better?
We are racked with shame and guilt and a sense of our having violated the world around us or the person around us. We know it. We don't have to be told. Lewis says, everybody at bottom knows.
Yeah, indeed. Well,
but
love your neighbor while I tell my son to get crucified.
That's in the world weird. And what ought to be.
Woo! Sending so much love, Clovis Maximus. Mere Christianity was a stupid book. I'm just gonna wait at the Bible, but absolutely.
Yeah.
These apologist books, I don't know why they rant and rave, especially ones like C.S. Lewis and others. It's kind of funny. But thank you so very much, Clovis Maximus, for $2 exactly. Very silly was my nice way of saying very stupid. I never understood like how Aslan was an analogy for Jesus, because almost all mythic structure has a resurrection, and like Jesus just didn't give me lion vibes. I don't know. That's just me though. But thank you so very much, Clovis. You're sending us love, and we are sending that love right back as we are rolling into the end of the opposing view side of 5 good reasons to believe God exists.
We all know this. Not many days ago, what was the man's name? Brenton Tarrant, a 28-year-old man that was born not far from here in Grafton, decided to walk into 2 mosques in Christchurch and shoot people, many people, killing 50 individuals. I think all of us in this room, and I strongly suspect that 99.999% of us outside of this room would say something like this. We would be very comfortable with this moral standard. We would say, he ought not to have done that. He should not have done that.
But he thought he was doing good because of religion.
There is, of course, that clip there that maybe you have seen where just as Brenton is walking up to the mosque, he is greeted, and he's greeted with the word brother. Welcome, brother. The last word that man spoke before he was gunned down was brother. And to add insult to injury, to twist the knife, to throw salt and lemon juice into the wound, not only did he do this horrific, terrible, morally insensible, demonic act, he live streamed it so that others could see. Now, this is the world we live in. And yet, I imagine that all of you would be very comfortable saying, and I imagine the vast majority of people in the world would be very comfortable saying, he should not have done that. That wasn't just a preferential issue like super salad, pizza or pasta, blue or green. No. That was wrong.
The vast majority does not mean everybody.
We all know that there's a way that things are.
Not we all.
That there's a way that the thing is, and then there's the way that it ought to be. What is that 50 people were left dead in that mosque.
Did you see that? He hopped it down again.
But that's what is, but that's not what should have been.
Oh, they went and shot. I'm so sorry. I get it backwards. It's still extremely horrible. Wasn't religious. He shot people due to politics. Well, we've had numerous attacks on religious faiths, which you wouldn't think. Well, maybe the religious may not think this. I think if you're a skeptic or an atheist, this is kind of par for our course. But we are some of the biggest supporters, I'd like to think, of freedom of speech and freedom of religion. And so we want to protect mosques and synagogues and, yes, Christians, churches. We do. Because we want you to be able to prayer, which I think in James and our head is just you speaking to yourself. We want you to be yourself. We want you to only deconvert by freedom of mind and dare I say so, heart, metaphorically, because it only pumps blood, literally. That is, yeah.
There's a should. There's a moral imperative. I love the way that Lewis puts this, also in Mere Christianity. The moral law tells us the tune we have to play. Our instincts are merely the keys. There is a tune that we should...
Does he, and I just squeaked, does he, write in deepities? No wonder this pastor loves him.
Should be playing. And God's moral tune is really simple. He said it's to love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and soul.
Oh, Chris,
is that so simple?
You not only so Judaism teaches the good slavery. You ought to see the good TM copyright. In that you can take Jewish slaves, but you have to let them go in 6 to 7 years. However, you can take slaves from the nations around you. And oh my, do the tribes that don't align with ours, they just pile up. You can also, there's a loophole for owning a Jewish slave forever too. If you give them a wife and get the wife knocked up, and then once there is a woman and a child, let the man go. And what you do with the man is you give him a deal. You can say you can have your complete freedom, or you can live with your wife and child and be my slave forever. Which would you like to do? Ah, religion. Clovis Maximus. Can pagans like atheists? 100% Clovis Maximus. So, I think the atheist community, you're going to find that we're a little bit like cats. And so you're always going to find some atheists that are going to want to argue with every theist, no matter what their brand is. I think James and we kind of have a parsing out of two different things. So I think our main enemy, for better or for worse, and there's not an enemy, that's a bad word to use, and you do have to be linguistically careful. The main thing, the main superstition that we're trying to deal with when it comes with religion tends to be the Abrahamic ones, tends to be the Judaisms, the Christianities, the Islams of the world. They are the vast majority. They are the ones in power. And they come with such official beliefs because of Scripture that there's not a lot of wiggle room. It is that this book said a thing 2,000 to 3,000 plus years ago. It doesn't matter that, Jimmy down the hall was my best friend. It says stone gaze to death. We're going to do it. And so that, I think, naturally makes the pagans, pantheists, deists kind of our natural allies. I would, I don't, obviously a pagan. You can be see, people are odd in that I've heard people cut it all sorts of different ways. I know a lot of Jewish atheists, even though I don't think, to me, that's not really, can't really exist. Yet I know many lovely Jewish atheists. I know pagan atheists. I know that will sound crazy, but I'm like, you know what? That's for them to figure out, not me. And so at that level, it's I'm very big tent. If you're anti-science, that to me is harmful to society. But a purely religious debate is something that we should be just talking about over a beer. And so I'd be happy with the the pro-science pagans to be by our side in the fight against superstition, anti-reason, and anti-science. Happy to have you on board. And for the support. Thank you so very much, Clovis Maximus. Anything else you want to add on top of that, Cherry?
No, that's fine. That's you put it well.
All right. Thank you so very much. And all right, that's right.
And the
We
second
are
is very similar.
hopping into the end of 5 good reasons to believe God exists.
It's a very similar tune. It's to love your neighbor as yourself. Which brings us to our 5th and final reason to believe that God exists.
There you
Not
go,
just
our
time,
5th and
not just
final
life, not just
reason.
mind, not just ought, but love.
James, like, how many percent of arguments, and you wouldn't think it would be high, how many percent of theistic arguments do we get that is basically, are you ready? Are you ready? God is love.
It at the risk of becoming cliche, it does come up quite a bit. Yeah.
Now, look, it sounds fantastic because we all like love, right? And look, when I get people who tell me God loves me, when someone says God loves you, James W., to me, they're just saying, I love you, but it's really hard to do that. It's hard to admit,
Right.
even platonically, we love all of our brothers and sisters as the human race out there. And so we say, God loves you. Just way easier.
Comes out
right off the
strange in the
tongue.
way people might take it. Tell a random stranger you love them. I mean, the
It
context
does.
and everything. Yeah.
And yet when you say God loves you, everyone picks it up immediately. Everyone just goes, okay, they're saying a nice, God bless you. God bless your heart. Yeah. It's, I think, culturally easier with a little bit, because just like you were saying, it's a little bit more awkward. And in my opinion, it's a little bit harder. But yes, the fifth reason is love, apparently.
Let's just spend a moment thinking about the nature of love. Reason number 5, God's love can be known personally and it can be known certainly. I want to say that again. God's love can be known personally. And
Can it?
be known.
Yo, Krish, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Islam is against dogs. That may be very random. They're pro-cat. They take a side on the cat-dog stance. Very random. Very random. Because I'm a cat-dog person. You can't. I am a pro-life. If you know who Jon Snow is, there is the living or the dead, and you can pick which side you're on. But yes, I don't know why they don't like dogs. They'll talk shit about them too, just like they talk shit about alcohol. And look, I'm not saying
pigs.
Alcohol and pigs. They'll talk about how exactly. Which, just like I said, you can win me over by talking how amazing dogs and pigs are. You're not going to win me over by talking about how crappy dogs and pigs are. I'm sorry. Not going to happen.
Certainly. 1 John chapter 4, verse 8 contains 3 of the most important words in all of literature.
And gosh darn it, Krish, I can just see you're saying you're conservative. And actually, even though it sounded frustrated, I'm actually enjoying. I feel like you're really thinking these over. Because there are, when you are an atheist, you don't have to be any type of political affiliation. In fact, now what a lot of the fundamentalist religions will do is they will pair it up. It's liberalism versus Islam. Now, that's only like that because Islam, for better or for worse, has chosen to become a religious and a political system. It shouldn't be liberalism versus Christianity. It shouldn't be liberalism versus Judaism. It's supposed to be atheist versus theism if we're in the debate platform. It shouldn't be anyone versus anyone, man. Peace. I'm saying. I like how I'm almost trying to make fun of hippies, and then you just take 2 seconds. You take 2 look at me, and whatever. I do. I consider myself a militant pacifist. I'll keep on saying this. Like, people think that pacifism is an easy choice. If you are a pacifist, please, please, please pick up a really thick shield. Because just because you're a pacifist doesn't mean everyone else will be. In fact, I find it, the merchants of peace are often the very first people to be targeted for assassination. Lots of names just come to mind.
Oh, yeah.
What is up, Mark Reid?
A pacifist who does take jujitsu.
I do, because I love self-defense.
Yeah.
I love jujitsu because, well, I'm not going to shit on striking because I want to learn striking classes. That's going to be my next thing. But what I love about jujitsu is that it's multiple ways of disabling people without either harming. doing permanent damage to them. Really doing permanent damage. It's really trying to get
least
people
amount of damage possible.
Yes, it's first of all trying to use their strength against them. So at a certain point, if they get stuck, they will feel that they are pushing their arm out of their socket, and it's up to them. They either have to do a counter, and if they don't do a counter, then they're just going to pull. Then they're just going to continue whatever the move is that is they're stuck in. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu indeed. I want to stereotypically learn Israeli Krav Maga after I become a purple belt in Jiu-Jitsu. That's going to take years to become a purple belt. But a purple belt is the first teaching class color in Jiu-Jitsu. You can technically open up your own dojo if you wanted to. And so once I have a teacher, and I feel like once you can teach something, you truly know something. So once I have a purple belt, I'm then going to take a striking class. And once I have a striking class and I get the teaching class in that, I'm going to probably take some sort of multiple defense training with weapons. I'm going to my entire
life. You guys
life.
get the idea, like her thing with classes. She's always thinking about classes.
I am.
Student.
I literally am.
In her 90s, she'll be signing up for
get my PhD too.
Yeah.
Oh,
did you get into the doctorate program?
I know what doctorate program. I have a promise with my mother and my father that I'm trying not to violate, which is I'm not going to enter the PhD program until I've paid off a good amount of my debt. But I want to go into it so badly. We'll see. I know which program I have. It's the Human Computer Interaction program. It is the perfect program for what I want to do, which is study humans and computers interacting. All right.
Mark of the beast, you know.
Why isn't this one like time? All right, we're looking at chat, sending love. We're almost done. Then we're going to do an open mic and head out to the Discord and the loves.
Which whoever does not love does not know God, because God is love.
Who does not love does not know God, because God is love. Oh my goddess. The more God
love.
So he's sending you to hell, but he is love. Wonderful.
But he loves you, exactly. That Georgie bit.
Sessions, 5 good reasons to believe that God is good. We'll get into that. But this 3-word phrase here, that God is something about
5 good reasons to believe God is good. We're going to have to do that one, James.
You mean a book says God is love? Well, okay, wonderful. I mean, a book could say, you could say anything is love. That doesn't make it true.
The very essence, the very fiber, the very fabric, the very makeup of God, whatever that means.
Whatever that means
love.
To you.
Not merely just that he's loving, which would be an adjective describing a behavior, but that he is love, a noun describing his essential essence. Yeah, Psalm 34 verse 8 says, "Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good." It could have just as easily said, "Oh, taste and see that the gelato is amazing." You go to the gelato store.
At least the gelato is real.
You go there, you go to the ice cream store, and you look through the glass, and you think, man, that one looks really good, and that one looks really good, and that one looks really good, and you get your tasting spoons, right? And you taste it up, right? You have the experience.
Taste it up.
This is key. After you have eaten the, what's your favorite? Whatever your favorite flavor is. After you've eaten the chocolate mint, whatever it might be, then you know that it's good. I one time had wasabi
on
gelato.
Jumping.
And after I had it, I knew. I'm glad you like that, Emmanuel. After I had the wasabi gelato,
I don't know if they're jumping at that. I think
good.
they're jumping at what
you're
doing.
It sounded bad, and it was bad. But the others sounded good, and they were good. John chapter 14, verse 23, Jesus answered and said to him, "If anyone loves me, he will keep my word, and my Father will love him, and we will come to him, and we will make our home with him." Just listen to that. Ooh. We will come into your life. We will come into your heart. We will come into your family.
Wow, that sounds like a threat, but okay.
Family. We will come into your home, and we will live with you in such a way that you will know we're there. We'll be guests in your house and guests in your heart. We'll be guests in your family. The Apostle Paul in the book of Romans said, "You did not receive the spirit of bondage again to fear. You received the spirit."
Okay, now we're getting excited.
Got an extra bedroom there,
and that spirit says, "Abba, Father." It says, "Dad." When God
Dad,
sends His Spirit into your life, it says, "You're my
back
son,
from
you're
that
my daughter."
cigarette trip.
The Spirit Himself bears witness with our spirit that we are the children of God. When God sends His Spirit into your life, the Spirit says to you and through you that God is your Father and He loves you. He wants
Spirit
a
of
place
bondage.
home. He wants a place in your heart. And I want to tell you here today, God's existence is not just something that the molecular biologists and the theoretical physicists of the world can come to know. By looking at the fingerprints and footprints of God in the external world, you can come to know God's amazing love, even if you never graduated from high school. Because you can know God's love experientially. You can know God's love personally. And you can know God's love certainly. I want to tell you here tonight, you are dearly loved and you are a child of God and you can know it, not merely believe it. I believed when I was looking through the glass that those ice cream flavors were tasty. But when I tasted them, I now knew. I had firsthand experiential personal evidence, and you can know by asking God into your life. And when God comes into your life, He does this amazing transformative thing. He does it as a gentleman because He only comes when asked. He only comes when invited. But you can know the
Oh
love
my.
of God. More
He's
about
a
this. We look at
gentleman.
five
He
reasons to
only
believe
comes
that God
when
is
asked.
good. Time, life, mind, ought, love are 5 good reasons to believe that God exists. And the invitation that I give to you is to, just as the psalmist said,
I
taste
know, Robert. I know.
and see that the Lord, He is good. Taste and see that God is
Ramen.
good. You can
Taste
know
and see
experientially,
Him on your
personally, and
knees.
certainly
Swallow
that
it.
you
Swallow it in.
are God's daughter, that
Exactly.
you are God's son, and He
Swallow
is your
Jesus.
Father. These are 5
my.
good reasons to believe
In fact, we call him Daddy.
Oh,
exists.
you should
Let's pray.
hear the text exchange with between conservative politician Ralph Shorty and his underage prostitute that he was seeing.
Oh. I don't know what's with all these religious people getting caught with underage. Well, James, you gotta understand, it's the religious morality. Also, I just want to say,
prison, for 18 years. Yeah.
but also I just want to put a note on this.
Reasons to believe,
Oh.
and He is your Father.
Is he
These are
hot?
5 good reasons to believe that God exists.
And there we go. With that, we have come to the conclusion of 5 good reasons to believe God exists. And all I have to do, all I have to say, and all I have to really know, James, are you a Christian now?
Not yet.
Damn it!
I still have some more questions. I'm not quite
Gotcha.
sold just yet. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I'm down with all the hopping around. He really was getting
Exactly.
kind of animated there. He
It's
really
hard
gets
for me
into
to
it,
hop
but-
right now, but I kind of want to just to. I'm feeling Jesus. I'm feeling it.
Yeah.
Go
yeah.
Jesus. Go. Go. Go Jesus. Go.
Yeah.
Go.
You feel him coming into you
Oh.
right now?
Oh, do I ever?
Like you're not ultimated Judeo-Christian. You don't feel it like he does.
No. No one
But
ever, male, female, or otherwise, will ever be able to feel the relationship that he does.
as strong as he does.
But yes, with that, we are going to actually send the StreamYard link into StreamYard. We have a countdown clock that we have to be closing up the outros before 30 minutes from now. So the clock begins, ladies and gents. However,
If you wanna come
the
on,
StreamYard
come on,
link is about
come
to be pinned, one of those P words. As long as you're not R. Kelly.
16.
There's
That'd
also
be a different kind of. I know. I was gonna say that's a different kind of P word. Oh my!
probably,
Oh my! But
probably like Ken Hovind's friend, probably persecuted for his religious beliefs. So.
exactly, horribly persecuted for his
Like
religious
his
beliefs. What?
his friend Chris Jones, the registered offender that he allowed to bring the child.
What kills me on the inside is every time that they try to use religious beliefs, it's for something horrible. It's never like someone just wouldn't let me donate all these sandwiches to starving children. They just held me back.
Right.
It's always in the name of being an asshole to someone. Now, look, we should allow people to be assholes. We can have that debate. But it really is never in the name of actually being a decent human being. They pretend like they are somehow they make themselves into victims, even though it's always like it is always a first world problem without fail.
Oh, like can't have Merry Christmas on your Starbucks cup.
I like
Christmas.
didn't. So I was even gonna go spicier than that. Like because I am a freedom advocate, but nonetheless, it just the fact that someone wants to pay you money to write Sarah and Jessica, Sarah, Jessica, and Parker are all getting married in the same wedding, but like Sarah and Jessica want to get married. And you're going to bring it now to the Supreme Court. You are literally, in my opinion, throwing a giant temper tantrum. People wanted to give you money to do your job. Now, look, I'm torn because of the whole freedom and all that. I actually want people to be able to have bad ideas. It just bothers me because it is a first world problem. Like, it is 100% a first world problem.
It depends because it's like, where do you draw the line? Because decades ago, they were saying the same thing about like the segregation. Like, oh, I mean, if it's their belief that it's wrong for the races to mix, then we have to let them keep their stores segregated. It's like,
so you are actually agreeing. You are taking a line with the liberals on this.
I'm saying it's hard to. It's a fine line to draw. Where do you draw the line? But it does seem, in a lot of ways, it would be like saying, well, if we allow them to cite a religious exemption, not to do that. It's.
So it's interesting. I thought, because I thought you were actually going to take the other side. I mean, it's an easy sell to me to completely have that knocked over, and why I think it should be knocked over, because it is basically saying, let me be prejudiced to someone in a business sense. Yes. So, I mean, I agree with you. It is not
go back to segregation. No, we don't want to go back to there. We're not going back to there, but it's the same kind of logic that they use. Yeah. You know?
I mean, I agree with you. If I'm being,
I don't like the idea of telling people that you have to violate your conscience. Or, I mean, that's always something that's.
But it does it doesn't seem like it is not telling someone you can't pray. Like, it's your business and it's your home. Like, you can't pray in your own home, or you can't do this. It's like literally
public accommodations.
Technically speaking, the woman who is a victim, or a man, or whatever, I'm putting Karens in this for whatever in my head, but they're not, is actually the best of both worlds in all scenarios. It is literally someone is coming to you with business and saying, take my money, do exactly what you have actually opened your store. It is literally, it's saying Adam and Eve. It's literally adding an S. Oh, no, no, Steve. Oh, I didn't prepare for this in school. I don't know.
Fortunately, people like that are becoming fewer and farther between. So it will, as a problem, it will kind of fade out. But yeah.
I agree. And because as I forget which comedian said, probably most comedians says this, but the old fuck die and the new people take over. That's generally how the world changes. $5, and we'll read this. Then we're gonna go into the open mic. We got Did I say open mark? Maybe I'll say the open mark.
You said
We are
open
gonna
mic.
bring Mark. Oh, okay, I did say open mic. But the $5 Clovis Maxis sending more love to us were the non-high school graduates sitting in the front row.
With the giggling
Sitting.
and cackling.
Yes, basically. Sending so much love, Clovis.
Yeah, thanks for the support. It really helps.
It really does. It really it helps all of the carrot topness.
I mean, you are putting jobs for these drivers who have to keep delivering all this shit. Payment.
All the Amazon packages.
Yeah.
And I will say, and I think
Probably
I'm
has to
gonna
hire a
make.
team of people to help her carry them in. Poor Rachel. What do you do with the cardboard? You need a cardboard baler on site.
I will say we have cats, so you just give them no, lots of breaking down. But sending so much love, Clovis. All that support helps, and I will say I've actually been getting an idea that when I've been talking about all of these props, I may actually do like a specific stream just to raise funds so that we could get Carrot Top to roast us.
Was that a cameo?
I'm thinking about it. I feel bad that I said the name because I should have said a surprise. But I feel like there would have been no better person to roast us than Carrot Top. And so you guys may be seeing an impromptu debate you fundraiser coming up. A holiday-themed fundraiser. So thank you so as I destroy my computer. Thank you so very much, Clovis Maxis. You have sent us love, and we are sending all that love as we sit in the front row giggling. Oh my god. So I had an interesting, I'm both the person that gets in trouble and the teacher's pet at the same time. I am somehow both of those students. Good times. Let's go into the open mic. Sending love, KCA. I just want to say, as far we're about to bring in the open mark. But I have to say the MVP chat person of the night has been Krish. I love you out there. I can't. If you really have been recording your thoughts, I have just been seeing your mind evolving in chat, and I like where it's going.
And Clovis and Doorknob Head.
I know, sending Clovis and Doorknob Head for the support and the love and mwah, mwah, mwah. And all right, let's head into the Skeptic and Ranting open mark. What is up?
Hey,
Yeah.
I had to change my name. Just it was too good. You shouldn't say stuff like that. All you do is give me ideas, Amy.
You're just giving me ammo.
Absolutely, you've walked into it now. Look, hello. I feel like I haven't been on here for ages. I feel like I have not graced your presence in so long, or maybe you're gracing mine. I don't know.
It's been a while, yeah.
There you are. We are here in the night shift.
I am queer. No, continue.
Nice. I think we're all a little queer in some way. I think this was odd. I didn't catch the start of this, and I do apologize. But I felt like coming in and saying hello and how you're doing. And I haven't talked to you in ages, and it's so good to see you, James. I missed your voice. I really did. I really missed you guys lately, so I thought I would come in and sort of share the love. Can you give me a brief rundown of the 5 reasons?
Yes,
just as quick as you like. Just a
he
really
had a list. If you can just give me a
Ooh, a
Pull it up.
list.
That would be the
second.
easiest.
A list. Look, and I'm
Yes.
having a discussion about abortion with Krish in the chat. Look, if you want to come on and we can talk about it, that's fine. You know, I get it's sort of a really, really contentious topic. And I have
Always.
reasons for supporting it, and you know, I'm happy to talk about those reasons without sort of, you know, jumping down your throat or anything, Krish. So if you ever do want to discuss it, mate, I'm happy to.
All right, I found that list, and I'll even
Woohoo.
screen share it to make it all official, to show you that I'm
Oh.
not pulling it out of my butt, but he's pulling out of his. It is time, life, mind, ought, love. And
Is
all right,
ought
Mark.
moral? Time.
Yes.
Because time exists, or time. What do they mean by time?
I wasn't really
Because time had a beginning, I think.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I was
okay.
actually hoping you were going to be a Christian by now. We
Oh.
were, you know, clarification's fine, but if after that, hopefully,
We're thinking maybe you could explain.
please
to us.
be a Christian.
I tried, and it just didn't take for some reason. It's just because like, you know, the people I talked with were so full of crap that it just did not take. I could not force myself to believe it.
But wait a minute, have you ever talked to Mr. Batman before? And he wasn't able to convince you?
I have debated Mr. Batman. Look, come on, Cyborg, you're like blocking me off.
Come on, Cyborg. And that's right. I should always be respectful. First of all, you should be like up there.
No. That's no. I think Amy, I think you like being on top. Go back down.
Listen,
There we
just
go.
because that's true doesn't mean anything. Now,
Mr. Batman is always on top.
Always. Mr. Batman was born on top.
And I will say, that doesn't mean I'm not good at being on my knees. But nonetheless, time, life, mind, ought.
Well, ought's got to be the moral argument for God, right? That morals don't exist.
Absolutely.
God, which is demonstrably false, because, well, I mean, if you're going to say that morals come from God somehow and are beamed down to our hearts or brains or wherever they think they're coming from, but there are some sort of there are some tribes that have no concept of God, and yet they still have morals, so they still have codes of conduct for their society. So yeah, that's just love, and the whole idea that God is love. If you want to call love God, right? If you want to just say, hey, God is a feeling, I'm fine with that. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. That's fine.
But it's more than that, Mark. It's the feeling that you have, like the love that you have for your family, for your wife. That is God. So therefore, you have a relationship with God.
Well, no, I mean,
you can't love anybody without God.
Yeah, of course
God is love. Well,
yeah, see, that's weird. Yeah, that's sort of just defining God into existence. It's basically just saying, hey, I'm going to define God as love, tack on all these extra things to it.
If you love, then
right. So the feeling of love also comes with omnibenevolence and omniscience and all of these extra things which you have failed to demonstrate. You haven't actually shown them. All you've shown is the feeling of love. Yeah. So
God is love. So I mean, the Bible says that He is love, right?
Yeah, but it also says that sort of whoever does not hate their mother and their father and their brother and their friends cannot follow me. I believe Jesus said at one point. So I think there might be a contradiction in the Bible.
He was speaking figuratively, of course.
Yeah. Well, which one was figurative? I mean, you could say that the God is love thing was figurative too.
Well, it's Mark. It's like the amount of love that you have for Him should just be so great that even though you love your parents and your wife, but it should seem like you hate them because your love for Him is just so much greater than that love. It's not that you actually hate your family. It's just that it would be like that to compare the love you have for them to the love for God.
Yeah, Robert, I 100% agree. Yeah, God's got a funny way of showing love. And if, what kind of love basically goes, well, I love you, and if you don't love me back, I am going to burn you and torture you forever.
Well,
That's
like
not love.
Rapist
That's,
logic.
well, yeah, it's kind of like a narcissist logic, right? They have to be loved or else they're going to hurt you. Which
If I can't have you, nobody can.
Right. If I would argue that's not love, that is manipulation. That is coerced servitude and obseescence. That is forced worship because you can't. You're so in. Like how is God so that insecure? He's all powerful, all knowing. All these things, all knowing, all loving, and yet he's insecure about anybody not loving him. Grow up,
Very
God.
jealous.
Yeah, grow up, God.
And that's
mind,
the fact that he has to threaten it, he has to use threats and coercion to get people to worship him. I mean, because if he didn't use threats, well, who would honestly do it? Who would want to spend eternity just telling him how great he is?
I think that yeah, I mean, well, God's a bit of a jerk, really.
Yes.
I think that if God would just, be himself, he'd find somebody to love him. The world doesn't have to love you. That's fine. As long as maybe God doesn't love himself. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe God's got to learn to love himself first.
Let's all be honest. God needs a therapist.
Oh, yeah.
True.
Yeah. No, I totally get you. Yeah, absolutely. The therapist is like, so the circumcision that you demanded, what was that all about? What were you thinking there?
Well, I forgot. I wanted to, when I intelligently designed the human penis, I did want it to look like an elephant trunk, but I realized, that kind of looks like an elephant's trunk, and I don't like that. But I couldn't just go back and redesign it, so I just decided I'll tell my followers to cut that part off.
No, we don't redesign things here,
No, why would we go back and redesign something?
Maybe we need human 2.0. I'm
how does that make you feel?
Very trepidatious of God's obsession with my PP. That's how it makes me feel. Very, a lot of trepidation there. I mean,
I've been getting that a lot lately.
I understand there is quite a great
PP is very triggering to him, Mark.
Apparently so.
Very triggering.
Apparently very triggering what PPs I put up where. Where are we talking about?
Now, if you could send Mr. Batman multiple pictures of it, he will be able to tell you exactly why it triggers God.
Well, you see, God caught him at a very specific position. And, well, he promised God if he deleted his Grindr account that he would never, ever, ever stray from him again.
What is your thing with Mr. Batman at the moment, James? What is your rant that you're on? Hi, Kata.
Because Mr. Batman has had, I think he does it because Mr. Batman's had 2 interactions with me. One a long time ago, and one very recently, where I'm very proud of that interaction, even though I was getting a little spicy. But it's one where I felt a little bit. The
same thing he did to you, Mark.
Oh, okay, right.
He started muting me. But the great thing that I have found, this is why I'm great, that Gizmo and I worked behind the scenes beforehand to create all of this layout and stuff. And so I went on there to do a Discord debate, but I had the StreamYard panel. And so I was recording him. So when he muted me, I was like, "Oh, fuck you! I'll just I'll
we were
mute
still
this."
Talking here,
Yeah, I'll mute you. I'll just deafen myself and talk to my audience. And so I did that. And so it was kind of a back and forth. And I promised that I would stay in there until he kicked James and I both. And so it was great because it ended up James being able to like co-host from the Discord. And recently that must have triggered him, James, because I know even as far as a week or so ago, someone has said, "Hey, Mr. Batman wants to talk with you on VC." So he already wants to talk
again.
Wants to talk again.
That's why I told him.
Can I tell you?
Tiger.
Is that the Bat Cave on your channel? Is that?
That's the Bat Cave.
Bat Cave, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
He just did the same thing he did with you, Mark. Remember in your debate when he said, we should probably keep this guy away from children because he doesn't believe in God. Yep. He's a danger.
But I also, it lasted 30 minutes, which, like I said to James, is 20 minutes, maybe even 25 minutes longer than I thought it was going to last. So that works.
Way longer than it lasts with Mr. Batman.
Because he's like the Walmart version of like Marth Mawkins.
Pre-sup.
Your pre-sup, exactly. I hate even name checking. You know the weird thing about that guy is that he has no idea how to like create his own content. Like he only exists. It's like a boogeyman. He only exists vicariously through like the fact that other people record him, but he makes no money off existing. It is very weird.
I'm not going to point fingers at anyone's content with the state of mind at the moment. I feel like that would be too judgmental.
No,
but I love how you say
doesn't have content. But yes, continue.
Yeah, I just can't point out anyone's content and go, they're terrible at content because I feel like I'm not doing well at content at the moment.
Gosh.
Well, that's just how I feel at the moment. I feel like I could use some production value and stuff, but that's okay. I'm just not going to judge, But you're like,
you got Peter at your backside.
Well, occasionally, you go. But you go like, the thing about Mr. Batman, like it's singular, like it's just one thing, like about Mr. Batman. Let's leave aside the obvious gayness of the guy and the hatred of homosexuality that is clearly an inversion.
I don't know what you're saying. Excuse me. That is, there is no hate in front of me. I'm a completely heterosexual. Okay.
So the only problem with your penis is the picture's not in my gallery, sir.
Sir. Yeah. So he just wants to make people mad. He's not interested, like most pre-subs actually. He's just there to make people mad, make him angry. That's all they're doing. That's Mr. Batman isn't arguing from a place of. Was there a topic? Because the thing that I noticed about him is that, like, we had a debate about Noah's Ark, and he just refused to talk about that topic. Like he just did not.
He can't hold an argument, so he just goes to these gotcha questions, which and he uses those as an excuse, like the morality, the gotcha question, like, oh well, if we can't even agree on morality, then we can't even debate anything else.
Well, he doesn't say that. He says that you don't have a foundation for morality.
Yeah, but that's how he uses it as an excuse not to continue not to debate the real actual topic, but just to dick around about morality.
Well, I think everyone
about morality. Sorry, I got excited for a second. You can continue, Mark.
What? Everybody agrees that we have morality in one form or another. Like things are either moral or immoral, or good and bad, and we can largely agree on them. And most systems are generally compatible. Yes. Not
only that, but morality fudges everything up. Honestly, I've never felt like. Can you name any moral system that I can think of that it was like, and then we added religion, and that just made our line of thought that much better.
Any moral system where we have just I
Maybe
can.
that's
So
what we.
Machiavellianism is sort of, you know, at the far end of might makes right kind of thing. You could possibly add religion and come out with a better moral system, but that largely depends on the religion, of course. You know, if you're talking about if you add some kind of, you know, hardline theocracy, well, no. If you add sort of a lightweight Christianity, it would probably be a better system.
Yeah, that would depend very much on the religion.
Correct.
I guess. Yes. My guess would be there's never been a time where, I don't know, it always seems to be that religion makes things murkier. It makes things more difficult. It always just seems that we shouldn't just use our intuition, but it really does seem that they just use it to be prejudiced.
Well, it has these arbitrariness to it too.
I don't know. I think that yes, largely that is so, that it does cause people to act in a way that is detrimental to their own moral intuitions and judgments. However, if you're talking about sort of a religion like Buddhism or something like that, something that's pretty like on the large scale innocuous, and you have a system of totalitarian regimes, it may be more moral than that system. I mean, you're really looking at...
Here's what I'll say though on that, because it sounds like comparing autocracy to theocracy, and I always look at those two systems, and I'm always like, let them compete for which one is more horrible, and we should just take democracy and oppose both of them.
Oh, I think actually that theocracy is probably the more horrible one. Because like at least autocracy is honest about why they're doing that. They're sort of doing it because they have the guns and the power and the ability to take that power. They're doing it by sheer might. You know, sort of the horrible thing about a theocracy is they'll oppress you and then tell you they have a divine right to.
The problem with that is that it depends on which autocracy, it depends on which theocracy, and so I think we could make like good and bad versions of it, and that's and I'm going to interrupt both of our conversations to say, because I swear, Krish, I swear, I really hope that you're not a Poe or a troll. I feel like I've been seeing you work this through in chat. Like you're saying you're not starting to believe because maybe you're checking passages out maybe in the Bible. Because let me tell you, the way that Islam sets it up is a house of cards that's going to fail. Because if it's believe in any God, and then, okay, the Trinity is very silly. Now it's just Judaism and Islam. And then if you start Judaism was corrupt or whatever, so you have just Islam. Once Islam falls, because there's very silly things in Islam, if you just start looking back, if you look at the other prong they gave you and they get, well, Jews are very secular. There has to be great stuff in the Torah. Because it's the oldest, actually. It has the least amount of science. It's the least progressive. It's the least, basically. It just happens that the Jewish people are the most progressive because religion has become boring to them. And so they just go on with life now.
And as always.
And Krish, I just want to say, like, don't just, sort of follow people into atheism. Really, what I would love for people to do is really develop critical thinking skills to be able to look at these things and say, does it make sense? Is it logical and rational to believe in this? There's certain methods that we can use that will produce more reliable and less reliable results. And I often use it as sort of crossing the road example. You've got a couple of methodologies or ways to do it. Like if you take sort of look around and listen for traffic and go through this process, it's a lot more reliable than just taking it on faith that there's no traffic coming. So what we want to try and do is say, hey, there's these tools you can use, critical thinking, logic, rationality, that you can use that have better results. They produce better outcomes. Yeah, sorry, Amy, I didn't mean to.
Well, no, that is fantastic. Well, first of all, I just always think it's funny what KCA is true, that quote from Angel Cito, because we always, I think, tend to read the Bible, the Quran, whether it's the Torah, the Gospel. We tend to read it more than the theists. But I also just want to say and bounce off, and then we'll get pseudonym in, and then we'll probably, because we're getting a theist in here, we'll probably stick around for 3 or 4 more hours. And so we'll try and I know
the wrap up time.
It's supposed to be. I know, James. Well, James, you're gonna have to be the adult and tell me when to cut off. We'll plan that. But I do want to say, just like what Mark said, because our biggest fear, I think, is that when people are searching, they kind of bounce around. And so it actually makes people very vulnerable to, I hope, like I said, I hope that we all have shining personalities, but it can mean that someone else with a charismatic personality comes along, convinces you otherwise. Yeah. And so what I would sell you on is actually skepticism. A lot of the traits that Mark was just talking about, and then I would just try and put it under a label that kind of, you don't believe anything until you have good evidence. Doubt is kind of the skeptic's mantra. It's okay to say, I don't know. It is an uncomfortable sentence, especially the first time. Just like how James and I, and I think Mark, you were there, or at least listening, that when the theists say that, tell someone that God loves them, they're generally saying, I love you. But it's really socially awkward to tell a stranger, or even sometimes your friend and your family, I love you. And it's just much easier to say that. And so saying things, those things are going to be a lot harder. And so skepticism. It is the merchant of doubt, accepting only things that when they have good evidence, that will keep you in the long term much stronger and more anchored. Because when people come, like Mark was saying, when people come to you with these sort of beliefs, you'll have rational, critical thinking skills that will be able to evaluate all of the joke is one person's stuff is another person's shit. So, one of those words.
I think that people have a lot of reasons for saying that. I think I think some people do, yeah, but I also think that there's a myriad of reasons, sort of. I don't know. Like, I think there's a lot of cultural, sort of Christian cultural baggage in that statement, sort of God loves you, just God loves you kind of thing. And right. And I try to look at it as nicely as possible, I guess. But like sometimes you just can't help it. Just, they say God loves you, and he's like, really? He hasn't even bought me dinner yet. Like, seriously.
Exactly. And okay, on that final note, we're going to bring in pseudonym, and then we will figure out how long James allows us to
brutal, James. You're going to be the daddy, James, just letting you know.
Oh, my. But pseudonym, we are skeptic and ranting on 5 good reasons to believe in God. Hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about the topic or anything we've been talking about tonight?
I'm doing well. Thank you, Amy. Can you hear me?
Hey, pseudonym.
What's up, Mark? How
Yes,
you doing?
can.
Yeah, good, mate.
Good to see
James, hello. Thank you.
you. Good to have you back.
But yeah, I think on at least in the video, I think there was a lot that would jive with me, but the only thing that didn't jive with me is that he brought up a Bible to begin with and admitted that he's going to bring on quotes. And not only that, admitted that God is something that you can't see. He's not like the chair and stuff or the stool before him.
Mhm.
So the whole assumption of Christianity didn't really jive with me, but there are things that jive with me as a theist, that something like time, life, mind, odd, and love could possibly point towards a God. But again, I don't want to take up too much time because I know you guys want to end this soon. But if you have any questions, then that's fine.
Ultimated Christian, just Jado Charlie. Oh, ultimated Jado Charlie. Please, does that mean you're not a Christian? You're just now Oh no, it still says Christian on the thing. Well, we're about to get, I guess, him into, but
Wow.
I know this is what
Ultimated.
happens. James was like saying, though we did keep, there was a few people that wanted to join earlier, so we need to hold more just open topics.
Can I say something on that really briefly? The 5 things that Pseudonym was talking about.
Sure.
So what you've noticed, I mean, you've got basically some of the argument from morality, the argument from fine-tuning in the life kind of thing, right? You've got these arguments that have been put forward, like people like William Lane Craig puts them forward. What's interesting is it's usually, I mean, not always, but not usually these things which convince people, right? Like William Lane Craig was saying, it wasn't these philosophical arguments that that was making that convinced him. It was sort of a utility sort of argument. It is useful to believe, and I think Krish is sort of talking about that in the chat. So probably the reason why he started with the Bible, and this is just what I think, is because these arguments rarely convince anybody in sort of mainstream, just average people on the street. They just don't. It is other things which convince them, usually an emotional response, and then these arguments are given as justifications.
And piggybacking. Oh my, we're talking about daddies. Krish, it's easy to go into to want to go into a utopia thinking with a religion or a nihilist thinking with a lack of religion. But I think that most of life actually finds itself in a happy center. We find meaning actually very easy, and we stop thinking about it. And so, the 3 things that a lot of conservatives want us to talk about, and family, community, tradition, do them. They are the pinnacles of society. They are what make us happy as human beings. And so there is actually a lot out there. You could spend the rest of your life just doing good. And it just takes, you only get one life. However, it is an amazing. We are the best chemical reaction, or one of the best. It's hard to judge. There's so many cool chemical reactions in the universe, but we are definitely one of the coolest chemical reactions in the universe. We might as well do something while we're alive. We're not even just alive. We are alive, multicellular animals who are conscious, sentient, introspective beings. We are freaking cool. We should take advantage of that.
Yeah. Can I just say something to Krish?
Yes.
I just read what he was saying.
When you say something, and just tell me when you're done, because
Sure.
we're gonna bring in Ultimated.
I'll be really quick. Yeah, Chris, look, if you want to believe something because it holds utility for you, go ahead. Like, I get that. Like, this goes back to the red pill, blue pill matrix thing, right? So if something is not or is true, it depends on whether you value truth. I mean, that's fine if you want to believe something that may not be necessarily true because it is comforting for you. I'm not going to tell you what to believe. That's entirely up to you. Me personally, I would rather, take the red pill and find out what is true and what is not. That's what I would rather do, because I want to only believe things that are actually true. And I don't begrudge anybody for not doing that. That's just what I've decided. You don't have to do that. But I think that sort of self-honesty I value highly, and sort of the way that sort of subjective morals work, I don't tell anybody that they ought to value self-honesty, because that's an entirely subjective thing. People value different things. So it's up to you, mate. It really is.
And all right, on that note, we are going to bring in Ultimated.
Can I also add that every single atom of your body was forged in the heart of a dying star? Now that is amazing. You were forged in the heart of a dying star, and yet we watch movies and see Thor like creating a hammer and go, woo. No, you yourself were forged in the fires of a supernova, or really plasma, but who's splitting hairs.
Oh, sure. Just shit on Thor after he actually went for the head at least the second time and took out Thanos, okay?
Yeah.
God.
Actually, I loved that Thor with looked like the Big Lebowski with the big.
That's right.
I like just like in his bathrobe kind. I thought that was the best.
Exactly, with the glasses.
So yeah.
And all right, we're getting ultimated. It's true. Fat Thor is best Thor. Anyway, ultimated Jado Christian Charlie. Ultimated Jado Charlie. Soon to be ultimated atheist.
Is it a problem? I keep reading it as judo.
That must be a problem there. Just a moment as I fix my username. Otherwise, somebody tampered with that.
Oh, that actually, for once, that actually was not us.
That was not us. Amy doesn't do that with you. I changed.
I do many things, and I am quite the goober, but that was not us. You might have probably gone on to another panel.
I must admit, I'll do it occasionally when someone's being really nasty and trolly kind of thing. I think that's hilarious. Well, yeah, I did it to Jill once.
It does give you the power. See, I use it for the exact opposite. I kind of I try and copy people's names, and so I'm like, okay, thank you. So I can read them at the end.
Yeah, good stuff.
Behind the scenes.
How are you, Judo?
Yes.
Christian?
Not only that, but how are you, and what do you think about 5 good reasons to believe God exists? The topic or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Yeah, I'm doing well, thanks. Yeah, my name may have been changed from a previous stream in regards to the 5 good reasons. Yeah, my main reason for God's existence is that he has revealed himself, and I can demonstrate this with a quick argument. Premise 1, biblically / awesomely, God exists. Premise 2, God authorized biblicism. Conclusion, therefore, Judeo-Christian presuppositionalism follows.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have to reject premise 1.
You've just presupposed premise 1.
No, I've rejected it. No, I've just rejected it.
It's
rejected.
Sorry. For you to reject something.
Reject. Denied. Reject. Come up with something else.
For you to reject something, you appeal to God as he is ultimate truth. You just did again with the pronoun I. The pronoun I presupposes God as God is ultimate perfection.
The pronoun I is a presupposition of the laws of logic, not of God. The laws of logic are the law of identity, which is the one that I'm referencing right now. That doesn't involve a God in any way, shape, or form.
It does.
So no.
God-
I am invoking the law of identity. It's a presupposition on the laws of logic. Does not involve a God. Bam! I've rejected premise number
It
one
does.
as being
I
invalid.
just like.
You need to go away and find a better
Hang on.
syllogism.
But I
Allow
like
me
that
to respond.
awesomely is in there, as in like it's like a trait that is like unmeasurable, and it's like, how are you at catching fish? I'm awesome at it. Well, I don't get
Awesomely.
awesomely.
Well, firstly,
That is something new. I
I had
must
to
admit.
I had to correct myself even in it. I couldn't say awesomely because you wouldn't say I'm awesomely catching fish. So your statement, it's just weird, Ultimated. I love you though.
You're
Not as much as
presupposing
you
God.
love your God, apparently a little, because you have a sexual relationship with him. But
it is our
Can I
God.
talk about that?
and-
Can we talk about that? Can we
Well,
talk about the?
Yeah, hang on. I'll address.
'Cause
I'll
I
adj-
wasn't
I'll
there
just
to get
disprove your
clockwork
point first,
in.
Mark. Allow me to disprove your point, Mark. Is that God complements?
Well, I've
the
rejected
law-
your syllogism. There's
Hang
nothing
on.
to
Don't
disprove.
stop interrupting
There's-
me. Stop
There's
interrupting
nothing
me.
to disprove.
Allow me to respond. I'm
Okay.
refuting your claim. So God complements the law of logic.
I'm not making a
More
claim.
precisely,
gonna say-
you reference the
making a
laws of
claim.
logic.
I'm
You
rejecting your
reference
syllogism.
you reference the laws of logic. More precisely, the law of identity.
Yes.
God complements the law of identity as he is an
No.
ultimate fact. Allow me
No.
to finish. God is an ultimate fact.
Prove
A,
it.
A equals A.
That's the law of identity, not God.
Yes. No, that is. God is
No,
an
it's not.
ultimate fact.
No, it's
God
not.
equal
No, it's not.
God.
Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. Where's your
A-
syllogism
A-
for that? Where's your syllogism for that?
It's the truth. I don't need a deductive
No, it's not.
syllogism
It's not
for
the
the
truth.
law of
I reject it
identity.
entirely. I reject it entirely.
But like,
So you need
You
to
just
go away.
presuppose God.
Okay. So the way a syllogism works, the way that it works is you come up with a logical premises, and basically what it says that if the premises are true, if they are valid, right? Number one, it has to be valid, which means that it has a logical structure. And if it is sound, i.e., those premises are not only logical, but they are in fact true, then the conclusion must be accepted. But the problem here is that you're basically begging the question, which doesn't even make the first one
It
logically
doesn't matter.
valid.
It-
No.
I'm not.
Let me
I'm not
finish. Let
begging
me
the que-
finish. Let me finish. Let
I'm
me
not
finish.
begging,
It doesn't
questioning it.
even make it. So the syllogism, if we reject the first premise of that argument, you are done. You've got to come back with a better
You
syllogism. That's all.
presupposing God. So
but
it's
no,
my
I'm
turn
not.
to
your
it's my turn
premise
to
one
respond.
is the conclusion.
That's right. It's begging
No,
the
the
question. It's not
conclusion,
even logically valid.
premise one is, I'll restate it, biblically / awesomely God exists. The conclusion, therefore, Judeo-Christian presuppositionalism follows. So for you to reject something, you appeal to God as he is ultimate truth.
You just
So for
add
you to
something
identify,
to it every
Yeah,
So-
everybody's explained this to you multiple times, and
Yeah.
you still don't get it. Like you've just
Okay.
got no
you
idea.
just presuppose God again. You're still
No, I didn't.
presupposing God. Yes,
No, I
you just did
didn't.
with the pronoun
Just-
I.
Well, you presuppose the flying spaghetti monster by using that
No,
by speaking it all. Yes, you have. You just did again.
that's a
See, this is
temporality.
what you're doing. No.
That's not
What you're doing,
God.
you just did again. You've just presupposed the flying spaghetti monster. You just did again. So your God is
It's a
outweighed by the
creature.
flying. No, you just
No.
did again by using the
No,
word
A
he's not a
monster is a
creature.
creature.
This
He's
is
not a
this is
monster.
your own argument. This is your own
Excuse me,
argument.
that's his God. You can't just say that's a monster. That's offensive.
Right. That's
No, that's a
that's
contradiction in terms. A monster can't be God. God is ultimate
It can.
perfection. A
Who
monster
says?
is a
So you've
temporality
just
that creates a creature
presupposed it
distinction.
again. You've just presupposed it again. You used noodle language, which noodle language presupposes the flying spaghetti monster. So you just
monster
presupposed
can't
it again.
be
Oh, look, you did it
God.
again. You did it again. You just presupposed it
No.
again. No, yeah, you
monster
just said
can't
no.
be
That
God.
presupposes
A monster
presupposes
can't
the
be
flying
God.
spaghetti
Only a
monster.
monster can be
Wait, why
God.
do you
Only a
think
monster
our
can be
God is a monster? I mean, she is beautiful. I almost pronouned her wrong.
Because
beautiful.
a
She is
monster is the definition for a creature.
Look, I don't know
A
why
crea-
he keeps presupposing the flying spaghetti monster, but he keeps doing it every single time he talks or has a thought. Because the problem is that the flying spaghetti monster is presupposed every time you put any logic into the universe. So as soon as you start thinking,
A
you
monster is a
presuppose the flying spaghetti
temporality.
monster. No, it's not. It's
But-
eternal.
Yes, it is.
But
No, it's
you're.
just-
That would be
defined as
God.
eternal.
Only God can be eternal. A
But
monster
can I
can't be
ask
eternal.
you
Stop
call the.
presupposing.
But hold on, Ultimated. You call our lovely noodly appendage one a monster. Which one? Let's put our the noodly one on one side and Yahweh over here. Which one drowned a planet of people?
That's premise 2. So if you want to bait and switch, if
The
you
flying
want to
spaghetti
bait-
monster didn't drown people is premise 2. You heard
That
it here
was
first.
premise none of them. I don't know where you pulled that from, but okay.
No, we
Oh,
were
boy.
talking
You can't
about
pull
God's
anything from anywhere,
existence. If
thank
you
you.
want,
No, we were
if you want,
talking
is up
about
there
the
right
flying
now.
spaghetti monster, and you keep presupposing him by invoking noodle language. As soon as
A
you use
monster
your
can't be
noodle,
eternal.
no. As soon as you use your noodle, you are acknowledging the flying spaghetti monster. It is
A
the
monster
basis
can't be
for
eternal.
all rationality. No. It's the basis for all rationality because your brain is noodly, right? It has noodles. Therefore, as soon as you use your brain, you are presupposing her in her greatness, the flying spaghetti mistress
Fallacy.
monster. No. It's
Fallacy.
your presupposition. No, you just used your noodle. That's a presupposition of the
You're
flying
committing the
spaghetti monster.
fallacy of a contradictio in terminus. You are presupposing God.
No,
arguing against
actually,
him.
I'm committing the
I
fallacy
feel like you
of
should
coitus
throw more
interruptus.
Latin in there.
It's coitus interruptus. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm gonna add
A
in
monster
Clockwork
is
Rex.
a creature.
Clockwork Rex, only a 50-50 whether you're going to have an opening statement or not. You're skeptic and ranting on the 5 good reasons to believe God exists. And here we are. How
Hey,
are
okay.
you?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. How's everybody?
Yeah,
Everybody
I'm
on the
doing
phone, everybody
good to
noodling.
see you, Clockwork. Really good to see you, buddy.
Nice to be here. Okay. Well, y'all just invoked Thor like a few minutes ago. Okay, Thor
How
promised to get rid of
dare you.
you gotta get her hammer. And there you go.
But
Thor
if
promised
you-
to get rid of all the frost giants, and Jesus promised to get rid of death. Which one of those two things are still around?
Haven't seen a giant lately.
Boom. It's like a mic drop.
Yes,
Just say
yes, but the flying spaghetti monster promised ramen, and how many people have eaten ramen? Think about it.
Oh, I've still got a whole case of ramen in my kitchen. So
A believer. See,
Misrepresenting the definition of God.
You presuppose the flying spaghetti monster by using your noodle. Thank you.
A monster
Thank you,
can't be
Clockwork Orange.
eternal. Accept
How
that.
dare you? How dare you keep presupposing the flying spaghetti monster and then saying it
A
can't
monster
be eternal? How dare
can't
you?
be
How
God.
dare you,
But-
sir?
But Ultimated, it says in our holy text that only monsters can be eternal.
Only monsters can be done.
Only
No,
monsters.
a monster is a label for a temporality. A temporality
not.
can't be eternal. Yes,
what the hell is a
monster is a
temporality?
a finite.
What does that word
particular.
even mean?
A finite particular. A creature.
Okay, I got one for you there.
So I'll make this
There's
simple.
a titan called Kronos. That's time. He is the god of time.
Ooh, great
Time isn't
mythology.
eternal. That Greek or Roman? I forget.
That's great. Kronos is great, definitely. Just
Okay.
trust me on
All
this.
Chronos.
I loved Greek mythology as a kid. Just trust me on
we
this.
agree. We
Yeah,
agree
Father
God
of Zeus.
exists. But I'll make this simple. So absoluteness means a
Nothing's
consciousness.
simple. The flying spaghetti
Yes, it
monster is
is.
simple. There's nothing simple
You're
about
still.
your
That's a
field.
contradiction in terms.
No, it's not.
A monster is a label to a finite creature.
Then stop
God is
using your
absolute
noodle.
perfection.
Stop
Yeah,
using
this
your
is-
noodle then.
Nick,
That's
this
not the
is what
name
you
of
gotta-
God.
Does God have a name? Does he
Yes,
need a
and
name?
it's not. Yes, and it's not spaghetti or a
Is
monster.
it Yahweh? Is it Yahweh?
Hey, every time
Yeah,
I
he has
make my
multiple
ramen
names.
into spaghetti, every time I make my
Okay.
ramen into spaghetti, I am worshiping the flying spaghetti.
On a scale
Oh,
from
yeah.
1 to 10, how much is your God made out of Parmesan?
Well, well, ultimated, what name do you call out when God is going really hard on you? Like when he is just going to town and you are just screaming for mercy. What name do you call out?
Dada or Daddy.
There is
See,
no.
Troll,
Okay.
troll.
Really?
I use
I'm
5
not.
cheese on my ramen spaghetti. I'm just saying. I don't use Parmesan.
We killed Amy. Amy is broken.
I don't know. Personally, I call out meatball when I'm getting serviced
Meatball?
by my.
Because I am at the point where I really don't know. Like I want him to be. I don't know if I want him to be a troll or
broke him,
want him to
Amy.
be real. I really.
broke Amy.
So, how often does God tickle your pickle? How
For a
often?
nickel.
Anytime.
Anytime. What, constantly?
But come on, he
I don't-
says it
I don't
with
know
a
if he's
straight
doing-
face. You are one of the great comedians. I know it. You
I'm
have
not
to
lying.
This is Andy Kaufman level stuff.
I'm not joking.
Takes to the edge and then he stops. That's God is an edge lord.
I don't even know anymore. Like, I don't even.
Well, he never
does
says
mess
anything
up.
Accept
different.
that.
I mean, you never say anything different. It's
could just
always the
ask
same
God.
bullshit.
He's trying to make atheists. I get it now. He is just
He's
someone
an atheist.
trying.
Yeah, he's an atheist.
Atheism-
plant. That's
Atheism presupposes God.
I'm sure.
that's
I'm
very logical.
sure. I'm sure.
And,
But like,
and let me get
there's
gay
no
porn
way
straight.
you
Straight porn
think.
gay.
Like, can you imagine Darth Dawkins being like, I get handies from God? Like, if he day in, day out said that me and God go behind the corner and get reach arounds, that chat would be like gone. Woo.
and
we
when
are
he does, he calls out Daddy.
I
No, sorry,
know.
Dada. Dada. I'm sorry. I don't mean to misrepresent you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're meant to be as spiritually small as possible to God.
But
He
you didn't even
is
say
our heavenly
Father.
Father.
You don't call out Father, you call out Dada every time it touches you.
Well, when
Yeah, I
he's
try
really
to be as
going
small
hard
as
on him.
possible to him.
Is
You
Satan a
just have to
monster?
accept that.
But he's
There's
infinite
Satan
in
among-
size, so anything is small to him, right?
So you're possibly dodging. You made assertions of a flying spaghetti monster. So I'll make this simple. Absoluteness means a consciousness because free will is independent through the law and spiritual law of cause and effect. Further, eternalness means a singular and all-powerful intelligence choosing to sustain themselves. So only
We're-
God can be absolute and eternal.
And we're having a serious conversation, so please, no more foul play, unless it's a little bit too foul play. Okay.
Only the noodles can be infinite.
Only
because
the noodles.
They go wrap around forever. I mean, they never
No,
stop.
you just can't. A plural. Noodles, you added a plural.
Can I
A
ask?
singular
is-
thing
Yeah.
can be infinite.
Well, it's like a
Is God-
trinity of noodles. There are plural
Exactly.
Infinity of
noodles. They are
noodles.
one, but there are more than one. It's a trinity of noodles that make up the spaghetti monster.
It's
I thought the
also
trendy was meatballs.
it's also a mozzarella, parmesan, and kind of a mixed cheese, and so it kind of makes a trinity over.
Don't forget the hot-
You're not
No.
addressing my argument. You're
Well,
possibly dodging my argument.
Your
Impossible.
argument is literally God is super fit and he exists.
Yeah, I totally reject that entire premise. Look,
You
but
just
what I wanna know
presuppose
is,
the
did
premise.
Did you have did God have consent when he first like came across you.
Hang on,
Did
your
you
question
give
presupposes
consent?
God.
Sure.
Your question presupposes premise one of my argument, which you are objecting to. So
What
you are
is
contradicting
awesomely
yourself.
do in your argument? Like,
Yeah,
what
that's a
would
new
you
word. He just
lose
added that.
by removing awesomely? Like, what is
Well,
God?
because if it's just in the Bible, it's just a work of fiction, essentially. So he's got to put something in there that links to the real
But
He
world.
used to
does-
have Christological.
Presupposing God again.
He's changed
Yeah.
his premise a few times.
Yeah.
You gotta change up the shtick every once in a
The
while.
wording, it's like
I
don't
a
know.
value.
But can I also?
If he isn't
Oh yeah,
real
Beamsy's
about this,
backstage.
if he isn't real about this is the best deadpan performance I've ever
I
seen in
know.
my entire
It is
life.
amazing.
I gotta say,
He
like,
puts
I
me
will.
to shame. Like,
And he
Yeah.
would have to. He must mute himself every time he laughs or something.
did we catch him chuckling
I'm not
like
laughing.
once? We
I
caught him
know.
chuckling.
No, well, I
think
get
we
you.
did.
You must
Fully,
catch
that's
We did
yourself.
catch him like one time.
Even
we caught
if-
him.
That's what deadpan comedian. That's what Mark is giving
Yeah.
you an Oscar or an Emmy or one of those.
Oh
for.
yeah, all of them.
Even if I
That's-
do smile, it doesn't matter. I have fun
It doesn't
in what I
smile.
do.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I love
That
his
is-
fucking inflection.
that-
I love the
but that-
inflection in his fucking voice. It's condescending as shit.
But it
I'm
also
not
means
trying
he's
to be
breaking.
condescending.
Like his camera isn't on because he's losing his shit, breaking down, laughing while we can't see him.
Probably,
No,
yeah.
his
a
camera's
little
not on
No.
because he's getting a hand job from God right now. That's why his camera's
Well,
not on.
speaking of which, is God a male, female? A little bit.
All
Is there
genders.
other options? Yeah, I don't want to give any options. I'll let you fill in the blank. Male, female.
Yeah,
Maybe
God
more?
isn't male, but let's just
God
say in the
isn't male.
argument,
I like how you
just
said
admit
God-
exists.
I like how
So
you
is
said
God
God
female?
isn't female because you'd be like, that'd be a little bit gay. But you're like, at least it's no homo. It's definitely not a dude.
Wait.
God can
So
change to any gender.
Okay, so maybe it is a dude.
All 50
So
states.
God's
So maybe-
trans.
Yeah, there you go.
God's trans.
Not necessarily, not defaultly. So
Well,
God
I thought
can
you said it
choose
could
who he
change
wants to
from
be.
one gender to another.
Yeah, so he could choose to.
That's the
he can be
definition of
whoever-
trans.
He can be whoever he wants to be, but I'm saying
Oh,
as a
I agree.
by
Everyone
default,
can be whoever they want to be. I think everyone should be whoever they want to be. But
Can
if
he
somebody
have,
changes from male to female or female to male, that makes them trans. So God's trans.
but he would still have his original identity.
Junk?
So it would just
Oh.
be a label.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Does
Wrong
he have
guess.
the ability?
I
Can he
know.
manifest? Can he manifest genitalia other than the humans, like the
On
vagina
command.
and the penis? Does he have other options that he can manifest and use when he feels appropriate?
Asking the real questions.
Yeah.
This is going off topic. Just admit to God's existence. If
No,
you want
no,
to
this
talk
is
about
No.
something.
But
topic.
it's
This
what's
is all
on
about
his
God.
mind. It's what's on all of our mind, if we're being
Yeah,
honest.
this is the important questions right here, and it's
So
still
he
on
has an
topic. It's
infinite
still about-
number of
about God.
forms of genitalia. I'm just going to assume.
Well, I mean, like an
You're
echidnas that has like two sets of junk kind of thing.
Well, an infinite number, like
An
genitals that we
infinite
can't
number.
even imagine. Well, he's infinite.
So
Wait.
Beamsy,
size.
I'm getting you in here just to enjoy, really.
Hey, Beamsy.
Marinate.
Just so you know, an echidna only has one penis but 5 heads.
5 heads, that's right, yes. It's like a hydra.
Well, I thought it was 7 heads and 7 horns.
No, it's
Wait a
one
minute.
penis, but it has 5 actual.
Well, I know
heads
where
on the
I'm.
shaft.
What I'm googling an image search for the next 5 hours after stream, but
Well, I'd hate to see an echidna circumcision. That would be a
Oh my
laborious process.
Well, it takes a new idea to fisting.
I know. Also, it's anyone who is an echidna run away from, I guess, a rabbi echidna. But
Well, what I got from all that from UJC was God's a hermaphrodite. Okay, fair enough.
No, they're trans. It changes from one sex to another. That is transsexual.
All I was hearing was he was talking about Slanesh, but I'm not quite sure about that.
Oh, hell,
Slanesh, there's a
Slanesh.
blast from the past. Well, I mean, Warhammer 40k has become popular again, but that's awesome.
Geekery has been possible. We have taken over the world.
I know.
Finally.
I know. When I was in high school, being a geek was like you got beaten up for and stuff, and suddenly it's all very cool. And it's like, what the hell? What happened?
I know. Finally, when we're out of high school and primary school and all this
Right.
shit, but
Right.
So I'll just make this simple. Anyone can respond to this.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't.
So the pronoun I presupposes God. Because
How
for
does
you to
I
identify-
presuppose God? How does the pronoun I presuppose God?
It doesn't.
Because for you to identify your creatureliness, you reference God as an ultimate standard, complementing the creator-creature distinction doctrine.
Word fucking salad.
But you're now
And it doesn't even have
your animals.
Summarize my response so I know you were listening.
You actually
Probably won't
presuppose
do
this
it.
as animals by saying
I.
that I are referring to us as an animal under the aspect of what God is. So therefore, you are actually conflating that God is an animal and presupposing that we are also animals in the aspect by just making the reference to the adjective of I.
I didn't say that.
The fuck you didn't?
God, there's only. I'll make this
very
even
accurate.
more simple.
Try.
The only two
Oh.
things that can exist is God and temporalities. Because
Okay.
we are a temporality, we are contingent on God.
What
They're the
the
only
hell
two
does
things.
that even
We're
mean?
just go. We've landed on a contingency argument somehow.
Yeah. Somehow we got there. Well done. Well done, everybody. Well
But
done.
that creates a false
Um,
dichotomy.
It's a true dichotomy. The creator-creature distinction doctrine. The opposites of the law of polarity. It's a true dichotomy. The opposite
it's
to
false.
God would be it's not. The opposites
So
of God would
why
be.
can't
Don't interrupt
something
me.
be
I'm almost
a
finished.
necessary being without being a god? Why can't the universe be a necessary being?
Because the universe consists of many parts. It can't be ultimate. Only a
Sure it can.
mind can be. No, it can't.
Sure it can.
Only a.
The universe
I've already
is just one
explained-
thing.
I've already explained this.
The universe
No,
is
it's
just
not.
one thing. Yes, it is. It's just one thing.
No,
We don't say
because-
universes, do we? We don't use plural. It's just one universe. Are you
But
just
what
one thing? Are
contain-
you just one thing, Judo Christian?
Not necessarily. We have
Not
dualistic
necessarily. So
vessels.
are you not one thing?
No, we have
No, so
dualistic vessels.
so you're not a thing at all. You're just multiple things.
I said
all
we
spread around the
we
place.
have dualistic vessels. The universe
Dude,
can't
what
be one
dualistic
thing because
vessels?
there are
Well, are you one
multiple
thing?
minds.
Are you one thing or are you not one
No.
thing? That is a true dichotomy. You are either one thing or not one thing, right?
I said
That's a true
not.
dichotomy.
That
You're not
I'm
one thing.
about to refute
So
your claim.
who am I talking to at the moment? Which one of you am I talking to at the moment?
I said we have dualistic vessels. So the
That
universe
doesn't mean anything
can't.
to me. So are we
Yes,
one
it does.
thing?
I'll
not
explain
one?
why. I will explain why.
Are we one thing
So
or not
firstly-
one thing? Just answer my question with a yes or a no.
I already
Are we one
answered
thing?
this.
Well, are we one thing or not one thing?
No. We
No.
have dualistic vessels.
No, we are not one thing. So we are multiple things.
Yes. So the universe can't be singular as there are multiple
Right.
minds in actuality. So only God can be singular because
So
to be
I don't
ultimate.
think I'm talking to the right. Like if there's multiple of you, which one am I talking to right now? And why can't I talk to another one?
Multiple aspects.
No. Why
or
can't I talk to
attributes.
another one? Well, I don't want to talk to this one. I want to talk to another one. Go fetch another one.
I'll
The
make
whole
this
point is
simple.
that we have lots of things that we say, hey, that is me, that is one thing. This is my mouse, that is one thing. They're also made up of smaller things. There's no reason why the universe can't be one thing. There's no reason at all. To completely arbitrarily
The mouse has an edge.
that we kind of
Think-
decide that there is bits and pieces with nothing in between them, but nothing doesn't exist. The universe is all held together and it basically can be seen as just one
No, because we are
landscape.
not conjoined.
Yes,
you and I
there
are
is.
not
There is.
conjoined.
There is just energy in between us. There is no reason why we should only pay attention of the energy of matter and not the energy of
But energy
quantum
converts
between
into
us.
matter. So the universe can't be a singular thing.
It can
Only
be, yes.
No, it can't.
Why
I've already
not?
explained this.
Yeah,
Because only for the aforementioned reasons, and only a mind can be singular because free will is not contingent on parts. So only God can be absolute and eternal, because to be eternal
you haven't
requires an
shown that.
all-powerful mind.
You haven't shown
I
that.
have-
You haven't shown that
can't
the
point out
universe
there's
cannot
no-
be
that's
one
the
thing and
truth.
eternal. So
You can't
you've
point
completely
out the
failed.
contradiction. No, it's the
Yeah,
truth.
there is
You can't. There's no
contradiction. Sure there
contradiction.
is.
There's no
Yes,
contradiction.
there is.
There's-
Yes, there is.
I love
there
people who
isn't.
just make assertions and don't back
Yeah, I
them
know.
up. That
I'm
shit's
speaking.
funny.
You're making. You're making
Basically-
the. Mark is making the
basically-
assertion. Hang on,
Basically,
you
he's
point out the
referring
P
to
and not P.
something called.
Point
he's
out the
referring
P
to-
and not P. Then
He's referring to something called the many and the one problem, right? It's this problem within philosophy that we say, hey, what constitutes one thing? Because when we look at things, they're made up of other smaller things. And so there's this problem of what's foundational if there's many things within one thing, right? So we look at it as sort of a paradox, if you will. So the whole point is that you can have one thing that is one universe, that is one field of energy that is made up of smaller things. That the idea that the smaller things are separate from each other is an arbitrary distinction, that not necessarily
hang
the
on.
case.
I've already explained this. I'll do it again. So only a mind can be. I'm paraphrasing here. So only a mind can be eternal, as
What
they have
mind?
to be all. Don't interrupt me. Only
What
a
mind?
mind can.
What
Don't
mind?
interrupt. God. So
Where's
only.
this mind? Show me
Stop
the
interrupting
mind.
me. Stop
Show me the
interrupting
mind.
me.
Show me
Stop
the mind.
interrupting me.
Show me the money.
I'm
Show me the
I'm
mind.
explaining.
Show me the money. Show me the mind.
No,
Show me the
you're
mind.
not
Yeah,
explaining
you don't
anything.
have to.
You're making
You don't have to see.
assertions.
Stop
You're
interrupting me. I'm
making
speaking the truth.
assertions and not
You're
explaining
making
anything.
assertions. I'm speaking the
Where's
truth.
the mind?
So only you don't have to see God to know
I
that
got
He
the
exists.
mind.
You have to respond to this, Mark. You're on the hot seat here.
Yeah.
So
I'm
only
asking you, where is
stop
the
interrupting
mind?
me. Stop
Where's
interrupting
this
me.
mind?
Stop interrupting. I've already
Well, you said I
you
was
don't
in the
have
hot
to
seat. I'm being hot. Where's the mind?
in actuality. So
In
only a
actuality.
mind.
So
Yeah.
show
So
me.
only. So you don't have to see God to know that He exists. So only a mind
Okay.
can be eternal
You're on
because
the hot seat, Mark.
Oh,
to
it's
be
so
eternal, because to be eternal requires an all-powerful consciousness choosing to sustain the immortality.
Okay, so
Respond.
so your problem there is you've basically said that only a mind can be eternal, but you have no reason to. You've not demonstrated that a
gave the
mind.
reason.
Stop interrupting me. You haven't given any reason to think any mind is
Yes,
eternal,
I
because
did.
the only minds that we have seen are the ones that are not eternal, that seem to end with a brain dying. So every single mind we've ever seen has a brain, and that doesn't necessarily mean there is a mind without a brain. But there
need
is
to
no
paraphrase
reason
my
to think that
response
a
from now
mind
on.
without a brain exists. And you've basically making the assertion only a mind can
It's the
be
truth.
eternal. You need to back up that with more than just
I
an
have.
empty,
You-
baseless claim. All right, so
it's the
how do you
truth.
know
My turn.
only a mind can be eternal?
Yeah, so before I respond, you have to paraphrase my response so I know you are listening and understand the words
I don't
coming out
have
of my
to do
mouth.
anything.
Yes, you do, because you're just
No, I
making
don't.
assertions. Yes, you do, but you need to provide evidence for your
I'm
claims. So
making
you
assertions.
don't
Oh,
ex-
this is awesome.
if you disagree with what I am saying, you have to paraphrase my response as evidence to support your assertion. So only a mind can be eternal, as they have to be all powerful to choose to remain in existence. So summarize that, please.
Okay, so basically you're saying only a mind can be eternal, because that mind has to be all powerful to remain in existence.
Choosing the key. You missed the key word there.
Unless of course, I'm paraphrasing.
You missed
I'm
out
paraphrasing.
a key
Do you know
word.
what paraphrasing means? I don't care. So the problem is that if that
Choosing.
mind does not exist, then the mind isn't eternal. And then the problem that you have is it doesn't choose anything because there is no mind to choose.
You're presupposing God. So you're contradicting yourself.
See, that's what he always goes back to.
Yeah, he goes back to, hey, you spoke something, therefore God exists. It's the most stupid argument I've ever heard in my entire life.
It's not. I'm refuting your claim of a universe. The universe can't be eternal because to be eternal requires an all-powerful. No, it can't. Because to be eternal,
but
because only. Hang on, it's my turn to respond.
I don't care.
It's my turn to respond.
If the universe is eternal,
finished.
then there is no mind, and then it doesn't have to choose anything. It just is.
I'm refuting your response. So only the universe can't be the universe can't be eternal because only an all-powerful mind can be eternal as they are choosing to remain in existence. So you're
begging the question. You're basically said an all-powerful mind is only eternal, but you have not demonstrated that to be the case. All you've done is just assert it. If there is no mind, then it doesn't have to choose to be anything. It could just be that the universe is just the all-powerful thing that you're referring to. It doesn't need a mind to do that if that is what it is. You are begging the question by saying that the mind exists. I can't be
begging the question.
You are, because you're... Yes, because what you're doing is you're arguing for the conclusion that God exists, and then
the conclusion is Judeo-Christianity.
You're as part of the premises, you're saying that a powerful, all-powerful mind exists. So you are in actuality, what you are doing is, as part of the argument, you are laying down the foundations for your conclusion by asserting the conclusion as fact without actually demonstrating that it is the case.
I'm not begging the question, as the conclusion is therefore Judeo-Christian presuppositionalism follows. So to refute your claim again, the universe can't be eternal because it contains multiple parts. So only a mind can be eternal as they are choosing to remain in existence. So
you obviously know nothing about astronomy. You have never studied astronomy.
Yeah. No.
You're just bearing false witness now.
How am I bearing false witness?
You don't. Have we even spoke before? You're just making claims.
Sure, we have
to be making these claims against me. So
you're just making claims. You're making claims. You're making claims with nothing to back them up. You're just making empty, baseless claims. That's all you're doing.
You're the one making an assertion right now. I'm speaking the truth. You can't point out the contradiction in what
assertion am I making?
You just made an assertion. You object to my response, proving God.
I object to your argument. Yes, because it is a baseless argument. It doesn't have a foundation. You are basically asserting into a vacuum with no groundwork laid at all, none whatsoever. You are asserting that only a mind can be all-powerful.
A vacuum would still be a label to something.
A circular argument to come back to it because the mind chooses to be all-powerful. You haven't established that a mind exists. You haven't established that only a mind can be all-powerful. No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
Yes.
No, you haven't.
I've explained this right from the beginning. Early in the beginning.
You've asserted God has revealed himself. You've asserted that's the case.
It's the
unless
truth.
You've got evidence to back it up, unless you've got something to back it up,
facts.
I reject it entirely because it is absolutely baseless. Yeah, and that's your gotcha. That's your little thing that you
allow me to
saying.
explain.
When somebody
allow me
says,
to
points out that your
myself,
arguments are not logical and not rational,
me.
all you do is go back to, oh, well, you need to presuppose and accept God to actually think thoughts. And it is the, I'm sorry, it is the stupidest argument I have ever heard.
Presupposing God, allow me to justify myself.
No,
so
you're presupposing the flying spaghetti monster.
We've already gone through. Don't gish gallop. Stay on one point.
No, it's your point. You brought it up.
It's my turn. It's
my
turn
it's
to
exactly
respond.
the same
Stop
argument
over-talking me.
I would like a chance to respond.
Exactly. look,
give me
Beansy should
give me
respond.
one cent. Give me one
I don't
sentence.
think I will. I don't
Give
think
me
I will.
give me
one
one
or
sentence.
zero or
Give me
any
this is like
sentence.
less than 30. Give me less than 30 seconds. So again, for you to say you reference God as He is ultimate perfection.
No,
for
I
you
don't.
to
I reference
yes,
the
you do.
laws of logic.
The laws of logic are a reflection of God's mind. I've
Prove
already
it.
gone through
Prove
this.
it. Prove it.
God-
Prove it.
I've
Prove it.
I
Prove it.
will.
Prove
I
it.
will
Prove it.
again.
Prove it.
I will again. So
You haven't
God.
done the first time,
Yes,
mate. Honestly.
Yes, I have. So the law of identity, A is
Yeah.
A, God
Mhm.
is an ultimate fact, and vice versa. So the laws of logic
Prove it.
are universal.
Prove that God is an ultimate fact. Prove that God's an ultimate fact.
I've already gone through this. By definition.
By definition. So you define God as an ultimate fact. So if I define the flying spaghetti monster as an ultimate fact, I can say exactly the same thing to you. No, it's not. Because
Yes,
if I can just define
God.
No, because if I can just define a monster as all powerful in its awesomeness, then I've defined it as that. You don't get to say, I get to define God as this law of identity.
That's not the name
and then
of
when
God.
I define something as something, you say, no, you can't define it. This is your intellectual dishonesty. This
I'm not
is
being
your
dishonest. Don't
bias
slander.
sitting in. It's called special pleading, which is what you are doing. You are saying that other people can't define things into existence, but you can. And that is special pleading. Your entire argument is nonsense. You have nothing worthwhile to say. And all you do is make baseless, empty, and unjustified assertions. And then claim your special pleading helps your case, which it does not. It doesn't. Your case is completely bunk. It's useless.
You're presupposing God again. You're presupposing God?
No, because you never demonstrated that God was the ultimate in order to reference the law of identity in the first place. No, you did not. And this is the thing. Everywhere you go, even with other Christians, they think that this is the worst argument they've ever heard.
Hang on, don't speak on behalf of other Christians.
What? Some have agreed with you? How many have agreed with you?
I've got evidence. I've converted. Hang on, I've converted many people. I've had.
Sorry, I was just getting a hand job from God. I'm sorry. Just.
I've had somebody say. This is
large hands. You know.
Yeah, you're presupposing God again. So there was somebody else
wanted
to say something.
Because that's your fallback argument.
Okay. Look,
God.
I think I've said my piece. I think I've done sort of a reductio ad absurdum for Judo Christian here, that if you use this line of logic, and just a second, Judo, I'm talking to the audience. If you use this line of logic, you could demonstrate anything. It doesn't matter what it is. All you have to do is define it as all powerful, then work backwards from there to basically you're doing a presupposition.
I've already
and then
justified this.
Excuse me, I'm talking to the audience. How rude of you! How rude of you!
You're slandering me.
If I'm not slandering you, what are you talking about? This
Slander.
is all my opinion. Yeah, he's got this weird idea of legal stuff.
You are slandering me. This is why I said.
So if you use this logic, you will believe in just about anything, and I think from seeing Judo Christian here that basically he thinks that he has a sexual relationship with God, we all can see where these lines of poor logic can lead. And I think I'm done because I've got nothing really more to say to ultimated judo master over here.
Yeah, you're presupposing God again. So next person.
Yeah,
somebody else wanted to say something.
I think Beamsy wanted to say something.
Well, I'm about to hand it over to Beamsy. I just want to know: does God have any fetishes? Any kinks?
I'm sure he does, but you'll have
what
to
God. That is really weirdly the answer I wanted. Thank you so much, Ultimated.
Is it butt plugs? Are we talking
Mark,
butt plugs?
That means there's a possibility that maybe Rachel, who knows, one of us is going to top God. Anyway, right over to you, Beamsy.
Well, there is a reason they call it Uranus.
Oh, my.
Okay, back to this.
Oh my.
Simple question for you in regards to how you present your argument by definition. Is it true by definition hitting someone in any way is abusive?
Is this to me?
Yes.
No, it's to me.
Is hitting people? It depends.
What do you mean
Is
it
it me?
depends? I asked you if you hit someone, is that abuse?
It depends. So it's a yes and a no.
But you can't answer yes and no to a question like that because it's
Yes,
a
I can.
dichotomy question.
You're hot and you're cold. You're yes, you're no. You're
It-
up,
the-
you're down.
You can hit somebody out of self-defense, which would not be abusive. So it depends. On the
Moral
context.
relativism. Be careful there, buddy.
But then both people are abusing each other.
But are we talking about the odds?
When
Where
you're
is this
actually
leading
saying-
to?
This one
No,
is-
the aspect of saying that if you defend yourself by hitting someone, that's not abuse, but it actually is because it's still abusive whenever you hit someone, regardless of whether it's in self-defense or not.
Because police officers have to hit people sometimes. They're not being
And
abusive.
it's still
So
abusive.
where is this?
Yes, it is.
Where is this leading? No, it's not. Where is this leading to?
No, this is why I'm talking about by talking with definition. If you start putting caveats in there, you can make up anything that you want. But by clinical definition, any aspect of hitting someone is abuse. Therefore, the police officer is abusing someone when he's restraining them. But there are aspects within the law
No.
that protect you. How is it not abusive then?
It depends.
But I'm
You can
asking by
hit-
definition.
Yes, but hit would just mean a contact of two things. But the reason behind the hitting would depend on if that person has a reason to do so or not. So I'm not defining God into existence as God is eternal. I'm appealing to the attributes of God as he has revealed himself to us through sacred theology, which I've justified through the creator-creature distinction doctrine. So we all presuppose God for facts. For example, I'll give you two quick
Not
examples.
for facts. We presuppose them as concept. That's all. Not
No,
facts.
God is not a conception.
It is a concept.
So-
Yes, it is a concept.
I'll-
Yes. I mean,
I'll give you
even
the
if
spec-
it's
it's
real,
not.
even if God is real, it's still a concept. Like my dog can be real. It's still I still have the concept of the God. It's still conceptual. Like just because something is real doesn't mean it's not a concept.
You're presupposing God to lay out
You're
hypotheticals of if
presupposing
statements.
flying spaghetti monster.
A monster can't be God by definition.
Yeah,
You
it
just
can.
have
By
to accept
definition, I defined monster as all powerful, so it can.
that.
The aspect
God's
of what
name
you-
is not spaghetti.
I defined it that way. By definition, it is.
We
So
are
that's
then
pseudonym.
you agree to God's existence, and now we are on premise 2 now. So God
No, I
authorized
rejected
life.
premise 1. We're not. There's no point in going to premise 2. I
I
rejected.
just want to point out that in 13 countries they will kill you for insulting spaghetti. I couldn't even make it.
Yeah,
Look,
I
you're
don't
you're
know.
contradicting yourself again.
I just yeah. This is
You
this is
agree to
kind of
God's exist-
pointless, to be honest with
You agree to God's
Um,
existence, and then you flip flop.
I never
when I
agreed
move
to
on to
God's
premise
existence.
2.
What are you talking about?
Yes,
I agreed to the
you've been-
concept, not the actuality. That's all.
You have to appeal to the actuality, even
No, I
for a
don't.
conception
No, I
to
don't.
be.
No, I don't.
Yes, you
No,
do.
I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't.
Yes,
No, I don't. No, I don't.
you are not
Oh,
all-knowing.
No, niente. No, no, no,
God,
no, no.
God
Nope.
reveals to you
No.
from the outside in,
Uh-uh.
or by default. So he is not a conception. He is in
default.
actuality.
By default. So
But
this is
also-
basically his argument. By default, God exists, and he rests.
So we know he exists.
My job
How?
here is done. Oh,
Knowledge
he
You
thinks
know
that you're
God exists
lying.
expressed through an
defaultly.
example. Whereas
Yeah, he
in,
thinks you're lying. He thinks that you know that God exists and that you're lying.
He's going to be
I've
calling
been
you
through
Daddy
this
Mark
before.
in a little.
but what it
Either
comes down
lying
I don't
to
or
want
he's
know
to
is
ignorant.
to express knowledge, whereas in God is not an aspect of knowledge because he has not been proven in any way, shape, or form. Therefore, he cannot be knowledge, and therefore you cannot know.
You just presuppose God. So what I mean
How
by
did I
that is that
presuppose it? I was using
you are
the aspects
you
of
are
representation, and
you are
representation does not.
appealing to the attributes of God when you
What
utter
are the attributes of
anything.
God that I actually appeal to? Because I was actually
Is-
using something called the aspects of the basal assumptions to present an argument, and there is no argument for God in any way, shape, or form within
Yes,
those.
every argument presupposes God. For you to identify an argument, you reference God as he is ultimate truth. So truth is absolute,
Oh, I
eternal, and
forgot about
revelatory.
this. This
So
is the
if
Jedi
I'm-
mind trick. This is the Jedi mind trick. It's basically, yes, you do believe in God. I forgot about his stick doing this, yeah.
So if I argue with Amy about whether anal sex is great or not, and one of us takes the positive and one of us takes the negative, therefore God takes both sides, and it presupposes that God is anal sex. That's basically what you're saying, that any argument that we make presupposes God, so God is anal sex.
I don't know what you mean. So
By
God,
Of course
presupposing
you don't.
God by presupposing God in any argument, by having an argument about anal sex, that presupposes God as anal sex.
I don't know what you mean.
That's what
Do you know
presupposing
you are
God
presupposing
means.
God?
No, that's what presupposing God means. If you actually presuppose God in any argument results in God.
I also
So-
just want to point out you don't have to know what he means, but it goes on near your spleen.
Mm.
So by making
So
the
you-
statement that any argument leads to God, is it better to joust with the penis, or is it better to
Hang on.
suck with the penis?
Every argument
So-
presupposes God, not leads to God.
But therefore,
the
the
law of rational
presupposition is God,
inference.
so it stems from God.
You just have to accept this. God is ultimate truth, zeroth order logic. So God complements the law of
I
rational
don't
inference.
have a good argument.
No, he
you
doesn't.
just have
He
to
actually-
accept this, yeah.
It actually conflicts with everything that you're expressing.
Yeah, so when you start saying you just have to accept this, you've made the most terrible argument. I'll just say
No,
that.
you just make that's
Yeah.
just an assertion.
No, the
So for
arguments
you-
that you're making is basically saying that
I
I
don't
know
have a
what
lot of
above, you know how to
evidence
accept
for
this down.
it being a terrible argument.
I haven't even gone through my second example, so as I'm getting interrupted. So we
I don't want the second example. Can we
You haven't
please
even
end
established
this?
the first.
yes, I already have the creator
No, you
creature
haven't.
distinction.
No, you
and, the
haven't.
second, and the second example is for us to identify physicalities, we reference an immaterial God. So the scientific method presupposes God. You just have to accept that. So that's premise one of my argument.
Just gotta
Like-
accept that.
But your premise for convincing atheists is that we just have to accept
No,
God
we know
exists.
already. We know already. That's the whole point.
Yes, he
And
said we
that's
can't
one
even
of
make an
my
argument.
that's
Yeah,
one of my
against
instances
it.
to why
But-
this guy doesn't actually believe what he's saying, because if
I
everybody
do.
knew already, he wouldn't have to convince us. So
It's true.
using
Yeah.
internal logic,
I'm not-
his own
on.
argument is completely flawed,
Yeah,
because he claims that we know already, but yet he tries to
But,
convince us.
Like ultimated, I know the Christian God doesn't exist, and so it goes into counter of your argument that says we do know.
You just presuppose our Judeo-Christian God. So you've committed
Sure,
the
I
fallacy.
know.
of
Wait,
Wait, hold on, no.
That's
No,
a new
I
one.
agree
That's
with
not bad.
you, but I assert that the Judeo-Christian God does not exist, and
She
so how do we
presupposes
know?
he
I
doesn't exist.
presuppose.
You're presupposing him again. You
Yes,
just have
exactly.
to accept that.
No, I agree with you. I am presupposing him not existing.
You're still
So now-
presupposing God.
Sure,
So by
but we're
saying he doesn't
presupposing
exist,
him not
you're saying
existing.
he does exist.
But And so what? So what's the problem?
For that proposition, you're presupposing God.
Yes.
However, your proposition is
Not
illogical
existing.
Why is it
because-
illogical?
because you're presupposing God to argue against him, more precisely our biblical God. So that's premise
No.
one.
Precisely.
But
Specifically.
your God can't exist.
Because she's presupposing it. Like, it's showing the irrationality of your argument, because if you're
There's only one
presupposing
God.
God not existing, then that is an inherent contradiction in what you've said. Because if you say any presupposition
It's a paradox.
makes God... Yeah, it's a paradox.
I also presuppose many gods don't exist, so it's not just one God.
There can only be one God definitionally, as there can only be one ultimate truth. The law of identity, A equals A. So the first A would be singular, and the second A would just be the definition to the first A. So if
You
I
would
would
have
explain
to-
this,
You would have to prove there's an ultimate truth. These are just things, once again, just being asserted. I will say we are about. This is the last 20 minutes of the panel
We're going to cut it
of
off.
the questions, and then we are cutting it off. No matter how good the conversation is, at 5 on that dial, it says 4:40 up there. In 20 minutes, we are
One
heading into
eternity later.
outros.
I say there
basically.
is no God, and that means there is a God. That's a paradox. That's
Correct, yes.
you're presupposing God. Just accept
That's a
that.
paradox.
There's no
That can't
argument
be
against
because-
God.
Because that's
It's a paradox.
That's a paradoxical statement.
I
For
just
you
don't
to
think there are
identify a
any.
paradox, you reference
don't
God.
see-
So it's like
I just
saying
don't think there are any
this
good
statement
arguments
is
for
a
it.
lie, right? That's a paradox. If you say this statement is a lie, is a paradox, right? It cannot be true and it cannot be false. So if you presuppose God
Right.
and that entails his existence, then that's a paradox. It cannot be true and it cannot be false.
For you to identify paradoxes, you reference God as he is ultimate truth. I've
There
already
is no
explained
God.
this over and over and over again.
Yeah, it just
You
makes no
just have to
sense.
you just
Poor
presuppose
philosophy.
God
I
again.
tell you what, this
For
is
you-
like
for
a
you to
monkey with
say-
a toolbox. It's
Hang on.
the damage
You
this
just made
guy
a
does to
claim.
philosophy in general.
You
is
just made a
insane.
claim. For you to say something doesn't make sense, you appeal to God as he is ultimate truthful love. So that's premise one of my argument. And then you asserted a flying spaghetti monster, which I disproved. And then when I moved on to premise 2,
Thoroughly.
you wanted
Yeah.
to go back to premise 1.
So
Yeah, so
help
I
me out
think
here.
Yeah.
Well, help me out here. I want to get a McDonald's hamburger. Help me out using Christian logic.
Yeah, so for you to identify a hamburger, you reference God as his ultimate truthful love.
Somebody clip that, please.
For you to identify a hamburger.
I've
Oh
said
wait,
this
is it just a hamburger, or is it a cheeseburger, or is it a Big Mac?
It doesn't matter. I've stated for us to identify
Sounded more like a
physicalities,
quarter
we
pounder.
reference an immaterial God. So
Is
the
a fillet
scientific
of
method.
fish still presupposing God?
You're gish galloping,
it-
Mark.
It's not
You're
technically
gish
a hamburger. I'm sorry.
That's a gish gallop, Mark.
All propositions, statements, facts, etc., presupposes God as
Are
his
you
ultimate
reading off a
truth.
script right now?
don't
Yeah,
think
he's
it is.
been
Not,
reading.
but
Are you reading off a script right now?
I wouldn't say it's a script. It's my project.
Well,
But not
is
for
it,
every
is it a
response.
is it a list of responses that are ordered in such a way to make coherent sense to you?
It's not list. It's a paragraph. I've got it listed within my YouTube channel.
It's not a list, but you have it listed. I'm sorry. Is that what you just said?
Yep.
I said it. What I meant, it's not in bullet points. It's a paragraph which I
It doesn't
can
matter.
read.
Is it a list of responses that kind of are in an ordered way,
But
so
Mark, your
you know
question
what to say?
presupposes God.
No, I
apparently
just
so.
know what to say. I just know what to say. That's just the.
You
that's
just
how
know. Well,
God
why
has
do you
made
need the
us.
sheet then? Why do you need the sheet then?
When I tried to make a point as simple as I can, This is when I read off my project.
Your
So,
list.
for example, it's
Right,
my
just
syllogism. It's my syllogism. I've
script.
got it. I've got my syllogism opened up.
You mean your script?
So you could call it a script.
Yeah. I'll call it a script.
I
sure.
mean,
Yeah.
why would you
by
not?
calling it a script,
Why would you
presuppose
not?
God.
Why would I not? Well, I would call it a script. Why would I not call it a script when it's a script? I don't know. That's
mean,
a weird question to
no.
ask.
Why would you not read off something word for word, especially when it comes to your work?
Well, because it basically it kind of is a non sequitur to what we're talking about. We kind of talk
it's
about
not.
things and get to a certain point, and then you go back to these kind of really dogmatic and baseless kind of statements over and over
You're
and
making
over,
more
which shows that you
claims.
had a sort of script there that says, hey, when you've become stuck, you go back to, well, you presuppose God because of this reason, this reason, this reason. It's a non sequitur to what we're talking about.
It's not a non sequitur. You're just
It
making
is.
an
It's 100%
assertion.
is. It
No, it's
100%
not.
is.
For you to identify non sequiturs, you reference God as He is ultimate truthful love.
Way to prove my point, buddy. Way to prove my point there.
Mark, you don't understand. The non sequiturs are stored under the hamburgers.
Oh, hey, Amy, do
I'm
you want
sorry.
fries with that? I'm just asking.
I absolutely would.
Oh, who wouldn't? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm done for real this time. For real, I'm gonna mute. And you guys
He's
can
gonna bait you
enjoy
back
yourself.
in, Mark.
Yeah, you've been presupposing God. So everybody knows God exists. However, when it comes to our biblical God, everybody would indirectly or directly know that He exists, depending on their exposure to the Bible, as Genesis 1:1 is all we need to know, proving the Bible. So the first sentence of the Bible proves our biblical God, as creation is an expression of love. God is love, and He would make this known to us within early scripture, so we know with absolute certainty that He exists above all other false gods. So that's premise 2 of my argument.
No, fuck that. Is Satan a monster?
You're possibly dodging my justification for the Bible.
I'm asking you a fucking direct question and you aren't answering it. Is Satan a monster?
Yeah, questions aren't arguments. So you're
I'm
presupposing
asking
the
you a
Bible's...
goddamn question and you aren't fucking answering it.
I have. You just possibly don't like the answer.
Is Satan a monster? Yes or no?
Yes, and you have been presupposing my arguments. That's the point I was trying to get across. Is that
If
you
Satan
reference
is a monster, why is he eternal?
Satan is not eternal. He
Yes,
was
the
an
fuck
archangel.
Yes, the fuck he's eternal. Find me somewhere in the Bible where it says Satan isn't eternal, or Lucifer, or whatever.
Satan would be destroyed, so he can't be eternal.
No, he will be cast into the lake of fire for 1,000 years, and then he will come back out. So
he would be where Revelations, the false prophet and the devil will be put into the lake of fire, where the second death will occur. So that's Revelations 20:10, I think. So your question presupposes premise 2 of my argument, so the conclusion automatically follows. Therefore, Judeo-Christian presuppositionalism follows, complementing a categorical argument / syllogism. If A is in C, then B is in C. So Satan will be destroyed.
Will he?
Will Amy and me be destroyed, or are we going to be destroyed too?
No, James and Mark, you're both going to God's in the kingdom. You know I'm speaking the truth. As for the other 3...
Amy too?
No.
Oh, not Amy?
No.
Amy doesn't get into heaven? What the fuck is that shit?
Why not Amy? Why not Amy?
God is interacting with me now. He has been throughout this entire
He's giving you
interaction.
a hand job?
Oh, he's giving him a hand job.
Wow,
I haven't felt
courage.
it's not to that extent. So when I say God and I have sex, we go through the motions of it, but I don't experience the actual
What motion?
pleasure,
The motion
the
of the
actual
ocean.
sexual pleasures of it. We just go through the motions of it.
Okay, so why not Amy? Why not Amy? I want to know. Why not Amy?
Because of the two greatest commandments. Amy is
What's
not
two?
in line with to love God with all that you have and to love your neighbor as yourself.
But you said that everybody believes in God. You said we all believe in God.
Yes.
Well, then why? Well, I don't love God. Why would Amy?
Well, you do.
Why do I go to
because
heaven
you're-
and not Amy?
Well, you do love God.
No, I
Not-
don't. I
not
hate,
as- not as
what
much
the
as
hell are
I
you
do.
talking about?
You're making Penelope sad, but okay.
Like, but why is am I going to heaven but Amy not? Because as far as I know, and I could be wrong about this, we both have roughly the same opinion of God. I do not love a God.
Yeah, but deep down, you do.
No. How do you know that Amy deep down doesn't as well?
Because God reveals to me this information.
But wait, this is
Reveal.
interesting. You said that James, you said Mark, everyone is going to heaven,
Except Amy.
but me. You
Yeah.
actually
No,
learned this right now, at least in this panel of people.
No, I've always known. I've said this to you many times, and
You
the
did?
other two, yes, but the other two, Clock and Beamsy, they are not. You know, I'm speaking the truth here. You've chosen to
Well,
the
you're not
path of
certainly speaking
darkness.
the truth.
First
Yes,
of
I
all,
am.
that's kind of metal. I'll accept it.
You just have to ask God. I've said this to many people. If you want to verify my identity of being an ultimated Judeo-Christian, then just ask God, and He may reveal to you through special revelation or His eternal power that I am His best friend. So it doesn't matter if you don't believe me in regards to my identity.
No, I don't believe you. But why not Amy? Why does God not want Amy to go to heaven, and specifically Amy, and not anybody else?
Because I've
He
already
said not
said,
Beamsy or
because
Clockwork too, to be fair. He said Beamsy and
Oh yeah,
Clockwork.
we're all damned. So
It's
you
gonna
know,
be a fun party in hell.
But
But
why
not
me?
Mark
I mean,
and James? Yeah, I
I
want them
know.
down there with us. Come
I
on.
argue with this guy more than anybody else I
We
know of. Like, why
secretly
not?
Yeah, I
Love
just
God
want
deep
you to
down.
know, Mark and James, I think you two are perfectly worthy of hell. I just want to
It's
go on
been nice
record.
knowing you, Amy. I'm sorry.
I am actually outraged that I'm
Yes.
getting into heaven and other people aren't. I'm actually real. Can I get like a refund on that ticket to heaven? Can I somehow, like, what would I have to do to not get into heaven?
You
What-
gish
what-
you
gallon.
can't, because you can't, because
Why?
you're stuck. You're stuck with God. Deep down, you love God. You are His
Why?
child.
Like,
We are
why
brothers.
me? Why me? I don't get this. Like, this is so weird. This is
Wait,
so
I
weird.
get it, Mark. They finally figured out a hell that would work, and they're letting those people into heaven.
You're
Maybe it's a double
underestimating
bluff.
how evil. You're possibly underestimating how evil people can be to be put into the lake of fire. That's probably.
would you rather take the stairway to heaven or the highway to hell?
And when it comes to me,
To
I already
heaven.
know why I'm going to hell, because it's not disabled friendly.
I think I'm in hell. Like, I think I'm actually in hell right now, and this is just all.
This is part of
fair
it.
enough.
This is my personal torture. Yeah, this is.
The lake of fire is different, where there would be weeping and
Oh.
gnashing of the teeth.
But I don't have to worry about that, right? For
Well, you
some
have
reason.
7 more minutes to convince us out of hell, or I guess
or not.
Mark
you know,
out of heaven.
Out of heaven.
I can't.
Apparently,
I
I've
can't
got
force
no
you to
choice.
love God.
No,
I
what
can't
would-
force you to love God.
What would I have to do for God to condemn me? What would I have to do?
There's nothing because you have repented at some stage, and deep down you love
What do you mean
God.
I've
Deep
repented? I'm not even
down,
baptized,
the
dude. I'm not even
1,000-mile range.
baptized.
You
I'm
don't
not even
need to be
baptized.
baptized. John 3:16, for God
repented.
so loved the world that he sent his one and begotten Son, that whoever believeth
Yeah,
in
but
him shall not
Amy's
perish.
the world as well.
Yeah,
like,
well,
come on,
that's-
like, what the hell? Beamsy's the world. Like, what the hell?
Hey, we
Yeah,
don't need
so you
anything
have
more
to-
for my ego.
We are the world.
I think
We
that's
are
probably
the
the thing that
children.
upsets Mark the most is the fact that he says he's not going to hell with Amy.
Right, I want to hang out
Yeah.
with Amy when I die. This sucks.
Come on.
I hate God.
You're stuck with
We can
me.
break
Oh
your
yeah,
leg.
I mean, well, I
It's
mean,
not a
hell
good
has better
place.
music and hell has better fucking food.
It's
I'm
not.
just saying.
It's not hell. It's the lake of fire. People conflate those terms. The lake of fire is that of burning
Is where
sulfur
Satan's
and
going.
brimstone.
Yeah, that's
Well-
that's where Satan's going. It didn't say anything
honestly,
about us.
I would rather be in a lake of fire with people like Amy than in heaven with people like you.
You say that, but the lake of fire, so a lake on average is 10 meters deep, so those will be drowning.
Oh,
in
now
there.
he's using science. Now he's using science. Okay.
A lake
I
on
like
average
that-
is 12 meters deep.
And
But
on
I-
top of that,
I like the fact we're like the demons, like going by and like measuring before they, laid everything down. Hey, these people need to drown. They can't just be sitting there going, getting
Okay,
some
what's
air
on top
out there.
of the lake, Jena?
Yeah.
Drown.
What's on top of the lake?
so on top
I'm
of
just
all of
imagining
this,
demons going by in a gondola kind of thing, like in Venice
Oh.
kind of.
What's on top of the lake?
so God is the lake of fire. The Bible
What?
states this.
God is the lake of fire.
I
Okay.
can
So
quote
you're
scripture
getting
for this.
hand jobs from a lake of fire?
Oh, I get it.
Oh.
You've tried
You prob-
acid too. Okay.
Hang on, I don't do drugs, so
God is
Again-
love. He is the lake of fire.
Okay, someone dropped a tab of acid on you accidentally, or a dropper.
So God is the lake of fire. The Bible references the eternal fire. So obviously, for the Bible to state the eternal fire would be the eternal God. So God is the lake of fire. But there is one aspect is that God may not punish people with his full omnipotence. He may set a standard of punishment, of pain. So that would be nigh omnipotence, close to omnipotence, or further below nigh omnipotence.
So
However,
not
it's still going to be
omnipotent.
Can I
nigh
ask you a
omnipotent.
question?
No, that's
Is-
not omnipotent. Either something's
Yeah,
omnipotent
yes.
or not omnipotent. If it's not omnipotent, it's not nigh omnipotent. It's just not omnipotent.
No, nigh omnipotence is close to omnipotence.
Are you trying to
Like
say
a close-
maximally powerful? Is
Would
that what
you
you're
like
trying to say?
light omnipotence?
Diet
Light?
Coke on this thing.
Nigh
Yes.
omnipotence.
Yeah, it's where you're kind of getting into omnipotence. You don't know if it settles in your
Working
stomach,
your way
but
up to it.
can I ask you a question from Daryl Frost? Just wants to know. I can't even. Is there a road to nowhere? And by that, do you think that there could be a stairway to heaven, and thus God would actually give us a highway to hell?
Yeah, there's a stairway. Well, metaphorically, yes. But after the lake of fire, there will be nothing. So people will just cease to exist into nothing, where they will be destroyed.
Amy will be destroyed.
Yes. Oh,
Amy
so
can't-
we're not gonna live?
So when somebody said to Ultimated, do you
But we
believe in the lake of fire or annihilation? He said yes.
Yeah,
well, the road to
annihilation.
nowhere. The road to nowhere leads to me. To quote Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah, nowhere would just mean nothing. That will come after the lake of fire.
Well, is it a
forgot,
lake of
but
fire
forgot
and
the lake of
eternal
fire.
suffering, or is it a road to nowhere? Which is it?
There's no the punishment is not eternal. That doesn't even make sense, as it would be sep-eternal. So sep-eternal means to be put in
Says
somewhere.
the guy
and
that
not...
makes no sense.
Hang on, I do make sense.
No, you
Listen to
don't.
me. I try to be as simple.
Should we
as I
take a
can.
quick vote? Can we have a poll on this, Amy?
It's literally
I'm sorry,
only a minute left. You guys
I only
just
recently
make it.
found the poll section. I've been going crazy with the polls.
Amy
Okay. You
goes
have
crazy
me.
with the polls too.
Yeah, appeal to majority isn't going to get you out of this.
Well,
exactly.
so I am up for that, but I have to ask you,
No, that's
Ultimatum.
okay.
You've said that God got you very close to, or maybe did get you there. But like, have you ever gotten God close to like the same thing back?
Yeah, I'm sure I
Does he
have
receive
many
pleasure
times.
from you? Okay.
Yes,
All right, well,
it goes both ways.
God goes both ways.
Yes.
I just have to send the love right back to you. Look, you're in a healthy
Listen.
relationship. Apparently, you're both given.
I mean, I
Is
think
it
we have to
healthy
take our-
though? Is that
I
what we
have one
call
thing
it
to
healthy?
Well,
because his troll game is like unbelievable. Like
not trolling.
Yeah.
he is like deadpanning this like a master. Like you could get like a show on like Comedy Central or something if you could deadpan like this.
what would it even mean for an eternal being to have an orgasm? Help me, Ultimatum.
Yeah, he would experience the greatest orgasm ever.
And you're doing it, to him. We're not a him, no homo.
I wouldn't say
Like
he
genderless.
would do it to himself. I think
Oh, it
only
is
he
himself. I like how. No, continue.
I would say only God can give himself the maximum
So
pleasure.
can an omnipotent God have an orgasm that he can't stand?
Oh my.
Mhm.
He can't stand. What do you mean
Yeah.
by that?
You ever get
well,
painful like if he's been
Body
Yeah.
can't even pick him up.
if you and God have been going at it all day long and he is just like you've been giving him lots of pleasure and he it starts to hurt after a while.
We've been
It's really
talking
aspect of-
apologetics, right? And a counter apologetics. I swear, some of us. This is
It's more that
Yes,
the best
Daddy.
orgasms are usually followed by the
Yes,
inability
Dad.
to walk after.
Yeah, it's been over the 5 hour mark, so I got time for
Yes.
one more question.
Oh, he's ready to run out.
I was
No.
gonna
Are
say-
you
well,
fucking
no.
insane? That's the last question.
If you want to
Are
continue,
fucking
if you want to
insane?
continue, we can continue.
No, we're wrapping up.
We
the
have to
panel.
go.
If you
Thank
have
you,
any, I'm getting the
we're done with the
outro
dish gallop.
order. But if you have any last questions for the panel, now is the time. While I get that.
The one thing that I've been wondering about is you consider yourself a biblical person, don't you, JC?
Yes.
What is your take on prostitution?
It's frowned upon.
Really? So you don't follow the aspects of Ezekiel 16:17?
You have to read that out.
You also took
Oh,
the
you
fine
never
jewels I
read
gave
the
you,
Bible.
the
Okay.
jewelry made of
I
my
have,
gold
I
and
can't
silver, and you
remember
made
every
yourself made
verse.
idols and engaged in prostitution with them.
You have to say that again.
You also took the fine jewelry I gave you, the jewelry made of my gold and silver, and you made yourself male idols and engaged in prostitution with them.
Yeah, there's somebody engaged in that. What's the problem?
No, he complimented his followers when they basically made gold dildos and fucked themselves with them.
Whew. Like I turned my attention away for like a half a second, and Beamsy, you just roped me right in.
It's just one thing that was interesting because God compliments that sort of prostitution, but you condemn it, even though you say you're one with God.
I said it's frowned upon. So
Hey.
there
No
could
one
be
was
a
frowning.
circumstance.
Wait,
No
I
one was
have
frowning.
one other question, Ultimated. Does God have this type of relationship with many people?
He said he's his best friend.
Yes, but he can only have one best friend, and that is
Oh.
me. Accepted.
Accepted it.
Come on, my friend. Okay, that is like. Do you have like a badge that says BFF?
Ultimated Judeo-Christian.
I don't
that's
have
his
that badge, but you could. As I've stated it many times to other people, because people argue with me about this. If you want to verify,
everyone thinks they're God's BFF.
Yeah,
if you want
I'm
to,
gonna so cuck you. If I ever meet God, I'm gonna cuck you so hard.
You could just reach out to him now, and he may give you a sign. He may make a noise in your room. God has made noises in my room. He has moved objects in my room.
I was gonna say, if you reach out depending on where you are and you hear a noise, may not be God, but.
Well, in this case,
no, I want to know if I reach out to God, will He give me a hand job?
Yeah, maybe. You have to put aside your sin. You have to advocate Christianity on your YouTube channel.
And then you get hand jobs from God.
Really?
Yeah.
So if I go on...
I like your honesty. I like both the subtle pause for acknowledging what you're about to admit, and then like the honesty to really I hate to say raw dog as a pun, but
just lay
you go right in.
Work up the courage and then just say it.
Well,
yeah,
everyone, it has been a fantastic
Always
time.
a
You're
wild
all
ride
going to get
with,
outros. You all get to say whatever. But we're going to go. Generally, I try and go the opposite of whatever people came in. And so we're going into our skeptic and ranting outros.
I think God came in first. I think.
I am nonetheless, as well as I'm fairly sure that God just came. But only with permission. But we have been skeptic and ranting on 5 good reasons to believe God exists. And with that, we are moving into our outros, and the first to start us off, Beamsy was the latest to join us, which means you're the first to start us, and we are outroing. Woo-hoo! What is up, Beamsy? It has been an experience. We have been skeptic and ranting on 5 good reasons to believe God exists, as well as talking. I'm trying to think. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll, but it would be just sex, and God. Nonetheless, Beamsy, we have been talking theology. I hope you had a fantastic time. What are your final thoughts about all of this absolute wisdom that was mine tonight?
Well, I was glad it started out well because I came last, but now I'm coming first, and that's never liked in my situation.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, you better make sure everyone else comes first, okay?
I have to apologize for that first. And I just have my last words of tacos!
Tacos! Thank you so very much. That's right. Keep on where I always say there's really only one thing worthy of worship. I feel like I'll make an addendum for your religion, and so that is either your partner or dad ass. So thank you so much, Beamsy. All right, moving right along.
The only true infinite is the curve of a great woman's ass.
And we are moving right down, and then heading into the Discord. And sending love. I see Hillary's emails. I see, as I choke on air, I see producer Wes. What is up? And we are going to Clockwork Rex because we are skeptic and ranting on 5 good reasons to believe God exists. Ooh, we definitely got some sort of reasons tonight as well. That was the late show where apparently God does striptease. Clockwork, I hope you had a fantastic night. Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
Oh, well, thank you for having me up. And you can find me on my channel, Clockwork Rex. Excuse me. And yeah, if Satan is a monster, the motherfucker is eternal. He just is. So.
Yeah.
No.
And all right. Thank you so very much, Clockwork Rex. And all right, we apparently have two headliners.
Oh boy.
Our theist headliner, automated Jado Christian. It was lovely having you on because it is always nice to have theists with us. And so, especially in the mercy seat. And so we were skeptic and ranting on 5 good reasons to believe God exists. As I'm not sure if it was Oprah or Jerry Springer, but it was a fantastic time to have you on. What are your Mari exactly? What are your final thoughts on the subject? Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I have a YouTube channel, Ultimated Judeo-Christian. It's the same as my StreamYard avatar, so it shouldn't be hard to find. My final thoughts are Satan would be destroyed. He is not eternal. He is an ex-archangel. Last point is that if there is somebody you know who has not read the Bible, then they can still be saved. God judges people based on the 2 greatest commandments, and that is to love God with all your heart, mind, and soul, and to love your neighbor as yourself. So don't fret if you can't reach out to somebody using the Bible.
Or reach around.
That's my finish.
Well,
thank you so very much.
I want to thank you when Amy had her debate with KJV. You were actually being a voice of reason during that panel, and that was quite unusual. But you actually were being the reasonable one in that discussion.
Can I just say, and I'll hand this over to you, Ultimated, because it reminds me, we were just talking at the beginning of the stream when, like, I've never seen Alex Jones feel awkward in his entire life. And it was funny to me. Just, it may not be funny to you, but amusing to say the least, that during that debate, you were absolutely the most calm and collect theist among there. And so it's funny seeing you as the voice.
No, let Amy talk. Come on, guys. That was amazing.
So thank you so very much, Ultimated. Lovely to have you on. Keep on coming on. I think you said you wanted to set up a debate and stuff, and we should be getting that. It's a busy holiday season, but we actually want to produce a lot more. Maybe.
I think I am. Is it Skeptic and Ranting?
That's it.
Yes, it is.
I'll send you a message. I'll try to get you set up with the debate. See who you want to debate.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out for that.
And all right, thank you so very much, Ultimated. Lovely having you on. And all right, the last person before the 2 co-pilots try not to crash the plane. Mark, we have been skeptic and ranting on 5 reasons to believe in God. I don't think any of us became Christian tonight. Nonetheless, I hope you had I feel like you were definitely having a fun time tonight. It is lovely to have you on. And where can people find you? And what are your final thoughts?
Yes, so good to be here, Amy. I haven't seen you and James in such a long time, and I love being here. I really was enjoying myself tonight. I must admit.
Missed you.
Look,
welcome back.
Yeah, I thank you so much. Well, I did have some sort of pain in my hand, a bit of RSI kind of stuff, but I've given it a real rest, so I should be back up and running in no time. I'm Mark Reid. If you look for Mark Reid Atheism, it should come up. I might grab my channel if I remember. What the hell? Look, I usually do just fun stuff and debates and things like that. So Ultimate Christian, apparently nobody was convinced, but no one has to be, because apparently we all believe in God. This is unfortunately Judo Christian doesn't change his arguments. He just replaces words here and there. And you can sort of show a reductio ad absurdum. If you put in anything instead of God, you can use exactly the same argument to give validation for literally anything. All you have to do is define something as a certain thing, define it as having certain attributes, and use the exact same argument. And it leads you down some really, really terrible paths. The reasons, the 5 reasons to believe in God, they were just Christianity's greatest hits. Fine-tuning, transcendental argument from morality, just you know what? And the thing is, I didn't want to speak too much on Ultimated, but the problem is that Ultimated, his arguments are bad, but they're exactly the same arguments that all the precepts are using. So if you go and talk to actual philosophers, they're not even aware of these arguments because they are just so bad that they don't even study them. They are absolutely the worst arguments out there. They don't warrant any consideration because they're just making assertions with nothing to back them up, which you can just, anything that can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. And when someone brings a syllogism and basically you reject the first premises and then they say, no, you've accepted it, it's really not worth your time unless you're having a laugh out of it from that point onwards, because that's not how syllogisms work. So I really encourage you, Judo Christian, to try and go and do some base level philosophy and critical thinking, like why we can't just assert stuff and basically
hang on, don't slander me for your outro.
This is my outro. Excuse me, sir, this is my outro. So I really can you please shut up while I'm doing my outro? So I really think we should go and get some critical thinking and understand how these things work, because at the moment you're sort of not actually addressing anything and just making these assertions. They don't convince anybody.
It's the truth. You're presupposing God.
Wow. All right. Well, but it has been a pleasure. I want to thank everyone in the audience for sticking with it. It certainly turned a bit tumultuous, and I had a good time. I don't know if everybody else did.
Had a nice comment there for you.
Beamsy, you're incorrigible. I love it.
He certainly is.
Well, look. I mean, I'm sure everybody had a great time. Love to see you, everyone. Do be kind to one another and yourself, and take care.
Thanks so much for coming back.
Thank you so very
Hope
much,
the hand
Mark.
feels better.
Yeah, it's fine. I've got some anti-inflammatories, and they seem to be doing the job. I just haven't been able to type as much as I usually have, just because I don't want to aggravate. I'm still probably doing more than I should be. You know what I mean? Like, how can you not type? It's ridiculous. Like I'm typing with my left hand. I'm like, this is awful. I don't like this, Sam. I am. So yeah, but thank you. I really appreciate that, James.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much, Mark. And all right, with that, we are going to land the plane. It has been a 5-hour journey. Exactly. However, unlike... I was going to say I didn't want to make that joke, but anytime that doesn't happen, I have to make that joke. So unlike religion, we're actually trying to land the plane not in buildings. And so, with that, James W., we have been Skeptic and Ranting on 5 good reasons to believe that God exists. I do not think we found them.
5 silly reasons, yeah.
Not
very convincing, though.
I'm going to be honest. We did not find any good reason for Jesus to exist. And I'm not a smoker, but I definitely needed a cigarette by the end of that conversation. But
got a little steamy on the panel.
Woo.
Got a little steamy.
Yo,
so I think,
can I just say, and this
y'all need to go take a cold shower, and
I was gonna say, and I'll just hand this back to you. It's one thing if God is getting you off, and I don't even know how and where in my life I'm accepting that. But if you can get God off, that's impressive. Okay, I am making the eternal being, the creator of the universe, come.
What would that be like? Blood?
It has to be, right? Like,
infinite in
You gotta
size,
be doing
Amy.
infinite in size, and I can only imagine that the protein coming out has to be
So,
basically the
if
same.
God is
And
infinite
it
in
better
size-
taste good. Like, it better be a mango smoothie coming the fuck out of there. But whatever,
Well,
right back
so-
to you, James.
If God is infinite in size, then his constituent parts would have to be infinite in size too, right?
Oh,
I mean,
it better be.
every
Infinite
piece of him would
balls.
have to be infinite. So, right, yeah, absolutely.
I just am
Anyway,
glad we have
thanks,
a place
guys.
to have intellectual conversations.
Well, we try to keep it sophisticated and highbrow.
Exactly.
Talking about the important issues of life. But thanks, guys. Have a good night. We'll be back later in the week.
Wait, we have a question quickly coming in. Pray for me. Is that you need to roll one? Okay, that's good. BMC is trying to
we got
say
that for you, BMC.
that he's going to get on his knees and grab the lotion
Worship
so
that
that he
ass.
can make sure to worship his God.
His,
Exactly.
yeah, his God.
Yes, I'm sending love out here to you, Krish. I'm saying, I can feel your mindset. I hate to use a word that they hate, but evolve. And so send in so much love out there. Same with Robert and James Wolfe and Command Cyborg and producer
Well, we got
Wes
25
and
people out there.
Hiller's
It is
emails.
almost 5 a.m.
I know. Doorknob Head, Caterpillar, Perfect,
Caterpillar.
Daryl
Doorknob
Frost, everybody out there. Beamsy sent in jokes in YouTube and Twitch. And send love in the chat while we're saying goodbye, and I'll say goodbye. But I hope you do had a fantastic time on this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. 5 good reasons to believe God exists. And apparently we learned there's a lot you can do with 5 fingers tonight. Where we watched a video from Kingscliff Church called 5 Good Reasons to Believe God Exists for a good time with 5 helpings of God. Though I do want to thank my co-host James W. Along with our amazing panelists. Ding! Ding! You know what? I'll just I'll have it I can go like this. Yes! Mark and Ultimated and somewhere Clockwork and somewhere in between there was
Ding.
Pseudonym and then Beamsy and all of the lovely mods that make this stream so great, our subscribers, and of course, viewers like you. If you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. That gains you access to that bell icon, which when hit to all will give you reminders to see our premieres or see our live streams. Speaking of live streams, Oz is actually about to, if not just live streaming right now. So if you want to head over there, exactly. So Oz is about to be going live. Or hey, once the video's done, don't forget to leave a comment. You can also leave a super thanks, and we'll read it back as thanks on the next episode. I'm going to call. And we'll read it back as thanks to the next episode. That's right. And after the show, we are opening the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, the link of which is in the description below, along with all of our fantastic channel members. As well as if you would like to get your...
We'll probably go on Tang tonight. So.
Yeah, Tang Gang, yo. If you would like to get any of your channel produced or any of your content, if you have a show that you would like to launch, build, or promote, I am now producing content down below, so go check that out. And the best way, as well as channel members with our evolving badge system, is to become a supporter at our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we'll see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good
See you next time.
night. Mwah.